His Excellency the Vice President. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Pius Ajide. Let me also acknowledge members of the Inauguration Committee, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Presidential Transition Team, under the chairmanship of the Chief of Staff, the Honorable Akosua Frema Osei Opare, and the Inauguration Subcommittee, I wish to welcome you to this briefing, which is to apprise the Ghanaian people and the international community on the preparations underway for the swearing-in of the President-elect, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the Vice President-elect, His Excellency Mahamudu Bawumia, on Thursday, the 7th of January, 2021. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me indicate that the work of the Inauguration Subcommittee is in consonance with the provisions of the Presidential Transition Act of 2012, Act 845. As you may be aware, Section 4A of the Act provides for the creation of an inauguration committee under the Presidential Transition Team to organize the swearing-in of the President-elect and the Vice President-elect before Parliament. The Inauguration Committee has multi-stakeholder representation and has commenced its work following the constitution of the Presidential Transition Team, which was necessitated by the declaration of the election results conducted on the 7th of December 2020. The swearing-in will be performed before and within the precincts of Parliament in keeping with the 92 Constitution. It is a purely parliamentary activity, and Parliament, which is a master of its own procedures, will take full charge of the proceedings. The ceremony is expected to commence at 11 a.m. prompt. Guests, apart from heads of state, will be expected to be seated by 9:45. The Inauguration Committee has been working collaboratively with Parliament towards ensuring a successful ceremony. Indeed, the arrangements being made by the committee are geared towards ensuring an elegant, but at the same time a cost-effective ceremony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, commendable progress has been achieved in terms of the fine details for the ceremony which require our attention. 12 heads of state and government have so far confirmed their participation for the swearing-in ceremony. More confirmations are expected as the date draws nearer. Other foreign dignitaries have also confirmed their participation. The foreign dignitaries attending the inauguration ceremony will have the appropriate courtesies extended to them in line with standard protocol. Arrangements for possible courtesy calls and bilateral meetings have also been catered for. I should mention in that regard that the relevant information pertaining to the specific protocol and courtesies have been communicated to the respective diplomatic missions here in Accra. Additionally, a welcome desk will be set up at the airport Terminal 3, which will be manned by designated protocol liaison security officials to facilitate the smooth participation of the various delegations for the ceremony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, an elaborate security operations plan has been developed by the security agencies working in tandem with the inauguration committee to ensure that security is maintained before, during, and after the ceremony. The representative of the Ghana Police Service will provide you with more details on the security arrangements for the occasion. The committee has been minded by the COVID-19 protocol for social distancing, which will be adhered to. As part of the protocol guidelines drawn up for the ceremony, visiting delegations will be required to provide a negative 72-hour PCR test before they are admitted into the country. In this connection, participants in the ceremony will be required to keep their face masks on at all times. Indeed, the need to strictly observe the COVID-19 protocols inform the number of persons which will be accredited to participate in the ceremony. In times past, we all know that when this ceremony is held at the Independence Square, we're able to cater for a very large section of Ghanaians and international participants. This time, like I said, because of COVID-19, the protocols that we have to adhere to, it's going to be a much smaller event. The committee understands the huge public interest in the ceremony, but increasing the numbers will be simply disregarding the COVID-19 protocols with its attendant dire consequences for the health and safety of everybody. I will therefore wish to plead with members of the public to follow the ceremony from the comfort of their homes, as it will be broadcast live on all major television and radio stations. So if you do not have an invitation, please do not come to the premises. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after the president-elect takes his oath from Parliament, before Parliament, and the subsequent presidential salute, guests will be hosted to a luncheon at the Accra International Conference Center. The media will be central to the success of this solemn but important constitutional activity in our democratic dispensation. With the support of the media, we can get the relevant information to the general public and cause the public's cooperation for a seamless ceremony. Having said this, I would now like to yield the floor back to the Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Pius Ajide, to provide this meeting with pertinent information in respect of the media, in respect of publicity and other arrangements for the ceremony. But before he does so, let me conclude my remarks by reiterating my gratitude to the media and the members of the committee for the cooperation and solidarity which have characterized our exchanges and preparatory activities for the forthcoming swearing-in ceremony. I'm available to provide additional information and clarifications that may be requested by members of the media. I thank you.
Ghana celebrates another democratic success story of the Fourth Republic after elections 2020 and prepares for the inauguration of elected representatives in government with the following events. At 10 a.m. on 5th January 2021, His Excellency President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo will deliver his end-of-term State of the Nation address before the 7th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. On the stroke of midnight on 6th January 2021, the 7th Parliament would stand dissolved. There will be the selection of Speaker of Parliament and 2 Deputy Speakers, paving way for the inauguration of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. On 7th January 2021, President-elect Nana Addo Akufo-Addo will take the oath of office and be sworn in as President with Vice President-elect Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to begin their second term in office. This event will take place in the precinct of Parliament House at 10 a.m. Attendance is strictly by invitation. These landmark events to strengthen Ghana's democracy will be live on this network and other digital online platforms. Long live the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister and Chairperson of the Innovation Subcommittee of the Transition Team. Without a doubt, you have been extremely busy coordinating the efforts of the committee, and your country is grateful to you for your continued services. Indeed, we acknowledge receipt of over 200 requests for media accreditation to cover the swearing-in and investiture of President Akufo-Addo and Vice President Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. A media village with capacity to seat about 200 media personnel has been erected within the precincts of Parliament, and within which all media personnel will operate. All media personnel will operate from within the media village, which has been erected within the precincts of Parliament. We all know that there are over 400 television and radio stations across the country that are willing and are capable of transmitting the event, but we are unable to allow 400 cameras and microphones within the main chamber of the event. The state broadcaster, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, GBC, will handle the entire television production from the main chamber of Parliament, and both television and radio production from within the main chamber of Parliament. They will transmit clean feed on satellite Astra 4A and also on free-to-air FTA, on logical channel LCN 5, logical channel number 5, GTV Live. The feed will also be available on the national DTT platform. GBC will also provide clean feed on SDI and HDMI platforms at the media village for all media practitioners who want to stream the footage. And so, for the avoidance of doubt, we have requested for the request for accreditations. Those have been received, they are being processed. By end of day, accreditation will go to the media who have requested accreditation, but the media will be operating from within the media village that has been erected in the precincts of Parliament. Honorable Minister indicated that COVID-19 has imposed great limitations on all of us. So the razzmatazz and the fanfare that normally occasions events such as this will have to be reimagined. And these have security implications as well. They have implications for traffic management. With the permission of the Honorable Minister, I would like to kindly invite onto the podium the Director of Operations at the MTTD, Superintendent Dr. Samuel Sasu Mensah, to debrief the country and update us. To debrief the country and update us on the general security situation and special focus on traffic management strategies. Superintendent Dr. Samuel Sasu Mensah is Director of Operations at the Police MTTD. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for information. Madam Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen from the press, all protocols observed. This briefing is from the Ghana Police Service and specifically from the Motor Traffic and Transport Department of the Ghana Police Service. These are contingency and elaborate plans that we intend to implement during the event as specified by Madam in the chair. Practically what we are going to do is we are going to cordon off the enclaves of where the event is going to be held. That is at the forecourt of Parliament on the 7th of January 2021. And with the issue of the inner perimeter cordon, it is going to run through the Akwaje interchange, the National Theatre traffic light, Osu Cemetery traffic light, and the GIG and the press center, specifically to manage traffic along the enclaves. This is what we intend to do. We intend to close or block some routes within the arena. And the routes that we are going to block or close are first the Osu Cemetery traffic light on the local street. That road is totally going to be sealed. Then again, we are talking about the Castle Road from the AU Circle to Osu Cemetery traffic light. Then we are also talking about the crossroads heading towards the Starless 95 or the Starless 91 Street. Then the Independence Arc near the Ohene Jan Sports Stadium. We are also talking of the Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue, which is near the Ghana Institute of Journalism Road on Haile Selassie Street. Then finally we are talking, or we are going to block or partially seal the Opebia 37 Hospital Interchange and the Akwaje on the Liberation Road. As a result of these closures, we have earmarked places for road diversions. So, against this background, what we are saying is that motorists who are driving from the local streets are expected to use the 28th February road through the John Evans at Amos High Street to the Central Business District, or pass through the Oxford Street, through Dankwa Circle, and then to the Ring Road en route to Kwame Nkrumah Circle, and continue with their various destinations. Then traffic from AU roundabout towards the Castle Road through Osu Cemetery will be diverted onto the Independence Avenue through El Sunosi Street in front of the Ghana Institute of Journalism on the Haile Selassie Street. Then we are talking of traffic from CBD, Kimbu on the Independence Avenue will also be diverted onto the Barnes route and Liberia route to link up to Kanda and then to Medina. Finally, traffic which is merging from Medina on the Liberation Route would also be diverted onto the Kesley Hayfoot Road, then to Obasanjo Highway and the Kanda Highway to link up with Central Business district. Let us emphasize that only vehicles assigned with VIP or invited guest tickets would be allowed to cross at the various checkpoints to park at designated car parks. What I'm trying to say is that if you are not accredited, if you have not been given invited guest tickets, you will not be allowed entry into the inner corridor or inner cordon. All our vehicles will be allowed to park at the Independence Square, and occupants subsequently bused or chauffeured to where the event is going to take place. Traffic police officers will definitely be positioned on various routes to assist the motoring public, while the public is to note that any vehicle, let me stress, any vehicle which is parked at an authorized place would be towed and the drivers or owners prosecuted. Then again, only those vehicles with invitation cards or accreditation, as I've stated, can gain access to the zone area. Then again, parking zones have been assigned to different categories of invited guests and dignitaries. The general public, especially motorists, are once again urged to cooperate with the police to ensure effective and efficient traffic management to ensure the success of the event. Motorists are further advised to note these arrangements and plan alternative routes before embarking on their various journeys. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Dr. Samuel Sasu Mensah, Director of Operations, Police MTD, and we are grateful to the Ghana Police Service for their continued service to the Republic. By a statement, the police administration has reassured the nation that they have put in place security measures for the inauguration of the President-elect of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Vice President-elect His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, speakers and members of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on 7th January 2021 at Accra. Again, it is important that we show appreciation to the police that apart from the general security which they are coordinating in conjunction with the other security forces, including the Armed Forces of Ghana and allied security forces and services, the police are also performing other critical ceremonial roles, the bearing of the state sword, the performance by the police band, escort by the police mounted squadron, and then the police motorcade. And so we are grateful to the Ghana Police. The Ghana Police is urging the public to continue to cooperate with security arrangements for the inaugural ceremonies of the 7th of January 2021 in support of the constitutional framework of government. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, in care of the occasion, we will also like to remind the people of Ghana that in addition to being the statutory date for the swearing in of presidents-elect and vice presidents-elect, 7th of January is also the National Constitution Day and is therefore a public holiday. The 7th of January is Constitution Day and is also therefore a public holiday. And so it is our view that traffic around the enclave, the ceremonial enclave, the State House enclave will be decongested, because normally people would have been going to work. And because it is a public holiday, we believe that the work of the police will be made much, much more easier. We continue to crave the indulgence of the good people of Ghana to cooperate and to assist. As we have been informed, several heads of state within the West African sub-region, within the Africa region, and in fact, from across the globe, have their eyes on Ghana and intend to visit and grace our occasion. It is therefore important that we discharge ourselves as the peaceful, law-abiding and accommodating country that we are known to be. And so please, the general public is advised, and strongly so too, to follow the beautiful and solemn ceremony of inauguration of the president on television and on radio from the comfort of our various homes. Dr. Samuel Sasumensa, you may resume your seat now, and we can allow for questions. The Honorable Minister has a very, very busy day today. She again is a member of Parliament, and today is a busy day for them. And her last day in Parliament, she served the people with distinction, and when the applause was loudest, the Honorable Minister decided on her own to make way for other equally capable hands to take charge. And so today is the last day in Parliament. We have to let her enjoy it to the fullest. But committee duties also are calling, and so please, we shall allow her back on the podium. If there are any questions for the Honourable Minister, this is a good time to take the questions. Honourable Minister, you are back on the podium, and then if I can be assisted to set up the microphone, and we can take the questions that we want to ask.
The ultimate sports show. Asempa, Asempa FM, station bakupe, Asempa, wo fie, Asempa, wo jumemu, Asempa, baby wo biara, Asempa FM, Asempa FM, 94.7, and once a morning.
For Asempa 94.7 FM, the Ultimate Sports Show is still live on this platform. Yeko a Ministry of Information, Ekofa press conference, and I say, and she shall pay for a year, ama a year, Yawada Jumedia, a bebaso, ewo omaimu munshenenso se yawada na ye swai omampenya ya to abamano na nado danko akufuado neja wabeto na adwuma so ntia honhihye na Ministry of Information at the brand the Ultimate Sports Show yabeto aso sabrede CEO of Ghana Athletics Association Mr. Bawa Fuseni ewa ha na afei so president ema Ghana Badminton Mr. Ivan Sieboa ono so wa yedan ho yeba yabeto adwumadie ni so Asempa 94.7.
I just won 1 million Ghana cedi with soccer bet. I wasn't expecting this. From grass to grace, I was nobody, now I'm somebody now. I own a car, I own a house, and now I'm a manager myself. Indeed, it's a dream come true.
And you, what would you do if you were the next winner? With SoccerBet, enjoy a variety of virtual games and bet on your favorite sports. Enjoy amazing bonuses and payouts or by visiting any of our shops or at www.soccerbet.com. Review the winner inside you. SoccerBet, your best bet for sports betting.
Era, time heba me share ya me kan say yiba kwin and we me ensay.
Brad, enya dia ba ko ebeso yen. Enti se malaria we draw ne time heba mixture.
Enya enunko de nanum ato a wontimi ani die no. Time heba mixture do no na yema. Oba a wafa afro de o ma akwada no fo. Ene akwada a woni mfie dumienu entimi num edo yi bi. Po ani kire KNG Herbal Center ewe Emrom Abidjan House. Ana ba ko so wo atonsu Monaco Junction. Eno achi Ura Pharmacy Chemical ene herbal shop biema. On sabe ka time heba mixture do yi bi. Fre 0 0244 417669.
Time herbal mixture. Afi malaria fever bi adani ziba ewo munu betuako.
Asempa FM.
Enkwanhia dodo na ekoso wo Ghana. Ne nyina ne se ye nimraso. Enichi se utwi moto a hwehunu se abrebia ube show helmet. Enya nku obi a wote moto ne so bia hwehunu se wono so be hye ne de. Se udu traffic light ase na so kokwa gina. Se de be ya ye be boye nkwa ho ban. National Road Safety Authority SC yemfa asem yasem hian na yem moyen kwa ho ban. Arrive alive.
The ultimate sports show.
1xbet de wutuminya ota kakrakao sanso de sika kese ma wuji wusika nso a intempem so kra nti bomodia na fa kwenya yiso travel bet for 1xbet na wusu de sika pem nibi nti ko 1xbet.com.gh they use promo code 1xradio na get 200% bonus wow first deposit so 1xbet bet BAB wo gambling what 2020 wa hwe yie enye ma wa wundi fie du wotwe gaming commission ahwehwe mu aginkrato we atum
abusuafo ya sheshia na nsam no se udi ni nyina chi a be bibie ho mocho me pa cho fa we twa mu ma me wo ho me wo LPMs be me
Yes be minya ma
digwa ma me
ana wa wade
ya bi digwa ma me
minya mo dia me je
oh
ana menye
oh ya ma me amenye
de o man permission dia se be
me say ye
okay
me di tu mi na ma ene tu mi ni kramba me dia ma enti ye wi anam ne
barrister ba ne komo na we di no me interested pa
emu ne wa hene we ana say ba
o se kodokode ne ye di wi se me ka ba ofisi ni CEO Ghana Athletics ye ti o nka che
omo ye
covid ba ye ye ka football asemi ye ti o nka na no na me ti se man panyini so lift ban on sports activities
yes me ni agro
oh on lift here because I lift my
go school yes me ni agro
oh sir because I'm to be agro because I'm to be agro
now what is a triathlon and athletics are be
yes mo
and what is a badminton are be ye tifu pa ye tifu
okay
ye ntiatua ye tifu
okay
can you say you be tiatua
but the number me tie mu nkomo no na ayi na no me te say federations no mo call congress Ghana Olympic Committee.
Ghana Olympic Committee.
Moko Congress.
Yeah, Congress.
Na me te say incident BC or Congress as but
be incident BNC.
Oh, the meka. Oh,
bisa me na me interest.
Ayi me te say ayi na Ghana Olympic Committee president say nka ya extended the term man. Na nka Olympic.
Me podi there be o kana sa achia kakra.
Okay, executives no.
Well, a proposal e buy. Say from a proposal anya board nimpo na de buy. Ye free officers. One more running day to day. And to say a footballer, emergency
council,
executive council.
Committee. The other committee. I know the buy say current leadership, current officers. Yeah, extend the one mandate.
Because
you yanko Olympic Games. And the answer almost say one more year to for Olympic Games. Inti yema wo mo anfa Ghana enko Olympic Games mransa ya to
Ghana athletes are qualify for Olympic Games. Omo yesen
no be the asema ba wo ba be
Dabi omo yesen mi bi sa
I'm say 4 4
nipa 4 the extend the mandate ma hey na mo barisa na mo ti ase nti mo extend ya mo
there be Congress anyantu
hey ka mo be mo papa
o ba senken say fi ba Congress anyantu
hey
Congress anyantu
na omutama but the ben say to aba
March
ka 2 months
nyame ya buma
okay
over to ama hwan
oh mi sabe me to aba o bi za o panyifo e o here media
ba ya kura ye ni mo standing tino o bi za so beto ama
the current GOC president no matese Professor Francis Dodus e san back na no me te say Philip Tozo o to de ya na o
di on indicate here. But last Congress no buy. But menini din komo no se na sumadwo no pa.
Na sumadwo no say onye GOC president bi man as
I say pressure ni mu kra. Baby on nam no.
But matese oba back for another.
Anu minim.
Bawa.
Ebe me wanwa se oba back a.
Ebe wanwa.
Oh.
Anya no president mama na. Because president mama na back no.
Baby on dey no obi anim so obeba.
President Mama dia kono ni won sama bio
no bi anim so beba ba we dia asa ba bi odinity nam chere bibi e tese
okay o de bi wi am ya bisa ba wa
o de bi we mai wo wi anu abi so mo na
Professor Falilu do on samra na ma ne ma
esuna no on samra na ma ne ma no e different from obeba na
okay obeba na no so hia me pa na fe mo verdict of Benunu Mensa administration Big Boss and Asempa 94.7 and I was go etie no and I pray me for na say my Big Boss energy drink is say we energy drink fufura aba na amanfo a tasty bia hwe no di ho dan say energy drink papa wonoma emo ahoden egina ho che ema wonte bre utimi ye adwuma throughout the day na bibia ye kama so we busy na bia wunya dajar be transfer didi ni ade a wo de ma let them get you a bottle of Big Boss energy drink na o de now sepona kakra abon say obenya ahoden kama na o de di udwuma bia wo edie Big Boss energy drink and pay o ko supermarket ahodo any provision shops and afei o ko ba bi te say malls ahodo nyina ubenya bi ato kama pa enti na wahye so Big Boss energy drink wase wo ye bossu enti anopay ma wonsa enka wo de na Bet Planet mi say what twa bet na utwa woni any idea say there Bet Planet e the papa na ba the answer bet log on to betplanet.com.gh betplanet.com.gh now if you watch us say o bet Planet was a time to bet na wan kasa be unsampa say there omo ayen kama pa omo kita the fastest payment udi ya pe na yetua e the amount etimi akoyi e wo no na ye kan na ye the time herbal mixture e na AP so e the amount na meka time herbal mixture very simple it's and say malaria and a hawadwene and I say bia waduma to loss of appetite wuntimi any dia misel bomodin say ubenya time herbal mixture bi no wanom it's and say ebeku malaria moa na ewo widie no nyina ewie so a ama wokon atimi aduane pa obon say ye di bodu ba obetimi ababa ni yi pa afei general body pains wo ya dwumaden na bre na wote yaw ewo widie mu na wo hia adura obenum a ebetimi aboa wo na afei wa hoden na wahwe nyina na wasanya back dia ene na eno ane time herbal mixture anopay ma wonsanka bi wate ewo ba bia ton no bia ena afei ye de KNG herbal capsules abawe immune support booster a kese wonum a yare nketenkete ni akese hawadwene nyina no ebebo ho ban e de free sa yare ni nyina eho eno ene KNG herbal capsules enti we nyina no time herbal center ene dia ba okoba bi eton no bia wonsa ebetumi akabi ene anopay na mekan no na menka enya agbeve omo de mona soap ene mona cream aba wo de semna no dware a na de enkuna sra ebeyi hunam na ni nyina ama wanya wo natural skin no ebeto so kama e de amao enti aye mona soap ene de dware na ye de mona cream no so asra na fe ayi enkabone ni nyina asama skin no atoso kama pa ena fe ye wo agbeve tonic eno ye obi a enei ni moja so ate na doctor echen se pe moja drobi nanom eba ne saa wohia tonic a ebe ma omoja no a wahwe ni nyina no asan aba ententem ama wo enti eba ne saa na wa monsaka agbeve tonic ni bi ba ma ne de waposo no waposo udompe ba bi na atochima na odi bi asra so kama pa Eyema Sports Men and Women agbeve bam enti eye agbeve herbal center ene dia ba wayare safie ene ehonomo afi mamemfa we en sorry so na barrister ento ne dwumadi a odi so esanse prostate capsules who difficulty in urination enti dwonso no odwonso a wote yaw eye odin ena afi so no wota dwonso ententem afi kura so no odwonso na emu apai mienu edu bia odwonso a ase de dwonso no ebia ka akiri no odwonso a wadwonso awie de nanso still a no feel edge ne se kakra aka akiri obu akwa so a untimi enwonso kra inability to urinate at all and afi ye wo obi a odwonso so a wote yaw e wo na yase ni nyina no prostate capsules ye de aba enti wankasa unya bi na onoma bonsampa ebetu o prostate problems nyina e de amount ye wo Zipman capsules ɔse panyan wobɛte dende ɛno ɛyɛ phobia sexual weakness and any problem and as a waist pains and your problem unya bia ɛno so ɛboa wo yie paa ɛno yɛ zipman ɛna afei yɛwɔ solak mixture ɛno deɛ sɛ wanya any form of infection bia ɛnam yare bia ensansa na gugu wo rashes any scent and wo ho ebacho edru ba bia na oba wubu nsa na moja no entimi man tentem watenka wo fom ni nyina unya solak mixture ni bia ebeboa opa we nyina no eye solak natural clinic ene de aba ene se utu anamon na ukoba bia enru no ye tonton na ubenya bi ato ge twato okra eye Bell Chapman beverages. Now, make up Bell Chapman a new cocktail drink aba. You want a 330 ml and you want 500 ml. Now, Bell Chapman cocktail we dear already. Hey, Mr. A but in the 16 bottles in a pack at a cool price. And also, I was somehow sakabi. Say, what tasty kakra a Bell Chapman cocktail no. Unya kakra tasty. Now, here's a need then low sugar cra. And after you know. Vitamins ewumu a black currant and lemon a tasty good pa enti we dey a Bell Chapman cocktail drink and eni obedi be onsa ono man kakra na bibia so aye kama ho Charles Osesi be barrister take over na watwa so with the ultimate sports show barrister.
Eda se bebre kojo mensa mo so wase mo anya misa so
oh da bi wo de twa so me pese wo ko e kakra ma bibisa
wo anya mu aya wan kasa beba
da bi se bi tie mu e kakra ma bibisa nti wo de me nyawo na ye
also for your trade media no so mabedwafo CEO of Ghana Athletics Ora Bawa Fuseni and a president Ghana Badminton Association Ora Evans Yeboa womo ene meni omo hia wa na no pay enkomo ayebedi just enra me hu say Wallace Prof EK Wallace ascending me BB a number of countries are lifted restrictions on sports. Unfortunately, Ghana everything is normal apart from sports. Everything. Party. Sorry, school. Yes, your Chinechi, Yenko school. Everything is normal, including beach, any club, anyone who cry or man paying cash. Everything is normal apart from sports. Now, me bisa say, denti na sports for nkwa de. I say, obi nyune sports for ho, ana ye mbu sports for, ana say den. Ne fire by partner say, but these two leaders ebe share womo experiences and answer challenges in the last 8 months. Na ya the way forward. Mamen ko bawaso. Ba ebusuan for mama chin.
Yeah,
there's a small opinion no pay more. But first of all, Mami Misa Bawa, either athletics or triathlon. Then pan in Sunsuan COVID at the Abramo.
But as I want to say, I'm sure with the ultimate sports show on Asempa, the Ghana 40, and so overcome summer 1 can a year, or people will take you on. And the station where your station, memorable station with and so no from COVID-19 the intimate canning in associate a dozen be from sponsorship, any your programs, any your athlete, any your coaches, everything in terms of sports COVID are affected. Say last year, well athletics and my program say yen running, but the anti run it. Na programs na sikada ho yantman running programs no skanashi na ye ni corporate institution bebre I think it ho no mo say o me sponsorship when say sponsorship this time it's very difficult to get sponsorship it yet me be 3-4 corporations so o ma gie to say o me sponsorship bako bantem and on the year before March na Ghana Maritime Authority omo de ne bantem first program February and omo de ne buy but the aka na COVID buy no obi attention every sports on at their corporate protocols and their abanye nyina and to say beka what the effects of COVID-19 on athletes no any federation and kasa so in more say yentumi canning in assess but the effects no enya sanketwa
COVID abomu
abuya papa a prayer
even say boy badminton what there na we push brand ne pa tembia organize events ne na sefo but 2020 yen hu sa COVID 19 anase bre no abre usika na asa
bitia for the pay COVID 19 this is na menu ani din kankan abro ya de wo sha events ana wo se nyina ye ni nyina no came to a halt all of a sudden won't me nya here events so na wo ya etumi de sponsorship here ya wo bre ho ide ba into wo sha the main income a be boa bibia no money nyina stand still wo staff was so enti no ne teacher ne ko ne ba ne nyina no enya de a na eboa yen wo kwan bia so ye ni ana ye betumi aye kakra ye training time abane left here in August 2nd week but ni nyina mu wo ko na wo ba ni nyina no na akoyeze untumi nya competition untumi nya event ndine na musa na afefufura ba ye den aba betu yi enti no ne kwankra ne de enya de a na eboaye wo kwan bia
enti na yade ni hu enti na na mo mpese mo be ye hwe anase sanse na oman na hye say stop ena mamujae
nyina won say yare na bae no oman no na din kan ehyehyehye de omo frɛ no protocols no enti na omo de nhyehyɛ ne beba enti tembia no mo ye review start activity March 15th abani notices look first court be say na aba enti o hwa June no mo July ho August ho no mo ye review tembia enti even almost started lifting sports no almost started with non-contact sport and ba 14 enti anu ne say no na eba August number enya dia obetumi afina kwawie untumi nkopesika ewo company bia ho ana wo partners a oni omo ye adwuma no untumi ngaza okwa ko chinchina okugina mu because affect obia ne lifestyle directly and indirectly enti no na how ni oyenyina na ba be pie nyina yeso
wow
enya easy
okay bawa apart from Sebia NSC aye nyina ye hyase Ministry of Youth and Sports aye nyina ye ne no ewon kita hodie in fact ne ye nyina no ye ma Ministry of Youth and Sports
and correct
ana the Ghana Olympic Committee aye nyina ye ka ho woni me ya adwene se emra COVID ba ye a lot of institutions na wo mo hwe wo mo kuoma obeti yesi relief we ko ha obeti relief we ko ha relief we ko ha sports for then NSA yamamo then GOC yamamo PPs ne ministry bremu biana mo dia ne net say
but it's that question with the but me yano COVID no buy no apart from the GFA initiative for the 500 Ghana city for sportsmen and women Emma Ministry of Youth and Sports and GOC almost they came together to make it happen now. The NSA and the ministry as itself and the GOC by themselves are in from nka anya GFA ne initiative no nka enya bibia.
So you are saying say our fathers yejanom
yes
institutions wo mo hwe yeso na yeso yetumi trace yem ayi adwuma no COVID period is 0 wo mo anya hwe
for where I stand ma ho hwe me so manya hwe
GOC NSA Ministry of Youth and Sports
nothing apart from what GFA let's give the GFA the credit for coming out
they let even though if you are buying
because now it was just business as normal until the GFA came out. So let's also appreciate GFA what they've done. And the initiator of everything is by the vision. So that was the vision of the Ghana Football Association that led to that 500 Ghana cedi being given to athletes. And even barrister, the way and manner Scano eco athletes is left more to be desired.
There are concerns.
There are serious concerns. I'm very sure Bisa Federation will say they were having concerns. Because who submitted a list? Maybe who submitted a list, 5 lists are the authorities. These are the people that I think they deserve elite national athletes. They deserve that amount. No more say vetting. You don't know the outcome of the vet. What you know, no mama will say 3 nipa me no nipa me sa na qualify here. Na ebia nka mama o chance for nipa me no bra ube have the most needed amount
and topmost
athletes at the ama. But I they just chose some athletes for you, whether you like it or not, take it or leave it.
Exactly. I won't say even the moral or the psychological effect of that athlete. No? Because, for example, why are you vetting? What's the main for nipa 20 bra? Why are you vetting every? What UNSA who I was all UNSA then 20 no? Over catch is a 10 a pass here. And 10 out of 20 now they buy no for 10 my because if you are a little
come on, so much nipa 10
because yes, who engage you, but interview no year results no way. Also to be catcher say, look, my area nipa 20 am ode buy no 5 penny pass here. Now slot so you 5. Nti 5 no my sa nipa 5 we free mo. That's all that it is. That would have somehow no ebe boa wa niama ayeyi kakra because go choose you uja obi a oye mfa say Ghana number 1. Now akofa obi a oye number 7. Out of 7. What the master number 7 now? Wabra number 1 no so ko interview ni bi. What reasons are one farmer number 1 no. But at least catch say me pamucho mema mu miansa out of 20 now the buy.
Also omo indicate say wo ye adwuma wonka ho.
Eno mo ne de ye ni nyina afim. Wo ye adwuma wonka ho. Ye ni nyina afim. Wo national service a wonka ho. Wo je aban sika bia fa wonka ho. Wo scholarship dada wonka ho. Enti ane ne de wo sample ni nyina afiri ho a federations ni yi ni nyina afiri mu no mo de sa list me fa say 20 and the coy. Enti 20 na de akoma mpanimfo a why interview na wie. Catch say nipa 15 and a den. A qualify.
Now one person will be play in the favoritism role.
And the other
thinking say or the mawa. Wo be yen hwehwe ni mu. E de ama wo mo
but federation no athlete no ye na ye ni mo e na athlete ni e dia in terms of management. And to me there is no way I'll name no dan. Wo dey any sort of criteria beba. Wo dey ama federations no. Enti omo dey nso be providing nipa 100 na ama. Omo dey ama wa vet 100 ni nyina. Ebia 30 na pass here. The 30 na pass here no. Mesremo mumfa nipa 30 out of 100 no. Embra. Simple.
But at least that support.
The AM no say there was a fixed number of that athlete quota.
Yes.
And the utititi so no. The akano
hey.
Almost all the federations are so.
It's true.
And the akano. Why have they left it or have they failed it?
Yeah, true. Much imagine so you are saying say I can say arm wrestling for nipa 20 bra.
Yes.
It was based on
a
quota now
available.
Enti ye beche 500 amaye.
Yes.
And Mati arm wrestling 20. Mati athletics 20. Mati ebia badminton 5. Enti ni nyina no 500 no. A short to ebia 150.
Exactly.
Enti movies say 150
no.
But on a more serious note, media ebia challenge be a firm. But me worry and say even GJA, Ghana Journalists Association, enya support from government.
Yes.
A lot more institutions had support from government. Enti se GOC amuamo.
Yes.
Se Ministry of Youth and Sports amuamo.
Yes.
Se NSC amuamo.
Okay.
Evans. Na serious.
Me but during the COVID season, because what I'm penning for a day and no could have done, they say, I bind the NBSS by. Okay, NBSS will honor. And the relief for SMEs near companies near the idea. Company be break or sell life in late form there. If the ministry did not have the funds as at that time, they could have negotiated with the government for the 43 federations now never minimum as at that time, to just get, let's say, 10,000 each, which could have been an interest-free facility.
Okay, Okay.
Because you see, MBS has no more facility. No, the government gave me almost 600 million.
But so we won't run any business.
Exactly.
We won't run any business.
Yes, but
like I say, what the Maya, a Juma, ye be near the Ababe Tiasaka.
But say, Indiana maker say, a free credit facility. And to me, Mbase,
free credit, not free interest.
Free credit. Yeah, interest grab the account. Ningina free. Because you na same ness in the debois. For company, the honor the ober running as I baba bitiaka. By no, yen run it, as I'm not to yen. Until Asema to you. What might be program be in the true YE so abwa for youth in sports model and athlete 1,000. Okay, that's fine. Now, coaches, technical men, staff, running, you know, so anything.
But I'm saying that the common PPEs for training.
Yes.
The sanitizers, people were donating the face shields and the face masks. The one sports of war, mine be.
Yanya be cry. Because sometimes you try to do few, but by your office will be kakrabi office. But looking at athletics, the pedigree or the side of athletics and some other federations, it been better my year, it been so intimate. Yes. So, but as a whole, I think we didn't handle the COVID-19 issue with sports very well in this country. We didn't.
The country was unfair.
Yes, the country was unfair to the sports industry. At least something should have done for the sports industry. At least, apart from what the GFA did, something government should have come out with something to alleviate the suffering of the athletes. Because some of the athletes, they depend on the small things. Eco competition, and I'm allow 200, 300, and now you're too quiet. No man, you pay them. Melissa, make my catch out, so be crowd to me 2 coin bar, 1 man on the pay them, no papa befreo. Oh, seriously? Oh, me. Omoko buy no
100 cedis per them.
Omoko buy no. Seriously, omoko buy no. Me buy no. O say man money share. They ask you.
But I mean, last 2 weeks, crowd up. Obi ni papa athletes ni papa frame. Send ne bani yare on your day.
Wow.
So it goes down to that.
Enti mu yes adwuma we. Na mu nyan kranhye efisro sana. Evans, mabamubu.
Oh, naturally wabembubu. But ni American say mijidi say we have to look forward. I feel we are busy mu there. I mean, I was say to Yanyama Yepa and learn from our mistakes in the past. I buy Nika said August time or years away years old. Yamia do my few women or bedding or Beshemuke Nakra and yet 1,000 a bear more. And in the was say, and say, you be make sure there are guidelines now, a bini suggestions here. Ebe woman and Sana Federation be crowded list back home. I yes, idea. I mean, but we must take concrete steps. Near my bill, I will say you to me there 90 form. Na yenim penny for the hunkita huyi ne kwetche. Those are the things that.
And apart from Normana, Ebia, Moenya, as in PPEs, and paying for engagement, Sebia, a Ministry of Youth and Sports, whether the director, the minister, or the federations for problem near Yanyan and GOC, engagement, Ebikra training be NSA, be because, sir.
So far as me concern, no, she uncost sir. But I can also say, federations, no, because federation we are so disunited that yen to me have a common front to seek for
political disunity. Can I say?
Okay.
Then mamu ya disunity.
Did you be
political disunity?
Yes. Obi wo hon obi just my partner also, and to me can it will affect the party. No, it's a kabi I know what you know afrim. But also soon say if the coin flips are other party also do the same thing. But so me advocate say non-political affiliation to the sports in industry. And yes, one day the young na betina fear young yashi be.
Now what you advocate when a bemana
all of us should come together and say to we are not going to do partisan politics in sports. Say about sport development, man for party some count. even though we cannot do without the state government. Yen differentiate between the states and the government. Because so the government here and the government be work China government in the whole view. But the state will still be there forever.
And the Evans, apart from Sabia who engage badminton for, engage arm wrestling for. I remember me a training. Emma Omo, the COVID protocols, how even to train during the period. And then as if for our board meetings were online, near 5. May I sure say you did same for your people.
Yes.
But your partners near Nyomo Yedumano. The ministry, the NSA, the GOC. What kind of engagement in a course?
Engagement fruitful beyond so. I say near COVID by no. This is not your colleague kind. Saying the managing process any communication was not the best. And we are still in COVID season. I believe say engagement should be priority. This is in our political experience say no. Ne hia pa ne say ye be baako na ye betumi akoye ni. Look, the last few weeks, any federations need be engaged, and we say, look, you know, idea back up any in say, you bring equipment, you bet me import it, a dear back of my moon. You Ministry of Youth and Sport, you need exemption. You need exemption. Ministry, you need exemption.
Me baba ko, and some club will be club US. When you more dim come on for more than for sana. Table no use no. Omo who say a table phone and omo can boom. I'm manning the table, modern table. And who training why? You better do your cotia.
Because July in your sponsorship $200,000 and my badminton equipment. You could do ye, do ye, back and forth. There was your page and I could try.
Wow.
And you know, opening there are basic in here. Ebini say, Ebina market equipment. Number 2, a bonus structure and a payment structure. Bijidi say, I don't see why under 20. And I say a particular 18
under 20 bang
football.
That's also under 20.
Football under 20. No, I mean, can't say football should not be our prime. But the woman say, Obekwa kobo qualifier. Na we winning na wenya 100,000 bonus. Omo nipa 30. Uche mo bia benya be 3,000. Okay. You see then arm wrestling. Athlete, national team. Onusu kokun ye. $100 kronji bida. I mean, there inequality no. Because I'm wrestling in Sebi, and yet wo penalty by o my mo. Oban no na wako signing the protocols. 50-50s no. And at this games ya ba be pia. And you know, men just say ye be kwa we ni eja we. Sa quality no, it must stop and it will stop very soon because you will make sure say this time around no policies na ya be tro near the akomomo depending for no omomum ni omo advisors ni hwem ye mfanko parliament ye de be ko ye mfanko
mo federations mbe policy
oh ye be
at the co
ye be it's a proposal policy ye de be ma ministry no say massa armrest because concern e bi ni tax exemptions e bi on be ka say oh ada na armrest no the bar na e bi ono ade ni private ones kura ko hihim ni nti ye be listing nyina na armrest le nya quota for the year. Into our tax exemption of Yemfan is 20,000 cedis worth for the year. And then you so about crash it back on our bows or bed, you only 20,000. So drafter cry, bimu cry when you start to say drafting. Now me GD say you the betum penny for him. Almost so I drink 1-2 be the count. Not me pamucho the next 1 year, yeah, dear yin I bet me. Yet me yes idea na a be one yama be
because administration should be about or can't ordinary
but this time I tro near the mom. Tia tro the mom one near I dear so
framework no one oh yeah now
omudiana building framework no the concept framework near adwuma na chese omo ade ba ko mienu bia omo fanka ho na steps I was say taking in terms of protocol to get that particular policy enacted no
but one important point now he was talking about political a war within the federations.
Yes.
Adena yen take advantage of that rather.
Yes.
Say Evans QPP.
Yes.
None the party were power.
Yes.
In say obedi bawo eni no. And then I taking advantage of QPP. And then crop for war. Now you have more quoting. Now that MP so bar. Ono so crop for why you na yet to me at
opening over ye bet me aye ba over realize ya obi kra na ne party ya QPP na all sports mono. Ono kra na okomkom ya mafia no more. Oh. Opposition in government. I'm telling opposition in government. Okomkom ono kra na mafia no more. Nti ade akwe say
oh ye mafia.
Ye mafia no. So enti no eye ade a federation sisi ano sebi obi ani abie. Si Ghana ye kwe anim. Yentina homa whether we were QPP we and Z ni G then Debbie. Ye nyina no e ade ba ko ne yehwehwe because say swimming and arm wrestling and na yi ho tete na is the same thing badminton and athletics who betete no sure because we all have a common goal I was here dimu ne ekwa anim. Enti no look federations na react to say ye be ba ko afia eku and it's the best resolution na yin na oh that's na make an eniama okukom but don't worry enche abusumi e be ni eto say eniama pp and yes ya draft ya de ebi ni ba ko amasisui ebi ni bonus structure because they see na chess oko ni Olympiad or Russia oko obresa ko free ticket of na for chess no
obi kwa na the aircraft abesi o
obi kwa na the aircraft abesi o na ndie ya chata na ndie wako no asaba I mean
business class
can't say for your 7-star hotel but at least the guest house or an average of a 3-star 2-star baby athlete no so because atare no she no
let's place it on record say money is some football for but you are just more kind of send it say yes it is just unfair
too much gap no so enti me say yare atase say anya me ye ya ebe ma gap no e close up ne eto so miansa a ehia pa na technical assistance with government in other countries look uko on mind binuma ufa Cuba for example adai na ye sign doctors agreement with government of Cuba say ye doctors enko honko training I mean it's been there since I think the 70s adai na Ghana yentumi mfa boxers coaches ensia afibia ana enum enko sua wo honom na omonso mba back adai look Nancy Okaya His Excellency the President no signing agreement 2018 with Barbados nurses last year na first badge na yeden ekodu almost 87 aden na yentumi ne Barbados athletics omo you good in athletics ni swimming
omo good in athletics
ni swimming aden tia
any
volleyball
so aden na hockey India Netherlands yes signing agreement there be a hospital road there aden yentumi for sa protocol assistance then count over badminton aden Malaysia Indonesia China aden tia look let me give you 4 years ago badminton ewo Benin no more nife 4 years pe o me smart coaches too ya smart coaches badminton via emo mo ko kire eko training omo opening the following year sa technical assistance government to government programming see I mean no ka say the last 2 years no every year bia badminton for 30 and eko China free coaches 10 players 20 omo he Benin omo ko da ho 6 months just because they had a technical cooperation agreement. I didn't even to mean yes, sir.
So, Bawa, from a Trebeka from your first sport serious, Anna. I mean, you are near Babeka, the lifting proper. But your first sport serious, Anna.
You have Ghana, you just say football and sports. Say football, yeah, they are. Well, nobody speaking against football. So I love football. You know, football, but we assume say football, yeah, they are. Ghana sports is doing well, which is erroneous. It's not true. In first sport serious. In first sport serious, barrister. In medals, ebenya ama Ghana. In Kenya way.
So the problem is, only think about medals. The others see cash. Prove to us. Say badminton, a lucrative. Prove mommy, say athletics, track and field, a lucrative. Ebia, yam packaging ye.
I'm not catching you.
Who can athletics are amount for first medals? Who can footballer? Oko World Cup, Skabeba, Oko Bobo, how Benya, yen chance for Nino Bawa.
My example me nupe. Uno Namibia. Fredericks. Frank Fredericks. No, Kwan, yes, you country, know the whole world.
It's true. 200 meters.
200 meters. Yes. Only Sika or the command Namibia.
Ose Jamaica said you first now can Ayen tampe but adane America track and field.
Maria Matola, Mozambique.
One single
female athlete.
Yes.
He have put Mozambique on the world map.
Swimming, Zimbabwe. She's the Minister for Youth and Sports.
But Obi baby
she has no political affiliation.
Let's be fair.
Yes.
Maybe we haven't done the packaging well. In the past, yes, a promoter or minor, yes, football that's it, but they see cash.
Yes, but
who Bawa, catch them say.
Yeah. Tell me yes, Baba.
Obi to say Frankie Fredericks are born.
Yes.
He just didn't put the calendar of Namibia up there.
Yes. But he brought money.
He brought money into the system.
He brought money into the system.
Yes.
You see,
heavy
brought money into the system.
Yes.
We cannot convince a man for badminton, for instance.
Yes.
A better badminton and just sponsorship. But how much the athlete can make?
Yes.
So that me encourage me pass on more badminton. Meaning say lucrative.
Yes.
Yes, justification. No. Anything a Ghana for any paying for. Woman boost sports. Omubu ni say ya grow.
2013, 2014. Na many Graham for GBC. Na year plan say you do saying about Eba Ghana. Do you know how much they were charging them for just appearance?
1 million.
250,000 just appearance. So, the manager nene skit in the 4 year and do you know what they told us? They say Hussein bag and the cameraman that will follow him to the Ghana. Do you know how much it's going to increase to the Ghana economy? The now people that will follow him to this country, and the adverts are Ebenya, and the people that will come to this country, the hotels, the entertainment industry will benefit so much so that he can't just come for free. But the man you $250,000.
Even certain sports, Mimi who say Obia sports.
Yes.
What is the problem?
I think say offer sports na kwaya ba kope. Ni nyina mu no. For example, ubisa
ya packaging ye.
Ya packaging ye, but how much do we spend on it? You are spending, for example, 2006 World Cup. Oko commission no mu team here. We spent 33 million Ghana cedis and then we got 12 million. From appearance fee and all of that. And you know, Osha, I'm not saying say equalization in terms of capital or money. Near woman said there is a lot that we the sportsmen and women administrators needs to do. If government needs to respect us, we need to position ourselves in that endeavor. Osha ye Olympic Games here from Athens 2004. Look at the number of attendants here Olympic Games. Because why? Abiding who the need from 2004 to invest into sport. Because official is business as usual. Volleyball for Moko, I'm wrestling for Mbeko, Omunko Togo, Debbie, my uncle, say. But the most important thing, I'm saying, because you place here on a higher pedestal, no, sports minister be our bano bet you, but it's very difficult. But they started this year, the resolutions I can't want, you bet me a man. Yes, idea, you better because look, you're hosting even African games that. Utie LOC na omo first during omo inauguration omo so mbesi 50,000 stadium capacity and yes but African games you know is about you're talking about close to 26 sports disciplines are eba and yes sport back open here omo so there will be a multi-purpose court. Yes, I know we'll go back into that, but what is most important in say yes youth centers no minu jina way. Yes, multi-purpose courts can. I have not been consulted. My colleagues in tennis, volleyball have not been consulted. I do respect the initiative our ministry needed by solid, brilliant. But if some little consultation would have gone on us, because architects not now hono. What do you mean? Computer mumbe draw lines. Yet Ghana and the African games Mozambique hockey for. Omoniama ba ne ice hockey sticks near the aba.
Sure.
Yet Ghana, Mozambique, sir, by an track suit and Sakai.
Track and field, Ghana 2008. Yeah, track and field were work. There were issues because people were not consulted.
Ain't you know why? But you see, the rules and regulations of the sport, no, is for the governing body of the sport. There's no way our advisor be or Tiwana say, you know, Benim.
But a place, Egypt, for instance.
Yes.
Ohana World volleyball.
Handball, even handball.
Honor World Vice President Efi Oko Egypt, I say a minor policy.
Yes, for sport.
All the top federation heads from Africa, by 45% if Egypt.
Yeah. It's more than 45%, barrister.
A conscious effort. And on headquarters in
Egypt. Why?
They in Egypt for Ghana for Bawa.
Because Egypt for who say so who host the headquarters of various African federations now a boa or to say Mamifa zone 2 in example. They say zone 2 headquarters were Ghana. Minam Kitano. Zone 2 no more funds in Eba Ghana, Eba Ecobank.
Wow.
Yes. Every money from the World Athletics and I see Eba Ghana. Okay, you will see headquarters at Hansua. Sky be best Eba Africa in Gababa Ghana.
And the Bagana ne Ghana for
yes. And the Egyptian president and the Egyptian government they make conscious effort to support anybody who going for Africa. Any ska and the influence and diplomatic influence.
A lot of them. They have as presidents,
yes.
Presidents, secretaries of
and facilities.
Yes. Look, the last 22 years, Africa Games are from 1 year by Lagos 2003, year by Algeria 2006, year Mozambique 2011, year Congo 2015, year Morocco 2019. Check the results. No? Egypt always sweeps about 70%. Medals near about 280. Over Egypt 147, 152. 132.
So Egypt top sports in Africa.
They do. And what is most surprising for us? Yes, sports. You participate in 11 sports or 13 sports. Out of there, 30 sports are available.
So you to mean specialized.
And events so you to mean because why?
Mr. Evans mentioned football so football power, but I'm not sure say you play football in Egypt for. But football I don't know, but a good record here.
Too much.
But they don't put everything in sport in football.
Yes.
At the expense of the other at the expense of other federations. So all African games they come more than 100 participants. Yeah, they take full plane.
Yeah.
Full plane, more than 100.
Can 2008, the flight there, the cromano de buy. Ndi Ghana almost your cromano buy. The military flight baby and son buy.
And what will be the way forward? But as I see, as I pemre, Naya Bani Abayas are discussion. But what will be the way forward? Niedikai Ghana as Omaino, Ebebu sports, Yebebu the leaders, investment of time and money. Muye, da ben na ban buamu, send ye Ghana ni ekope ECOWAS officer, ye sunsun netiko, na Omaino support no. It is a bawa. And a secretary for Africa Athletics. How can Ghana support such a person? Anyhow,
we need more consultation.
How do we change the perception of the people, the mentality of the Ghanaian about sports? Say sports, lucrative. Badminton player, he no bet me do because meaning say obi otu emika.
Yes.
When you cry, okoni Golden League.
Yes.
And I say Oko Diamond League, yes. Appearance fee,
yes.
$20,000, $30,000, who win here 50,000, 100 and stuff.
Yes.
Say ni 3 year.
Yeah.
Now Oko Jimeda Olympic Games and also I'm say 150 something.
Yes.
Say Odom Club beer. I say just some for Nina say you can live on track and field.
Forever, yes.
You can live on badminton. You can live on arm wrestling because arm wrestling.
Yeah.
Now prize money is 50,000.
Yes.
Now we need in a year.
Common deal.
Of course.
And only for near as you chama Ghana for now football and they lucrative. That is my point, Bawa.
I mean it's solid. I mean share a year badminton here now question back now will be say world championships near top. By courtesy of your world body, last 2 years, or when your HSBC, at how much? This is your price money, not quenim, papa. All England, yeah, so much. They are paying as high as $3 million prize money. $3 million prize money.
Prize money put together.
No, you're one person.
Put together.
3 million.
That's a 50,000 crab Ghana and Ibiwa.
Exactly. And you see, but Ghana and no do hono. I just said, we're building up because you'll be on the bit to me.
But how much does it cost?
It doesn't cost much.
Consistent investment.
Exactly. It's gonna make us say, a few way, no, let us sit down. Let's rather take it to them than we waiting for them to come to us. as federation leaders of each of the discipline, no, yemfa krata no yemfa nkomo ni endi omachi.
Even I may feel say SSA convince a man for you because it is not just changing Ghanaians' orientation or government's position on sports. We must also be able to convince the corporate Ghanaian.
Yes.
Say, okay, it can't always be one sport. Say me the misika share tennis more. Share baby Serena Williams. Edu. The net worth.
Yeah.
If I can produce a Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Now you're ranking even in the top 20.
Yeah.
Our world.
Yeah.
Sika ube to media by economy.
Yes.
And you as the investor, ube to me nyamfaso.
Yes.
You were football managers.
Yes.
Who badminton players or more managers.
Me pacho ba kupe na obi.
I
mean, I do agree with you, but what is most important is I will take you an example of India. Badminton 8 years ago, now badminton will be anymore India. Population of 1.1 billion. Girl no back we a friend of Pisala Sindhu or call Rio 2016 and Okudi Silver Onya Otosu second. Barrister, could you believe say Oba back to the country Onya gifts of almost $28 million, a dying cars, endorsements, sponsorships. Yeah, if you can broso $28 million. 2019, Opa, the highest end tennis player, is it Sarakovi Obano? Opa no for the year in terms of athlete female. I agree with you today. We must do something about packaging, and it is something that we must add to our table to really get on to do the best that we can in that endeavor.
Barrister, I can remember the former DJ, no, Buba. I was privileged to be in a meeting on a pious, the Deputy Minister of Youth, the Deputy Minister of Information says here. Me and my minister, no, the kind of baby minister, no. I'm saying support federation. They also are going to contest for international federation, international position.
Oh, contest or do you need the cash by bringing my? But the national security back.
I remember.
$200,000 grant. The national security.
Delegation because the honor catching so and Krefi. Well, that base. Men contested for Africa. So say, oh, I'm not afraid the late chief director, not Fred Perry, not saying Yabeni, but this is what we must do.
Must do. So there must be a serious consultation between the industry players, the ministry, the NSA, the GOC, and the federations together, so that we come out with a solid policy.
The Africa Arm Wrestling President. Eco sponsor Africa. Now you try Asempa shim. The company biya on me biya.
Oh, but why am I encourage you with Asempa?
Oh, yeah, Becca. Oh, time ona. Ya na ya quick. Ya ba ni mpesa mkenya.
Yo, massa.
I was at the bar with Atu the other day. He had bet on the game and tensions were high. Then Atu said, Charlie, we go lose. But I told him, Charlie, Vim day. Go! I had won 15,000 Ghana cedis. Then Atu said, we bet for the same amount. How come I only got 9,000 Ghana cedis? Then I asked him, you didn't bet with Bet Planet?
Wait, he didn't bet with Bet Planet?
He didn't bet with Bet Planet. Oh, I'm going to take all my money. Then Atu asked me, all your money. My betting people said I should wait a few days. For the best odds, biggest wins, and fastest payouts, visit www.betplanet.com.gh. So Atu, where you there now? Still there, the line inside. This advert has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly, not for persons below the age of 18.
Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined.
Why? Oh, obidu phobia. And what come for prostafit at the mammy. And this is here. Me Johnson, me mrecrabium. Me that's why. Me damn na ho. Johnson Sembia Hame. Oh, na afen what a prostafit nka. Abba. A du papa no. Media makan wa semwe di ho dance ya abre. Prostafit. A du papa. E boa ama mema prostate. E why den na mayan kwatenten no. Sa wo sha sesa wo bre ansa na wadwonso. Obi a odwonso na etwetwasi ana bank ketenkete. Obi a odwonso mprepi ana dwumrem. Obi a odwonso ntentem. Na sansunsanso nyina kyerese. O prostate no how ya aba ho. Prostafit Solak Herbal Clinic and the abadwaso enu papa fie no ana frɛ 0245 616 028 Prostafit e ma numbi and a bema woni mfie du nwɔtwe enso numbi Prostafit don soboko sa adwade nkrato yi FD ahwehwɛ mu agya to mu sɛ ɛyi
Asempa 94.7 Every Charles or CSB ye to adwumadi no so enche ye de beba wie but bawa noma mienu ne edi kan whether the restriction on sports should be completely lifted. Yes, ye go school. Yes, sorry, a normal. Bronye, a month for ye party, papa. Elections campaign a month for ye. But sports of one coin, yes, tintam, moya ye.
Yeah, where there, yes, sir. The government should lift the ban on sports because we should the cost so leading to the elections now. You ask yourself why. No be anka ho answer. Bring your party among for beaches. Ndra akra na me fall about on ho na ayama. So schools IBA, universities IBA, Obia Eco School, sports every day sports. Once a week. Occasionally. Or just once. And it will boost immune system of the student because we just sports it increase your health lifestyle. Ebabwa ama sa COVID kurako. Because COVID normally so immune system enye stronger. Etime how. But sports bet mama immune system are very strong. So sports is also part of the solution to COVID-19. And yes, sir, lift the ban no. Yes, so you be di imrano so the protocols you know be say PPE, say hand sanitizers, washing and the beer you be but yes, sir, conditions no the two sports so yes, sir. Lifting in your complete sports because everywhere they are doing it. Yes, sir.
BBI are normal.
Yeah. Anya normal.
And one of the was stressing KBR, you lift. I don't know what you have to say to this because sports is suffering. Because when you events in BBI pim.
No correct. I mean this COVID aba sisiano ye the left and breadth of it. I say medical team ni ade and send yesre momo. Abayin medical Ministry of Health. Relook at it. Not through Ministry of Youth and Sports sports yen lifty ye ban in my because yenye event yenye competition.
Yes, you can train but
you can't compete. Ube compete is work with exemption near there. Fine. Only training only PP. Until the lifty no more measures no. So almost 25% or 100 or more. Na yentumin this ambra no so. Inti say has ne liberty nebeboa. Now if we are allowing attendance yen share on a pilot, say be allow maybe 40% capacity.
But you see I'm not being passionate.
I think they say
look at the marketplaces. Look at the church. Look at the
clubs
yentum na se bibia ye normal na sports. We competition once a period and once a week. Now they are shuttle say don't do anything now.
Yeah,
I swear a man for safety.
Yes.
Ahead of security.
Yes.
And the other day allow say look, play with safety.
Yes.
Instead of say you security conscious.
Yeah.
Why can't we do something like that?
I think say dear and penny for your best say look, these are the concerns we have. Entino munjina so na yesre mo a mumbie kwan ne maye
munya ba ko na munko kasa asem no
munya
ba ko ntia
ye be ho adwuma Barrister ye be ho adwuma
yeah wrap it up Ghana Olympic Committee
okay.
The two of you were there say mo shoshu ebisa asem no what is the way forward?
The way forward is Congress the Congress am complete clear guidelines say you're going into March elections now. So you're trying, because Congress say young call extraordinary Congress in January. Now, as I said, we are almost finishing the first week in January, and so you were 21-day notice for Congress, and it's a Congress notice not but this week. It means the GOC board almost flouted the Congress instructions, and so because you cannot disregard Congress directive. Yes. Congress is the higher decision-making body of any institution, including GOC. So Congress are much clear and unambiguous direction say Yonko extraordinary Congress in January.
Yeah. Why you think the board now say officers not deliberately AABB to derail the
No, the board is, apart from the Congress, the board is the second highest decision-making body. So the board do not anti-man put it on foot down to make sure the officers call for that extraordinary Congress within January. Then we'll have to blame the board and blame the officers as well. So what I say, because 21 days, and they fifth. I can't only 4 days. So the Congress notice must come this week. Yes. And yes, this is how trouble began. So, serious problem. Because ambassador, Sir Ambassador, but I didn't think that they to Nyambaye. Because the Constitution says, and some overcall Congress, you have to call for 20. You have to give 21 notice.
Evans, what is the challenge here?
I think there is no
officer.
Yes, there is no major challenge anywhere. I feel then ashasi, and they have faith. Meaning say and komobi koso then say a extraordinary Congress because those were the directives of the Congress. Say a extraordinary Congress, number 1 to approve the elections committee. Number 2 to approve the guidelines. And then Nyama Mieno ayakwa. And then it shouldn't take that long for I'm sure, and then Tuesday, Tuesday. So I'm sure the next days, notice never out. Then we can go and have our extraordinary and then just approve those two issues need to be looked into. And then basically Congress majority is coming off. And your majority Congress no match. Tinyami Adam after extraordinary this month, March would come off. Elections committee in Jumani say make sure say nomination ne submission forms near the nina akoyi na notify electoral commission about our organize elections on that day of March.
One stand there.
Oh, me pacho me train delegates no minimum no more casisia. Me pacho delegates na jino so.
Delegates be.
Oh, said delegates no.
Nanya delegates be decide say who stand there or not. Oh, me say who Evans Yeboah Ghana Badminton who stand there for a re-election ana.
Me pacho me jina for re-election.
Who jina me ato ababa.
Aye. Ne wo mu dende ne pa ne say delegates no. If he say me toa madwuma no so a baby amede adu no. O say me to.
Who dey wunya wo pe but wo me be decide.
Eno ne asem no.
Enti benu Kobi.
O Kobi.
Me say all stand there.
Ah, okay.
Me bisa.
I mean, me bacho ye no me oh me nim
bisa bawa ye bisa mo so bisa say Professor Dodu or san kwa na
menjidi say Professor Dodu be Kobi because say menjidi say I don't believe so. Obeko because Oxford. Oxford to be a researcher at the Oxford University.
President Ben Beko unopposed.
I'm not sure so Beko unopposed because and some
are you standing? I don't contest.
Yes, more interest by the new presidency. More interest, but when him say Obiago contest and Bekrono has I believe to me as a person, as a federation head from triathlon, say the over contest me say sign Bekrono I mean him so be contested.
Even who him so be contested.
You see GOC baby delegates ne fee say obi bia na obeyi ni tie pie no a omo be support no na kire say oyenipa ko a ode leadership ebeba ko no leadership no so kire say direction enti no say president na oba no so to me ko nanim ekeka ne niama yi a na kire say delegates ne be den ebeto ama no ɛno na ehia ɛde Ghana sports ebetumi aboaye NFs for ni nyina ye wo Ghana
no ye match won
me ba chwa
e do match ai be abusuafo me da say this has been the ultimate sports morning show on Asempa 94.7 your friend Charles Osei SB Barrister Professor EK Wallace any team ni nyina ni ogina machi pa Kojo Mensa Moshosho Philip Otio Kobe Stone and then the social media woman the original Queen Star me do obi bia say this musician here is from Joy FM but I thank you abusuafo me call nyame adum e be sen
okay abusuafo 94 da wasugusa wutie no nyame chade anope so yensa san aka Dr. Solomon of Sulak Natural Clinic. Doc anope yamu akwa ba Asempa 94.7 so
mejo so pabo show oh boy you must papa obi abodem
just get no na doc na anope ye da say the one say metati matida say bibi a friend prostate infections and I say prostatitis. Na me I don't know, but me nima de crop. Prostate infections no. Any prostatitis no. Dear badia. Free for neba. Then you only pedue no. Dear badia.
Me da se pa men sancha so ko
FM.
Etiawa prostatitis and one prostate infection. The term infection because they are infected. Aboa odidi no onom. No se bo betra me nipa mesumi didi na me numu. And yes, me asa bona betra me mu no. Me ma infected. Say the otime mu no se me didi no mo so didi enum jade na. They can say prostate no I infected. Na se bacteria bi ana aboa bi abetra prostate no ma. Also didi enum jade na gumu. Na on say say prostate yes me man kwane. Na prostate infection no the cause name you know. E kwan aboa tim betra me you know. Any kind of infectious prostatitis and you non-infectious prostatitis. Any kind for the kind of infectious one is sebi obi a wanya genital infection with that. Sebi insufin bemuba and sansaba be bacterial infection be nesia gonorrhea be abemu na sebi when treaty na abona sha said the dear friend the bemanano. Na why we are calling him sabi in blood and say no nya fa channel no so eco prostate nim. No what the prostate nim. No what some did jan nagumu. And I say prostate na infected. And you have an infectious prostatitis. Like I said, what the Kenya infection be that? And a one treaty. And a that infection, what about prostate to be infected? Wow. Now on say tiawa on say bunya sa nisia gonorrhea na say other bacterial infection bia. Or sha say the lactose cells na obema na no. Na or ba say wo de hogansi wo na grass no waka butintin one logo live. Or you we na o me na wasa da na wasa to aso. To worry every anon woba no na won pedu papa bi entry 3 year me kedo bi solar eba mesha entry tie no obo so be nante sa na obedu sebe ojuso twanase hu se ojuso twan just ase ope e na sa prostate gland no etwa nkanko de hia na ye wa channels bi e free euro twanas drop na Johnson femu no eko prostate nim na won nante kakra sa akodi prostate nim na o didi channel na be ho ade bi obo sebe wo Johnson na moja di akire
Asempa FM.
One left abdomen. Oh, now we are chills. As the blood feverish. Now I yasi to two. Why yasi to me your time? I will say, Empo, be not the sword Johnson. I will say, blood, emoja say, we can see a penis a clot and I say, agglutination happens here. Now it's sick, not the daho. Someone block it to nap Johnson Nemuna, not Johnson Puma. Wow. Na kwa happy brain. Oh, na waiting a year count for a drift any prostate capsules ama wo. Okay. Oh, say bema won saka prostate capsules and no ku and one akodi prostate ni mo no. Na fe solar measure medical kind and na ku one e wasabi obema ni mo no. So, na just a bema uhu sa gono no ensuo san seba ho no. Unya solar measure ntem etwiti ya and kan kodi prostate ni mo. Okay. Na fancy education na ma akodi prostate na wie dia wonya solar herbal measure na ekum ade na wie na afeni dia akodi prostate no wo the prostate herbal capsules na aka na no kum wana akodi prostate no why free
well very good
after you made your non-infectious prostatitis causes okay eno ye papa etayam eno ye mpanimfo on the first one am attack infectious one no se on say come sexually active a youth it's no tie you o mo mfini wanim okay me kan infectious one no and the o every 27 25 equal 35 no penya sa infectious prostatitis ne pa na mom non infectious one be kind dey na time penny for me 35 ekosoro
And you be ni prostate no enlarge.
Okay.
Na me ka enlarge a who say what Sim Johnson and Johnson aba.
Yes.
Sabi wan Chima Johnson ma. What Johnson fli se bia kemeso Sako Johnson. What Johnson like a present ma totin.
Yes.
E bro san senche no so ampe prostate herbal capsule chire kwai. Any sound how name free hono. Not na what channel. And on condition the say Mosho, on said prostate near was a baby. Watch him now, blood muscles and abi overtaken. On so blood and I said, would you so try a ball, a conica, and I said, made this muscles grass. Said a bear, time was now you saw
Asempa FM.
Debbie, watch him and son of Johnson. Now I base a bodybuilder, why open a day, Mosho, Menu de Yabi, more no me in money, blood me overtaken, muscles. I feel something pass heat we move. Body temperature 37 degrees Celsius. A critical condition created for the upthrust and an up force. A polar force at me check sabe polytank as a illustration. Sulfur polytank zero, name sumo and yama as a half full. Na area boss the baby. It me puri polytank na the costro. Two bones a pulley of blood and acid a costro. Na conica shape na as a Johnson pan to push a costro. And the bassa de be a Johnson go brother Mr. Pa. Julian I said Johnson above whole nipe. And it's me femuba. Because I said, what about Johnson aqua tiasi? Na ho na kodison, how does it come out? It's been pie. The more na eta watch and on say in secret uncle barrel, nature, nemu yetro. Nago go me bem. Obunya, the growth ebem. The same morning soon tate mo action 90 man. Obunya bacteria growth ewom. On say the yanom kama ebi so fra system nim obeso akotata ho na e grow ho na ma with time so ne bia time bia Johnson ba begumu na ebebe fra contaminated na say Johnson na sabe e mo na be mu no na e trickle some blood na sika kaka say basi ya pa e duro bia prostate ni wa na channels na e wo no e mo anso fra mu akodi prostate. Wow. To akwa wo di etwi nsuo no na wo prostate no obusa afedi e ho na afa sabe e mo jampo Johnson di akire ha bebre. Now, when that unya prostate herbal capsules.
That's right.
Prostate capsules. Yes. Your body mindset John Sobokona. Say na behunu. Prostate capsules one saka one. A contain anti-inflammatory agents. Ah, boni say saponins. E wo prostate capsules ma. Boni say anti-inflammatory. Ti one say inflammation ade a shensu. I can say anti-inflammatory ade a twi sensory free mu. Yes. Obos a twi nsu ne afri mu.
Asempa FM.
Na afi drop ban e katare na wotim no e bie auto dilator na e wo prostate capsules e bie to bon sa wo Johnson shasia na ababoko ama ho ato. Wow. Mema Johnson de mesimosho ka be se shasia e free witrim. Na aba obeti ha na aba won fi bia be mensa aba won fi ha na aba wa yase na ye yi enka kan last one no ate pew aha sa na ye se nem afiri won sa na ye se na be ma won sanka prostate capsules no na bet na wa che ohane dawson na be se enwompo ebrew e basa na utanye yesi apa na se utanye ya na se be ade ne airpro anha yesi kwa surgery ekoyi. Yes. E basa bon se tan se enne captain into o se Johnson count na wanya na wo Johnson go ho na enka e ba wo entwe ma we e manyina mansa ma won sanka prostate capsules your body mrane se Johnson boko na your telephone numbers any MTN 0245 61 60 28 0245 61 60 28 and after Airtel answer 0261 73 62 63 0261 73 62 63 and a prostate capsules your body man say Johnson Boko Mosho Tiawa we a bema we a youth what depend on what virus be and sansa ba ho who say omudi di ache no ebeba soro aba prostate nim and wo sani pa kron say omudi aba prostate nim dadade a wo de ka hia solar care ba mesha no a wo de kum wona bo se be se bu anim no na afa prostate no ekum wona akodi prostate nim no na yi sa ha no nyina afiri ha ma hwato. That's right. Penimua sebodi and
Asempa FM.
What the who use prostafet no kwana e bekum wana kwadu prostate nim. E sa how that person in every ho. Ama prostate e kro bia akwadi mu no. E kunkum se kro no. E dissolve clot bia wo mu. Ama prostate back to normal. Na mo ja sem bia free ho. Why say you turu in every ho? Amonye wo tedi dim. E be say prostafet capsules your body man say Johnson Boko Bearman and Sanka prostafet no show. Ade ya real ho e ya ne say. Kita tano kwasa be kan ho na efeja dum. Oh say the entire drop Bernard Johnson e fem no prostate enlarge no. Outside the stretch inside the stretch na akado be na fam. This is what Simia Asa Johnson aba. Oh, any question yes sir. Number one saka prostafet herbal capsules ya. E be sa have ebie ama Johnson aba boko. Not ma Johnson say boko. Your telephone numbers na ebie mu ni. MTN ay 0245 61 60 28 0245 61 60 28 and after Airtel answer 0261 73 62 63 0261 73 62 63 Kaisa a prostafet capsules was it Johnson Boko
94.7 Eda was good so with you know. Yamin Chadi and place we are sign I can a yet. Okay, I'm sorry.
Hey, lala didi lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonne juma wo sisan. Africa Queen Mackerel leader what as you wunia. Se wo de ye aduane a. E danson. Tomato sauce ne gu no. E rich. E pisse wo. Nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko.
Enam no so hye muma. Na me kire se nam panko a.
Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be check so. E grade 1
Na me say me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Na to ne terms so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Me do.
Mitchell say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy je. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, back up. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, back up. Heaven mosquito quail, repels mosquitoes, less smoke, you know they break. Used to heaven insecticide spray, no now won't malaria so better, it don't turn it a friend one man. Heaven, oh heaven, heaven, yeah, back up. 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 Heaven, yeah, back up.
Do not sleep in a room with a burning coil. Leave room for 15 minutes after spray and allow for adequate ventilation.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Yeah, when Napa sardines and Napa mackerel and Napa soya sauce, yeah, when Napa baked beans for sandwich, kenke and salad, try the tuna and Napa chocolate drink, avanti numbio ne creamy pan and dairy cream so on the diania yet dead. Hey, Napa, the soup.
Asempa FM.
And Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa.
And Napa sardine is a vegetable oil. It's best for your kinky or your banku and pepper.
It's a Napa mackerel for your soup, for your stew, and your love.
Na spaghetti need the Italia, baby.
Hey, Napa, the soup. And Napa, the soup.
FDA ahwehwesa edwedien kratoi ade atum se eye.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Asempa FM 94.7. All talk, all day.
94.7. Asempa. All talk, all day.
Hi Asempa 94.7 FM mama kwa badeba kasa fidie so ne enkomo wo ho ene se mampani edina nu disem eba betudwa na wawunim se baby edru yato abawie nti niema wodo a ye de buman de koni state of the nation address nyina unim se eka ho nti ye si afini mo no mampani akrotinsem de agukrata so enche wode babema o mangana yehunu biaya yechina ewo na mamu no emu enti hye nso se obekọ mrahye bedwamu anope ya niema guakwamu a okọ na wakoko de nsema akokotudwa enti hye nso se bibia de da ho kama dada we 8th parliament ya nhyehyɛ no ene se mampeni bekọ ho na ode Ghana na nudisem akokotudwa ho na tinka bo na ekuma bi enim Ghana Commercial Bank Limited one musi yen country o manfo nyina se wo ma hyase edi djuma o wo Debbie Avenue branch no emu won se America kre no mu ye djuma kakra ho nti ma mu yi won mo nwumedi o mo ye ho no de ba makola branch ho side no wo ho a na mum Debbie Avenue dan kakra na eno no eni makola shopping mall no enedi enimohwe no eho ana wo masan akobaka wo mu ye adwuma na mpacho bibian sakra ye kura bibian ensesan enti mpacho ne etie ne se dan na wo mu ye mu adwuma ye wo meka se Rollins Park opposite ho no eno no masan akomu baka wo mu bu adwuma dendenden wo honom enti mpacho mo utrum ne Christian bia enti se wo ba bia na wo mu wo afie twemu no a hye no so se wo mu koda bia Avenue branch no wo awunim wo bank enti mpacho ma bibia nche wadwe na wo mu atiem bibia ye adwuma internet banking bibia akoso kama enti ma utrum ne obibiribia na mpacho bo modia ne wo mu ni nkomo bia bibi chire wadwene e won ka bo echi a to free 0800 422 0800-422-422. Email your customer service at gcb.com.gh. WhatsApp line no sunia no 0202-422-422 0202-422-422. GCB also your bank for life. Afesha no so say and then so you be a Ukrainian man the ball mamu ha and she say go on say ya krado ya baba ji tax no afi wan kasa won se mun kofa ba bia na kwe ye kobu afam akobu ko mu da bi se nhihye ne se ya besa no usika no e ka wode no afa phone so de abrew na wahunu sa no betimi akọ banks ahodo ya mebubu enu akwakotua na mom se de ni GCB na edi dwuma so wahu ya ni GCB na edi dwuma tax sem yi hu na mom enche ye ko digital no ewie kura banks ahodo nyina ni won bedi dwuma nti wohu na bank wom ti uni ha bia bank no eni GCB Bank Limited so wahu wonum na gina mu pass se yi na mom Eco Bank ba be ka hu Prudential Bank Limited, Society General Ghana, First Atlantic Bank Limited, Agricultural Development Bank, Cal Bank Limited, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, Absa Bank eka Barclays no one man the Barclays and say Absa FBN Bank Ghana, Bank of Africa, Omni Basic Bank Ghana Limited, Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited, HFC Bank Ghana Limited, Standard Chartered Bank, Guarantee Trust Bank Ghana Limited, Universal Merchant Bank Ghana Limited, womsu nyina account. Bibi chi waduna ko ha so ahu na ekodi nkyeremu bia me patcho number no 0302 750140 0302 750140 me patcho ana 0307 0005 75 0307 0005 75 me patcho woni wo muntwetwe nkomo sisi ade kire wadwene ommo na wo be register ntin bibie ne ode ono omnka ombebo am register kama na fi watu auto na bibia koyi ama wo yuni ma ha bia enieche ha nam din carbon sie ya ye krado ya ye ko 8th parliament na me say yenya enya san hyehyɛ ne enti no mampani wabon ho adwa ba bia mpanifo ni nyina atena se afi we de be ngege wo be ye ngege nti ye ko na ye wakotie State of the Nation's Address mapapa na mampani waye krado wɔde ne nudi nsɛm nyinaa to dwot mu sɛm nose mask and nose mask of hyehyɛ wɔn ho yie ya wɔn de ne nyinaa brɛw na enyi afide ne fia fi sɛ yɛ de yɛ krado se yɛ de ne nyinaa bɛbrɛw nti nyawa so ne tie ne yɛ ka wɔtumi aka bi no wɔn fɔ nsɛm akon wada baabi a Ghana fo mpetie kura ebi mpetie emuntie na afei yɛ ka wɔtumi ahunu dia wɔka yɛ kɔ ha
Signal to start the ceremonial part of the State of the Nation address. Very soon you'll be called to inspect the Guard of Honor. President, after having been elected again after the 2020 elections, which came off on the 7th of December 2020, will be delivering his final State of the Nation address for his first term in office today, Tuesday, the 5th day of January, the year 2021. The President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo currently makes his way to inspect the Guard of Honor, and he is in a few minutes expected to deliver his last State of the Nation address for his first time in office. Of course, a few days ago, in a statement from the Public Affairs Directorate here at the House of Parliament, they indicated that attendance will be strictly by invitation due to COVID-19 restrictions, and indeed the security here has been very tight, and the number of people present here, unlike on previous occasions, has been heavily restricted. Unlike on previous occasions when the address was delivered in the Chamber of Parliament, there is a makeshift chamber here today where the address will be delivered in a few minutes by the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now, the presentation of the State of the Nation address, of course, we all know, is in line with Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution, which states that the President shall, at the beginning of each session of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. And we are aware that, also tomorrow, midnight of the 6th of January, the 7th Parliament will be dissolved. Of course, the President has just inspected the Guard of Honor and will soon make his way inside the makeshift Chamber of Parliament, where The MPs are all currently seated for the State of the Nation address to be delivered. Because the 8th Parliament is expected to be sworn in on the dawn of the 7th of January 2021. And this is all in line with the Presidential Transitions Act 2012, Act 842 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Of course, the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana will stand dissolved at midnight of the 6th, that's tomorrow, January 6, 2021. And of course, Parliament, mindful of the provisions in the Presidential Transition Act 2012 at 845 and the 1992 Constitution, outline programs to mark the various activities that will lead to the dissolution of the 7th Parliament and the inauguration of the 8th Parliament to facilitate the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. This is why we have gathered here at the precincts of Parliament House Tuesday, 5th of January. Of course, the final message on the State of the Nation address to be delivered in Parliament by His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in accordance with Article 6.7 of the 1992 Constitution, and he has just finished with the ceremonial part of this event and has just stepped into the makeshift chamber of Parliament. Just by way of information, previous State of the Nation addresses were delivered in the Chamber of Parliament, somehow due to COVID-19 restrictions. And the President will now take his seat. Last time the Parliament was dissolved was in 2017, 6th January, and before then, on the 5th of January, former President John Dramani Mahama also delivered his last State of the Nation address in line with the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, ahead of the dissolution of the 6th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And today we are witnessing a similar event here where the President will deliver his last State of the Nation address for his first term in office, as preparations are made to dissolve the 7th Parliament and to inaugurate the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And that is in line, in accordance with provisions in the 1992 Constitution.
Mrs. Rebecca Ekufu-Addo. Honorable members, other honorable guests, honored guests include His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and his wife, Mrs. Samira Bawumia. His Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Enini Yeboah, Chief Justice of the Republic, and other justices of the Superior Courts of Ghana. Madam Phyllis Ofori, spouse of the Chief Justice. Other honored guests include the former President of the Republic, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, Nana Otosebo II, Omahine of Dwabi, Chairman of the Council of State, and members of the Council of State. Chief of Staff at the Presidency, Mrs. Akosua Fuma Osei Opare Atman Owusu Adiman, member of the Parliamentary Service Board. Spouse of former Vice President Hadia Ramatu Mahama. Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps, traditional and religious leaders, distinguished members. We also have leaders of
Asempa
political
FM.
parties, the Honorable Freddie Blaine, Chairman of the NPP, Mr. John Boadu, General Secretary of the NPP, eminent citizens of our country. We welcome all of you. And now, I respectfully invite the President of the Republic, Nana Addo, Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to deliver his message on the state of the nation. Your Excellency, will you please address the nation?
Asempa FM.
Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I beg the indulgence of the House
Asempa
to join
FM.
me in standing up and observing a minute of silence in memory of the dynamic first president of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, who sadly passed away on 12th November 2020.
Asempa FM.
May his soul rest in perfect peace
Asempa
in the
FM.
bosom of the Lord until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. Amen. Speaker, as demanded by the Constitution, I have come before this august House to deliver on the dissolution of this 7th Parliament a message on the state of the nation, which is essential on account of my stewardship as President of the Republic these past 4 years. On 7th December 2016, the good people of Ghana went to the polls and honored me and my party, the New Patriotic Party, by voting us into office. We were given a clear and unequivocal mandate with decisive victories in the presidential and parliamentary elections. By the grace of the Almighty, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, and I were sworn into office on January the 7th, 2017. We have presented to the people of Ghana during the campaign a clear plan of how we intended to grow and transform the economy. Speaker, we thought we knew that we would face a difficult situation. But when we took a good look, we were still taken back by the state of the economy we inherited. An economy with severe macroeconomic instability, weak growth, a troubling financial sector, low investor confidence, and significant structural bottlenecks. The basic facts of our unhappy inheritance are well documented. 15.4% rate of inflation, a 9.3% fiscal deficit, 32% rate of interest, a 3.4% rate of GDP growth, the lowest in 2 decades, all under IMF-sponsored bailout program. We set to work quickly, and I'm glad to say that we've been exit satisfactorily the IMF program and restore confidence in the economy. At the end of 2019, the economy was characterized by strong growth in response to implementation of government flagship programs, single-digit inflation, reduced fiscal deficits with 3 consecutive years of primary surpluses, relatively stable exchange rate, significant improvement in the current account with 3 consecutive years of trade surpluses, strong foreign exchange reserve buffers, and markedly reduced lending rates. The global pandemic of COVID-19 threatened to derail the progress chalked over the first 3 years of my administration. Its impact has led to the revision in GDP growth for 2020 from 6.8% to 0.9% and later to 1.9% to reflect significant slowdown in economic activities as a consequence of the effects of COVID-19 on lives and livelihoods. The proactive decisions taken by government to fight the pandemic, as well as revitalize and transform the economy with the 100 billion CD Ghana Cares or Batampa program, anchors bright prospects for the medium term. Government will continue to implement prudent fiscal measures to quicken the pace of fiscal consolidation. And in March this year, the Minister for Finance will come to this august House to provide further details on the measures to be taken to restore our country back to the path of economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, government in 4 years has recorded a number of significant milestones in our quest to formalize and modernize the Ghanaian economy. We believe it is the fairest and fastest way to achieve our goals. The National Identity Card rollout, the National Digital Property Addressing System, the interoperability of mobile money transactions, the introduction of the paperless operations at the port, e-business registration system, and access to digital financial services are all part of the drive to formalize our economy and enhance its productivity. For years, there had been unhappiness and sometimes agitation on the subject of the geographic delineation of regions in the country. In the particular case of what was to become the OT region, their demand for a new region stretched back to more than 60 years. We decided that we needed to resolve these matters to be able to bring governance nearer to the people. The constitutional processes for the creation of new regions was put in place, and after the petitions and stakeholder consultations, the people in the identified areas have the opportunity to vote in historic referenda. There were overwhelming approvals for the yes vote in the referenda held in 47 districts across 4 existing regions. This led to the creation of 6 new regions, and we now have 16 instead of the 10 regions that existed at the start of my administration. 4 years ago, it sounded recklessly optimistic, but free SHS and free TVET are now entrenched parts of our educational setup. In a few years' time, we can guarantee that the basic education for the workforce in our country will be at the secondary level. It is a transformational step that we have taken, which should quicken the pace of development all round and give us confidence in our future. In 2017, it appeared to some like the same old refrain when we said farmers and agriculture would get the highest priority. But we can see the difference it makes when a government treats farmers with respect and spends resources and expertise on agriculture. We have seen the dramatic turnaround of our agricultural fortunes due to the progressive policies that have improved the living standards of farmers in the country. The excellently executed policy for planting for food and jobs has laid the foundation for the agricultural transformation of our country. We are able to say that our country is now a net exporter of food, and we no longer have to import basic foods like plantain and tomatoes. Mr. Speaker, Ghana rice is the preferred choice in an increasing number of our homes as the growing, processing, and packaging of rice become a more established and attractive industry. During this COVID crisis, we have mercifully been spared the specter of food shortages. On the contrary, thanks to planting for food and jobs, food has been in abundance in our markets across the country. Throughout the ages, food processing has provided the takeoff point for the industrialization of many nations. And we are taking that lesson to heart as we pursue the goal to industrialize, modernize, and create jobs for the young people of our nation. The One District, One Factory program is part of the anchor on which we're building the comprehensive industrialization of our country. Much of the work has now been done to put in place the framework for the rapid implementation of projects. The factors that are currently in place and in production reflect the underlying principle of the program, which is the equitable distribution of development projects around the country. The prospects of our becoming the automobile hub in West Africa are growing stronger every day, with the investments being made in the country by global manufacturing giants in the automobile industry. Mr. Speaker, probably the most difficult problem the government met on coming into office was the state of the banking and financial sector. Many of our banks were in distress and had been kept on unsustainable and artificial life support by the central bank. The supervisory agencies were unfortunately not performing their duties, and the governance and management structures of many of the banks were clearly not adequate. If truth be told, many of our finance houses were running what can only be called glorified Ponzi schemes and had lured many depositors into these schemes. We were in a desperate situation, and urgent radical measures had to be taken to prevent the collapse of the entire financial and banking sector. The Bank of Ghana, under new leadership, intervened and has restored sanity to the sector, and in the process we have saved the banks involved and 4.6 million depositors' funds. The government has had to find some 21 billion cedis to fund the cleaning up exercise. This exercise has enabled a more robust financial and banking services sector to emerge, the better to finance the rapid development of our nation. Speaker, there are painful lessons that we all have to imbibe from this debacle. There is no question but that many people got attracted to the unsustainable high interest rates that some of these financial houses were offering. In all financial dealings, we have to accept what the experts tell us, that whenever whatever on offer sounds too good to be true, it invariably ends up being untrue and unsustainable. Government is committed to paying all validated claims, and I expect the process to be completed soon after the courts grant the liquidation orders for the remaining failed fund management companies. Speaker, since my assumption of office has increased annually the budgetary allocations to all the accountability institutions of state, including Parliament and the judiciary, with the latter, for example, being the beneficiary of 90 newly constructed courts across the country. Our security agencies have been equipped with more personnel and the requisite tools needed to maintain law and order, as well as protect the territorial integrity of our borders. At the 81st Cabinet meeting, the decision was taken to exclude the security services, that is the police service, immigration service, fire service, prison service, as well as other security and intelligence agencies, just like the armed forces, from the unification of pension schemes. In other words, all the security agencies will continue to enjoy benefits under the Cap 30 pension scheme. And the appropriate legal regime will be put in place by the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations to ensure this. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our undertaking to bring peace to Dagbon has been successful. For decades, this ancient and proud kingdom had been bedeviled with conflict. Since 2002, when a fresh eruption of the conflict ended in the tragic killing of my friend, Biyana Yakubu Andani, Dagbon had become designated as a troubled land. A generation of young people have grown up knowing nothing else but Dagbon as a troubled land where there was no peace, and public officials hesitated to accept postings there. On assumption of office, we decided to tackle the problem with renewed vigor. Luckily for all of us, the three eminent chiefs who had been at the helm of the peace process since 2002 did not relent on their commitment or enthusiasm for the cause of peace. Our efforts bore fruit. A historic settlement was reached, and peace has been restored to Dagbon. I recall the joy and deep satisfaction that I felt on the day that I attended in Yendi the inskinment of the new dignified Yana, Muhammad Bukhari II, and I carry my honorary title of Dagbon Malti Na Abudani, which he graciously bestowed on me with pride. I admit freely that it was one of the highlights of the past 4 years for me as President of the Republic. I was happy, not just because a long-running problem had been finally resolved, but also because I know that the development and modernization of our country that we all desire can only happen when there's peace and unity in Ghana. I express the deepest gratitude of the nation to the many people who worked so hard to give Dagbon the opportunity for its people to lead normal lives again. I pay homage especially to the three eminent chiefs who led the process: the redoubtable Asantehene Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, the overlord of Mamprugo, the Nairi Nabohugu Abdullah Mahami Sheriga, and the overlord of the Gonja state, the Yagbonwura Tutumba Boresa Sulemana Japa. And I congratulate the Dagbon people themselves for deciding to embrace peace. We pray that we learn all the hard lessons and reject the use of violence to resolve the problems that will come up in our lives. Mr. Speaker, since I'm on the subject of highlights, this might be the appropriate place to recall the year of return. 2019 marked the 400th anniversary of the start of the barbaric transatlantic slave trade, and we declare the year of return as a mark of solidarity with the descendants of the millions of Africans that were taken in captivity from our shores into the Americas and Caribbean. Black people in the African diaspora, those in the Americas and Caribbean, and indeed in the rest of the world, took to their hearts our invitation and came in their numbers to Ghana. Our country throbbed to the sound of the returnees and the joy of finding a welcome after the trauma of 400 years of the horror of the slave trade. The young people of the world came to Ghana, and it was a good experience for all of us to play host to the world. We entered the year 2020 full of hope and the determination to build on the successes and joy of 2019, which ended on such a high note. Then the unexpected struck, and our world was literally changed overnight with the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has shaken economies and public health systems the world over and brought even some of the wealthiest and most developed countries to their knees. Over here in Ghana, our first priority in fighting the pandemic has been and will continue to be the health and safety of our citizens. We pioneered life-saving innovations that the WHO has since sought to replicate elsewhere. Our success thus far is a testament to the tireless work of our researchers, scientists, advisors, public health managers, frontline health care workers, hospital staff, contact tracers, and so many others who have dedicated themselves to the fight to keep Ghanaians safe. Our nation is deeply indebted to them. Prior to the onset of the pandemic on our shores, government had succeeded in restoring the highly indebted National Health Insurance Scheme, inherited in January 2017, back to rude health. Some 95,000 health workers were recruited into the public health sector, and we ensured that each constituency now has a well-equipped, functioning ambulance. COVID-19 has presented us with the opportunity to resolve some long-standing problems in the health sector. We have taken steps to resolve the problem of infrastructure deficit in the healthcare system once and for all, with the exemption of Agenda 111 and the start of the building of hospitals around the country. We are upgrading district hospitals where they exist and establishing new ones where they do not. We're also investing in our next generation of Ghanaian doctors and nurses. Throughout the period, I have tried to keep the Ghanaian people informed with regular broadcasts so we all know what is going on. This has led to the phrase fellow Ghanaians attaining a new status, as Ghanaians brought their famed ingenuity to find relief in the doom of the devastation being wreaked by the pandemic. Our artists and designers have brought their expertise to bring unexpected relief. We're wearing the fellow Ghanaians and this too shall pass fabric with pride and the knowledge that we're able to find something positive out of the darkest events. I've had a team of dedicated Ghanaian professionals formed into a task force who have been advising me throughout the crisis, and I'm extremely appreciative of them and all those who have risen to the occasion and helped us to cope with the crisis. I'm using this opportunity to again remind all of us that the pandemic is still with us, and we have to maintain the protocols to keep us safe. Speaker, these past 4 years, it has been a joy and a great privilege to serve our nation as president. There were many moments of great satisfaction, some moments of frustration, and some moments of disappointment. That is not saying anything special. That is life. And I did not expect that everything the government tries to do would have universal acceptance. There is one subject, though, which I believe we, the people, need to have an open conversation, and that is the phenomenon of galamsey. Should we allow or not allow galamsey? The illegal mining that leads to the pollution of our water bodies and the devastation of our landscape. As I have said often, the Almighty having blessed us with considerable deposits of precious minerals, there would always be mining in Ghana. Indeed, there has always been mining in Ghana. The problem we have is the use of modern technology that leads to the illegal mining methods, posing serious dangers to our water bodies and the health of our environment. The pollution of our rivers and water resources has been so acute on occasion that the Ghana Water Company is unable to afford the distilling of water to make for safe drinking. We have to talk about galamsey. We who are leaders owe it to the country to take the subject out of the party political arena and have an honest conversation about this menace to our future. Mr. Speaker, by dint of hard work, we have ensured that presently our country's reputation amongst the Community of Nations is high. For the first time in our history, Ghana has been honored by her peers with the privilege of playing host to a Pan-African institution, the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. One of the most momentous developments in the modern history of our continent. I've also been honored to follow in the footsteps of my predecessor presidents, specifically their excellencies Jerry John Rawlings, John Agyekum Kufuor, and John Dramani Mahama, with my appointment as chairperson of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. I'm aware of the enormity of the task ahead, and I assure the community that I'll discharge my duties to the best of my abilities. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say a special thank you to the members of this august House, to the members of this 7th Parliament in our 4th Republic. I speak as someone who has served 3 terms in this House, and I can safely say that this 7th Parliament has been the busiest ever and arguably the most productive in the history of our country. You have passed almost 50 pieces of legislative instruments. The acts have been wide-ranging in scope and reach. We finally have the Right to Information Act. We have an Office of Special Prosecutor Act. The Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation Act, the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Act, the Witness Protection Act, the Lands Act, the Historic Private Members Bill, and lots more. In many ways, you have helped transform Ghana, and you have every right collectively to be proud of the work you have done. Speaker, the next Parliament is not going to be anything like this one that ends today. I do not suggest that the House might not be as busy, but the sitting arrangements, the source and decibel levels of sound from the House will certainly be different. The good people of Ghana have spoken and given Parliament an almost equal strength on both sides of the House. We have no choice but to work with the consequences of the desires of the people. The House would have to be more accommodating of each other's views and probably devise new ways of conducting its affairs in the interest of the good governance of our people. I am thankful to the Ghanaian people and to the Almighty that I have been given a clear mandate to govern the country for 4 more years, and thereby given the opportunity to complete tasks, consolidate some of the far-reaching measures we have introduced, and initiate further changes and adjustments to policies and practices. The Constitution demands that we go to the people after 4 years to ask for a mandate, and we must listen to the voice of the people. I said during the election campaign, and it is my firm and passionate view that I should only be president in a fairly conducted election, which I believe in all sincerity the election of 7th December was. I recognize that my main opponent in the election, the former President John Dramani Mahama, has gone to the Supreme Court to seek its intervention and grant reliefs that he believes were compromised in the conduct of the elections. It is good for the nation that in the end he chose the legal path, instead of the pockets of violence that have attended the rejection of the results by his party in the period after the elections. We all have to make a deliberate decision to invest in the rule of law and uphold the integrity of the institutions of our state, so that no person or group of persons take the law into their own hands with impunity. Mr. Speaker, it has been my great pleasure and exceptional privilege these 4 years to have served as President of our beloved country. I'm grateful to you, this Honorable House, for its cooperation in the enterprise to attain our common goal and aspiration of advancing the peace, progress, and welfare of the Ghanaian people. I will see some of you in February. And those of you who will not be present, have my best wishes for the future. May God bless the Parliament of the Fourth Republic and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
I seize this opportunity to express our appreciation to the Ghana Armed Forces, the various security agencies, and our own internal security for their services, which have ensured the smooth success of this function. Honorable members, again, in accordance with our practice, a formal communication will be sent to His Excellency the President after the House has debated this message. The full debate on the message will commence at a time to be determined by the Business Committee. Honorable Majority Leader, if you may ask for any indication at this time.
Speaker, honorable members, we've listened to the President of the Republic, and I guess as usual, before I give any indication, maybe the Speaker may want to hear from the Minority Leader. Even if, before I give an indication as to what to do next. We are together in this enterprise together. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I see motion item 4, and it's my expectation that the Majority Leader would have moved that motion, but it is not out of place that I do it. That this Honorable House thanks His Excellency the President for the message on the state of the nation. We will do so, Mr. Speaker, as you rightly pointed out, but to remind the President that Parliament is not almost in the 8th Parliament. The numbers we are certain, if the Chima is added, we would have a majority. And Mr. Speaker, we leave our fractured democracy in your hands. Conspicuously lost in your speech is the loss of lives in Techima and other parts of Ghana. We have an economy which is hugely debt-driven. We have a bag of corn selling for 200 Ghana in Tamale, yet the economy in Ghana is doing well. We will thank you. We will thank you for serving Ghana well. I will not open the debate today. I will not open the debate today, but Mr. President, to remind you that peace must be predicated on fairness and justice. I thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader, did I respectfully hear you seconding a motion for adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader, if I may please have a clear indication as to a motion for adjournment. Order, honorable members.
Speaker, as has been advertised on the order paper, what you are required to do is to move a motion, and the motion is to be moved by the majority leader, to be seconded by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, what I raise by way of preliminary observation is that if there are any indications, the minority leader will be called on first before any indications could also be given by the majority leader, as is the practice in the House. But Mr. Speaker, the President, as provided under Article 67 of the Constitution, has come to deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. The state of the nation as he met it, and the measures he, as President of the Republic, has instituted to improve the lot of Ghanaians and indeed develop the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the state of the nation that he is bequeathing to himself, he has accounted for to the nation in his brief address. Mr. Speaker, the President has appealed to his own government to be much more consultative given where we are as a nation. And he has also appealed to Parliament to be innovative in the conduct of business, all in a bid to deepen our democratic governance. So, Speaker, normally when the President delivers his message on the state of the nation, the Parliament sets aside a date and indeed periods to pore through the content of the debate. Given where we are, the last state of the nation address given by the President at the dusk of his own life and at the dusk of Parliament's life, there's virtually no space to debate the content of that message. Perhaps, to be innovative, we should devise a scheme to interrogate the content. But for now, no such message has been debated in the House. Mr. Speaker, for those of them who decide to be very speculative and live in a dream world, reality check would show where we are as a nation. Mr. Speaker, people should be waking up from their dreamland. But we are not there yet. In the scheme of Parliament arrangement, there's no hung Parliament. There's no hung Parliament in Ghana. There is always a majority caucus. By our own rules, there are only two caucuses in the House: majority, minority. Wherever the pendulum swings, Mr. Speaker, that group will constitute the majority. People should learn the rules of procedure in this House. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, I want to move that this Honorable House thanks the President for the message on the state of the nation which he has delivered to the House this day, Tuesday, the 5th of January 2021. I so move. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion and to remind the House that the Ghanaian people voted for no to excessive partisanship, no to the divisive politics of our country, and for shared opportunities for the good of the Ghanaian people. I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion to congratulate His Excellency the President for his brilliant address to us here this morning has been moved by the Majority Leader and seconded by the Minority Leader. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable Majority Leader, any further indication at this time?
Speaker, having listened to the President of the Republic, and as usual, and as dictated by convention and practices of this House, Speaker, you may adjourn proceedings for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in your good hands. Thank you.
The motion for adjournment has been moved and duly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This Honorable House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, till tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, I shall now process out with the President, the Vice President, and the leadership of the House to the lobby for Mr. President and the Vice President to sign the Distinguished Visitors Book, after which we will return through the chamber to the Speaker's lobby for a brief interaction. Meanwhile, honorable members and our invited guests are entreated to kindly remain by your seats during the process. His Lordship, the Chief Justice, will also process out of the chamber in the company of the justices of the Superior Court of Judicature before joining us to sign the Distinguished Visitors Book. The House stands adjourned till tomorrow accordingly. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Asempa FM.
This is Asempa 94.7 FM.
Muntie, oh, Asempa, Ubetinsen, Asempa, Nya Upe Biara, Asempa FM, Station Bakupe, Asempa, Uwo Fie, Asempa, Uwe Jumemu, Asempa, Baby, Uwo Biara, Asempa FM, Asempa FM, 94.7, it was a morning. Asempa, Upa Asempa, Utini Radio Upa Adim 94.7, Asempa FM, oh yeah, do Papa, Asempa FM, everywhere you are, Asempa FM, everywhere you go, Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk all day. Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Yasitinem wo, yeah. Yasitinem. Efobia. Yasitinem wo, yeah. Yasitinem. Efobia.
Yene jawu sure udi hunto wahini emra opensane wasase so sanya odi adifu adi kane ya nwanwadwuma no Apostle Dr. Solomon Wodro ohia wunyansa ohia wunim de ne waho oden sanya wonam ne so de obatan kase tokroke to awa woni mapi ebine Save Life campaign asetina pampai bodenden liberating the liberators onam so de bubun punchre yeah tokroke to Tokroke tua emun sempi Yema waiko Jawu sure udi hunto wahini emra opensane wasase so sanya udi adifu adi kane ya nwanwadwuma no Apostle Dr. Solomon Wodro ohia wunyansa ohia wunim de ne waho oden sanya wonam ne so de obatan kase tokroke to awa woni mapi ebine Save Life campaign asetina pampai bodenden liberating the liberators onam so de bubun punchre yeah tokroke to Tokroke tua emun sempi Yema waiko Yene jawu sure udi hunto wahini emra opensane wasase so sanya udi adifu adi kane ya nwanwadwuma no Apostle Dr. Solomon Wodro ohia wunyansa ohia wunim de ne waho oden sanya wonam ne so de obatan kase tokroke to awa woni mapi ebine Save Life campaign asetina pampai bodenden liberating the liberators onam so de bubun punchre yeah tokroke to Tokroke tua emun sempi Yema waiko tokro ketua emunsem pii eba ne sei ena osofo afedie wonam enuro sui eba ne sei na menua wadane porinsani eba ne sei na wakwose akwantuom untumi mefie eba ne sei na papa woyeye awie uboni enei woni hu ana untumi ntsena dokro ketua munsem ensem sise adakem nyame huma sanyo sani na beji umo sanyo otufaje sanyo ayeye memu wayi wakwamaye apostle Dr. Dro yenye udeni nyame namne suere krafo ani nyanka ani esukufo ayemu yekesi goyi tre onipo ubenwa ubewu nyami yo enem nyami ni peso mo shubo kasiaba nyami ajumamu enkenya kasiaba.
Right, still I am, absolutely. Roxanne, thank you for joining me.
It's my pleasure.
Your reaction to the Final State of the Nation address?
Yes, clearly he came to perform his constitutional duties. I expected him to touch on the violence that were attendant upon the elections during and immediately after, but he was very selective. He even failed to mention the persons who died, as a result of the violence. And it's very important. Important because I know him to be a president who take very serious interest in life lost, whether here or elsewhere. So for eight people to die during this election, for him to completely gloss over it, for me, is unacceptable. Now, he spoke about the state of the economy. He failed to churn out the figures, but he's aware how things are. And so we don't have the time to interrogate the entire spectrum of the speech, but I'm particularly worried about the posture of the present majority leader. He ought not to do
what did he do wrong?
You see, to say that people are living in a dreamland. You see, you are not in a majority by what you say, and my brother will agree. It is the figures that will tell you where you belong to. The figures we have now clearly points to a hung parliament. He's trying to diffuse that nomenclature, but he's not the first parliamentarian to write on parliamentary practice, procedure, and history. It's a term known to refer to parliament that are classified in the manner that we find ourselves. So it's important that we build bridges, but we don't build bridges and then he bends it all the time. It's not good. And that's all that I have to say for now.
Stay with me. So your reaction to the president's final State of the Nation address as he exits, of course, to be sworn in 48 hours?
I mean, obviously, within a 40 to 60-minute address, no human being will be able to touch on all the key issues that have transpired in the last 4 years of an administration. But I think the top priority items are the ones that the president has highlighted, and as quickly as possible given an overview of how he believes they have panned out during his tenure. I agree with the majority leader when he says that we probably have to devise a mechanism that allows Parliament to interrogate these dusk addresses, because the truth is that they are done at a time when you really won't have an opportunity to debate it or to interrogate it. But it will go onto the record, but there should be an opportunity to interrogate it so that both sides of the divide can have a take at what they agree with and what they disagree with. But the president has performed his constitutional obligation. Yes, at the tail end, you saw, I believe, what ought not to have come into the 7th Parliament coming, i.e. both sides begin to posture on what the 8th Parliament looks like. And that then starts a controversy that is not needed for a day like this. For a day like this, we have fulfilled the constitutional obligation of accounting for the 4-year stewardship and giving a picture of what the state of the nation looks like today as His Excellency the President prepares to bow out from his first term. And what we should learn from it is perhaps to find an opportunity to interrogate or to discuss it in the future.
I mean, for you, I mean, of course, you are ushering yourself into the 8th Parliament. I guess you understand why everybody is anxious to see what the parliament. In fact, the president himself talks about how this next parliament is going to be any parliament we're used to. It's going to be different. And everybody's looking forward to it.
Absolutely. We are all looking forward to it. I think it will be a historic parliament. 137 with one independent candidate in the middle. And even we shouldn't be overly excited that he has announced that he will do business with us. He could change his mind somewhere down the line. It requires a lot of compromise and working together, consensus building. I think that's a clear message that the people of Ghana have sent to us in this election. The president has articulated that, and that is what we need to begin to work towards. I think anything that here and now begins to now put fetters in that space, we should avoid and explore how we can work together and not mar the beauty of what is going to happen in the 8th Parliament.
Congratulations again, and thank you very much. Also joining me is the minority chief whip. Also joining me, let me stand in the middle of the two leaders. Is the first deputy speaker of Parliament. Congratulations for maintaining your seat.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations also for maintaining yours, Muntaka Mubarak.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with you. Your reaction, you and the leadership of the minority, your reaction to the president?
Well, I believe that the president, usually this last session is brief, as he tried to. But I thought that he missed the opportunity to acknowledge the loss of lives during this election. I mean, this is something that has never happened. I mean, I can't remember the last election that we had people losing their lives in these numbers. And I thought that as the president of the country, should have taken the opportunity to acknowledge that. And that was a dent on our democracy, regardless of the circumstances. I mean, to get people shooting at Collation Center and people losing their lives. But he missed that opportunity. And I also thought that he was being choosy, in my view. I mean, when you want to talk about the economy, you remember to go and take 4 years ago his State of the Nation. He was emphatic about the mounting debt that has been left him. I thought you should tell this country where the debt stands today, because he knows he has more than double what he came to meet. So he decided to be dodgy. And then when he talks about abundance of food, it's shocking, because I believe that the poultry farmers are listening. As we are speaking, they are importing maize into our country to be able to feed the bears. And it is well known, it's a fact. Nobody can hide from that. Go to the market now and see whether you are finding eggs. All those things are in short supply. This is reality. So when you are the president of the country and you come and you say this, the ordinary person on the street begin to ask whether you are being truthful. I believe that the president, yes, he is supposed to be brief, he was brief, but I believe that when he also says the people of Ghana had spoken, they want us to work together. A simple ask, the election had been over for the past 3 weeks. What has he done, or his government had done, to reach out to the other side?
You've not been reached out to.
I can tell you emphatically, the parties have not reached out, even those of us in Parliament. Nobody is talking. I mean, you could see what the majority that tried to generate. Caucus is different from the party with the larger number in Parliament. And when we talk about the majority, go and look at Standing Order 7, 6 and 7. It clearly says it, especially at 7. No party had majority. After caucuses, it's people wanting to work with you. If you go and look at the Constitution, Article 97, G and H, it's very clear. When it's like CPP, if the gentleman was a CPP person, CPP at the national level can agree with MPP that, we'll work together, and therefore he will join you. But in this case, for the independent candidate, the Constitution doesn't give him that opportunity to say that he's joining. He can only work with you. And in working with you, you cannot add that number to yours. You still stand at 137, and we've had that in Parliament, where you will see in caucus working, yes, the person will vote with you, he may sit with you, he will work with you. The person can even change his mind along the line, all those things. So you cannot use that as a basis to say that, I have this. That is why you must start the talking now, so that we avoid the unnecessary confrontation when we get there. But I want to believe the posture of the majority leader is like, okay, we are preparing our fighting gloves. So the minority or the opposition into the 8th Parliament will also just look for a glove and start preparing for a fight.
I mean, stay with me, because that's important. It is a consensus building that the president has talked about a lot. We're just hearing the evidence there that there hasn't been any attempt to reach out to engender and nurture that consensus to the 8th Parliament.
I don't know who is to reach out to whom. The president is still the president of the 7th
Parliament, I mean the previous one, he will be sworn in as the new president on 7 January. From that time, he will be a president under a new dispensation. In Parliament, the arrangement is the same. It is the 7th Parliament that is in session now. The 8th Parliament will start from 7th of January, or let's say, yes, 7th of January. Now, when it comes to consensus building, the Chief Whip knows that that is how Parliament has worked over the years. Even when the MPP had overwhelming majority, we knew that you cannot work without the minority. And that has always been our stance. So the difference is not in whether you're talking today or you talk tomorrow. The difference is in understanding that in Parliament, it has always been, even when we had to use appropriation, let's say, the word is eluding me. When you have to make sure you have 106, so you're entitled to 6, I'm entitled to 10. That 6 and 10 must be respected. So today, the only difference is that you may have 9 plus 1. It won't change the way we do our business. It has never.
Your democracy now after the lawlessness mutisi abonting SSN yomano dia beboa democracy and I can say both sides of the parliament, that's the 8th parliament, and they say amokoti penkro dia besren kabomu said be on betumi ayeji ma o mampeni akasa wa drink shows.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM 94.7. All talk, all day.
Muntie, Asempa, Ubetin Asempa, Nya Upe Biara, Asempa FM, Station Bakupe, Asempa, Uwo Fie, Asempa, Uwe Jumemu, Asempa, Baby, Uwo Biara. Asempa FM 94.7 in Wasamarin. Asempa FM, Asempa 94.7.
Governor Nafi was swear the oath of office Nafi in the second term, where Fias Yama Benicasa the State of the Nation address or can be so deep.
Asempa F.
On per se, your bay election be a free fair, no man penny be winning. No, Judy said your kind electoral commission at your CA yo. And parcel on man penny jitum say, we're winning a idea Ghana for order Massey. So Massey a man of second term now Obetua in Jumaso. I was here, I'm penny some of kind and tough about my boy man, what drink you and saying what drink you found. And then, of course, well, a colleague, ABY ever joining me in Afe, the Okohue on the grounds, the Ekosiisen on the grounds, what to me, Eddie, Abba, Nafe, when you be at the Melinda Sempa. Before I back off a quick break, Nafe, Yadani and Wabana, Shannon, so Mammy said, I'm penny Kasaye Mono, a dear pan or Kaya, Utmuse. A towa some dear pan or kaya, a yard outum say towa comaso dear pan or kaya the first 4 years. So you say Omampeni or the MPP government aya Abua Ghana and Kanko Abua Ghana mine Abua said a beya Ghana ebe funny to my pay for Abua said Ghana ebe to empon Abua said Ghana ye behu a new dawn Abua said Ghana dear Yesusuma Ghana ebebem. Well, Senator Enche, Senator McCann, my colleague ABY Benjamin, after your bobo, a core grounds on in penny for one another to change come after the State of the Nation address and some bang and a mumpua or mubabeti at the end of members of parliament, both sides, at the end of Moka, the end of minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, at the end of majority leader, Honorable Seche Mensa Bonsu, so at Kaya, share live over Facebook, the Makaba, maybe I will share Adum TV, I will share live, YouTube, Makwaba, aha, Ayadum TV, Medindi Asempa. Well, you back for just a quick turnaround. Yeah, Babaka ABY ever joining me now. You to me adding some Asha. So, but before you back for that quick break and enough ABY, I join him in another musical interlude. You know, still make us watch. Say, what drink training say, Mrepabe Moa, the activity phone lines and after also what to me I join here. But a few messages I'm in Saka, I'm in Kinkai after the Sona, I'm penny. His Excellency and another Danko Kufuado. Speech of the two, the State of the Nation address, and the final one, no, indeed, my main Fabi and to John Afe. Yansha, we say, Asempa, good morning, well spoken. His Excellency and another Danko Kufuado are spoken well, and I believe that indeed, in his second term, he will do great for this nation. But Asibe Breno, it came with no name. We say, Asempa. Oshe Omampeni demeanor and in a Kasaya Utimose open Kabomu for Ghana and me mesre say the two sides, so that is the minority and majority in the 8th parliament among Kambum, Namuntimimbo Mampenina and Niswa Dihunu Embrem. We say Masampa, I was expecting the president to talk about the current state of security in the nation. He did not talk about it. Why? Okay, well, Obiso Adrian Triano, and we say Asempa, good morning. President should have touched on corruption. For me, he failed woefully. Okay, well, on a Swadron Shah or they buy, and it came with no name. But I'll send the message. And now do it. Anyway, I will send it for the accounts. I'll make me ready. Good morning, Asempa. Well spoken. The president is always articulate and eloquent. Indeed, he's spoken well, and it was very, very brief. This is the first time I've seen President Anado deliver a very brief speech. Okay, great indeed. It was a very brief speech. You know, Biagin said a bit about China, dissolution of Parliament at midnight. In the platform is the swearing in of His Excellency Anado Danko Akufo-Addo in the second term. And also a messages Kakraba may read the amount. We say good morning, Asempa. Indeed, great seeing you. Adam TV, you guys are too much. We'll be watching the dissolution of Parliament as well. Indeed, stay glued to your set. Dissolution of Parliament. So yeah, the Ebebro. This one says good morning, Asempa. The president composure is super. Super. This is indeed a precedent we can trust. Okay, thank you, sir. With the buyer, the 8th Parliament, well, I want to see Haruna Idris on the floor on display against Majority Leader Seche Mensah-Bonsu. But hey, Asempa, who will be the Speaker of Parliament? Well, Speaker of Parliament, definitely. At midnight, crossover, Munya selected the Speaker of Parliament. But so far, both sides, of course, the New Patriotic Party has settled on the current Speaker of Parliament, Professor Aaron Michael Quay. Well, we've seen some stuff flying on social media that the NDC to must settle on Honorable Alban Bagbin, second deputy speaker. Let's see how it goes. Why in a majority in Parliament? Well, and why in a speaker of Parliament? Definitely, and this one says Asempa. Good morning, and good morning to you guys. Adam TV, you're doing such a great job. But Asempa, where was the State of the Nation address held? Well, right here in Parliament, but not in the chamber. At the forecourt of Parliament. Is a very beautiful place. Asempa, why all the security there? Please, we need security. Security in the Bambon, and Parliament. In fact, this is the first time I miss security of that nature. I might be for security, not to leave any stone unturned. This one says, good morning, Asempa. Good. So, what is the minority saying about the State of the Nation address? Me can catch all say ABY Equa Pro Bonti ABY be join me na fe. What the minority members of Parliament can. What to me, Eddie Abba. This one says, Asempa, good morning indeed. Great delivery, great speech by His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. 4 more for Nana, and indeed Nana would do more for Ghana. Well, may that celebrate with the buyer. Asempa, good morning, and good morning to everyone. The president spoke about planting for food and jobs in Bianino Elway. Well, anyway, thank you, sir, also with the buyer. And Asempa, the president talked about the lawlessness on part of some people, and indeed he's happy former president has actually petitioned the Supreme Court, but the president was a bit oh well, I'm sorry. Let's not go there. Supreme Court has started the hearing of the petitioner. Who said but we're joining Adom TV after the last State of the Nation address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the first term, and then the 5th of January. The dissolution of Parliament, monitor our platforms, both radio and TV. Get live. And the swearing in of the president-elect on the second term, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and also Thursday, live, Adom TV. We're joining within the Asempa. We go for a quick turnaround here, Babaka, ABY, joining me, and I feel in some more Kohun here, the Lati, the Bebro, stay tuned.
Asempa FM station. Asempa, who fear? Asempa, who will jumemu? Asempa, baby, I will be a Asempa FM. Asempa FM 94.7 in Wasamari. Asempa, Upa Asempa Tia, Utini Radio Upa Odim 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do Papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go, Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk all day. Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Wasempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Wasempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM 94.7. All talk, all day.
Asempa FM. Asempa 94.7. Asempa all talk all day. Muntie, oh, Asempa. Ubetin Asempa, Nya upe biara. Asempa FM station bakupe. Asempa, uwo fie. Asempa, uwe jumemu. Asempa, baby ya uwo biara. Asempa FM, Asempa FM 94.7 in Wasamari.
Any impressor ni edra. Wana owo yefunu yade mpo etumi no mbie. Se onom impressor capsules. Now the impressor oil twitwibia eye wo ya no a ene no wato adi. Ya wo bedwane entem kra. Ope impressor capsule ni oil ibi ato a. Ko pharmacy, licensed chemical shop ana herbal shop ebe wo mu. Etufo mfre Iona Pharmacy Limited. It was 0553 134 185 and now 0243 123 224. Impressor Yao Big Johnny. Ebdi ahwehwe adwade nkra to yi mu agi atomu se eye.
Bosu. Masa, na oye be na odigu mi kai mu aka ese mu no. Onyaji hu. Onyaji papa. Overheating, engine noise, nyina akọ. E kan se master load am pro popo. Kai ko yo smooth.
She was the bia. Yemfa Seahawks 15W40 CF4 Plus. Enjoy you good. Because to me be over here so to change engine oil in Kwadia. Seahawks not come from. But the gunji mo. Engine is with the team. Na this smooth. Na oil is a net thing. At times when me change engine oil na everything be become up to Seahawks engine oil some na making. But me cry if you have buy. Seahawks engine oil we use so man. She say engine me na afford to get that. You will see horse special 40. A yama pragia, aboboya, and a motorbike. Seahawks 15W40 CF4 Plus. A yama home use cars, overhauling cars, and the gas you use for Ghana engine hoarding. But we use Dunia, a double one.
Asempa FM.
Well, Monsieur, welcome back to see now joining our High Adam TV. Melinda Asempa, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Kufuado are presenting a final State of the Nation address at our Parliament. And we're coming to you live, FE, the Parliament House. Now, the quick ABY, after the State of the Nation, Okwa Proboka Cry, TT and Grofano are joining me in Bisan as ABY. Okwa and ABY, now Okwa to say.
Asempa near Yatin, Yatitiano.
Yeah.
Da Nubina, and Nayati say, Yebina, and Peninfo, a war amanyukwa who do Mubia betiki stand the one summer or more cano, and yet Domkuma muti do noa, I know a bide, and some be a nebide, and can ye chat or a far. Minority leader, Nasa more the two just so be back as so and yen near what dom do when you set a chima south every year and near maybe I was a cost on moon on bay majority still new to miss or mother sweet in a mua say or moon majority no say stay and my shebeja toss on what Trinebeba or more eba bejinemu. Penny in Simbibi attitude to Jack. So the Mampeni some more or done a day Tonchania, baby and one more aka, ye chesse, and then some no senka. Who's a ye ban or penny nano? You're not to one adrenaline and Raya and the minority be stage you walk out.
Yeah.
And Raya
on the stage
to send ye a fear tremu, a course or more train my Mampeni by. Mampani betina siwie yonim so ye beye say ye nant na have you but this year mpan sem bebre wo ho no mo de but him say o matena se ye tie ensembe na wo ba beka ya che so matie adwenche wo so mo de ba no obi a de ne de eba etie bia mampani nka se mu asem o kan ye se wo hwem ma hye bedwa ye to so nwotwe a eba no a enti se ma hye bedwa yi a wo de ba wie ma hye bedwa to so nson no Niema besesa na emu didi se omu nyina behwe the interest o man no ye die kane omu behwe na ode nkamu mu aye adwuma minim se die no na ahya ase ye adwuma ndia eso yenwu na hye bedwe etoso nson emma nwotwe ne ma ya yenhu akinye ebeba de ye ntumi nka bebre Asempa
and o man fa pieces of papers bi amba placards bi minority o man fa shisha o man konya
ene menhu ne sa omu pie se otim se we pia no afa ne ba bi we pia no afa ne ba bi din enti nei no discipline no eye adwuma and sometimes on be you dede na no maka so heckling there is allowed to me me dede kakra bi a eno kra ma ha se ye de and then utim say na niema edadin obia ye din ye pa asem a wo kanati na ewie so na ye gina so akasa ye bisa sem bia ye tumi bisa it is so far so good
great so far so good ABY hekwa pro boy indeed obekọ so atwetwe and ye koso emro kwa pro boy but one of the outgoing members of parliament are indeed the 8th parliament sadly enough in a goodbye anoye Kratchi East member of Parliament, Honorable Michael Jatoa, Honorable Asumdwe Nkaun. How's the feeling like? Say bye bye Nana Okano.
Oh no, it was good. It was good, Asempa. The president is a statesman, which means he's actually accounting for his stewardship. And Senia wa chronicle, no, very short, brief, but it contains almost everything. He was able to talk about the programs and policies or the buy, and about dagbon or creation of regions, and or NA with what ABY can. And Tinyamini Bedana say, in spite of all these problems, COVID, near Dinina, and yet Miachomua, Babidu Sampempensui. Now, the confidence in the president tells you, say, there's better days ahead of us, in spite of the fact, say, Yako. There's still hope for the country. And we want to urge all Ghanaians say they should rally behind the president. Na untimi emwa ni nyina yentimi emfa oman no nko babia epese yediko. Say for me today is one of the most impressive state of the nation. But you also realize the opposition, the minority, they were a bit calm. I'm say almost sure pink sheets who say Babia do it. I will say Omubre na Ghana entimi enkoso. I mean they've been good today, and I hope say it continues in the 8th Parliament.
Well, one of the statement Norman Penny making has to do with using 21 billion cedis for the banking sector cleanup, and so continuously minority side are criticizing because looking at the money I sitting back as member of parliament with that amount used for cleanup.
No, the public should have confidence in our banks. And this the whole economy will break down. For now, no, I'm saying monitoring no the banking monitoring policy no I say more intensify no. Who says uko banks no cry you have confidence in it. Who the sika to who say who sika na say na uniska. Obi ko akwaji ni sika say na juda no aba. Na aban no ka say ye hemukina. Omo aye de omo ka ye kwa akopɛ sa sika twitwi die no na former president Onyani Babiko kan na say opepe pin ana say na kan. So say aban no betumi anya sa sika no de aba beboa ye nyina na ye Ghana ya fire ntuma pa free. And you know it also came along the time on say because of the COVID in so buy which means na economy na yes die buoyant because activities now businesses na above form. But actually, no, we are still where we are. I think it hasn't been bad. Nyame pesa misreni say Ghana fanya rehwemu nana danko akufo adun. Sa hadi nyena so kasa obeya oyobi a odin nice form oye. He mentioned something again on Galamsey.
Yeah.
These are serious critical policies and decisions on Mampeni. It takes on Mampeni say nana danko akufo adun. To take those decisions in the interest of the state.
But it was your Mampeni fight against Galamsey the first term.
No, me the banking sector and I'm linking it to Galamsey. These are bold decisions, on Mampeni bikra air coalitions, it shouldn't even be thinking about those things. And now can I with it on floor say or your person Ghana for say we have to tackle these things and debate it for good. Ebedu bad, you know.
Asempa me say what can you say Mampeni say was say a tackle no say okono Mampeni agye atum say yentumi nkon ye yenuru baby a was say yedru ba share Ghana for say semantumi anya ene me de mamamu opo beto so no wontumi nuru ho woni wantumi anye from the walking.
No, everyone American say we policies ni programs ni some of the decisions are what take with his government decisions are so politically it might not be a wise decision. But for the interest of the state, on mine year, of course, so take it in the interest of the. So why I'm saying this?
You take a decision, say you take a decision. You share the end results. You take a decision, say you percent Galamsey, you two are here. Ye two are here, no, and then Mampeni can say, "You were Japadia and from was here too. It was here family acquainted to you stop on you. Was here 20 years. And Timomo say, "I am the buyer," and they must say, "Atem and Mebuno, yeah, was a wood too." Nothing, nay, your son, babies, I say, "Ye perceive I am fair dreamer. Near who can befa so stop Galamsa." Now say,
"Everyone, you can't say." You saw some of the footage you were serving on social media. And I can say, yeah, a beja mama baby.
No, but no,
that is why.
What's your ABY question? Yeah. There's one thing taking a decision, and another thing succeeding with that decision.
No, succeeding with the decision and also thrown back to the whole country. Say we should debate it.
No, but so does it?
If you are a government,
does it mean?
If you have your government, that's what take a decision. Now opponent for political expediency. na okoko gina ba bitra say mo jaya na se me ba na ba jaya mo amamaye. See, it doesn't mean that we as a country, no, yeah, no, not even more say no. I don't know whether. Asempa 94.7. Asempa Auto.
To Adam 106.3 FM, Snuban Crackropomo, Ariana, our quest is to answer the Cocoba, the Asenia, Babazenia, and I am the day, Naso Crobaya, or Crumpon, or the young family, and the day, Nay, Asidania, the Bama, the Indian Asempa 94.7, and I shall 104.5, the Yapron to Bracasia, the Aspas was Neja, no testy, on any other brum, we are bringing us of 1 year, man. Obidumbi kwaku adukumemene.
Anochi waba. Ajwa sewa.
And some the edma kutini bi and say, Ajabo, Ajanya bedru say sometime. State of the Nation address man penini di abetu dwa na efris what makmahani and nani eja when the 8 year pa emunsem wo bete.
I was answering Cronwell no. Mampenny the Atuja ya watch us a catamanso on the Queni Swadihuno, say Wako Quattro, no copper no maybe Pumesibreno, Nequanswa no. Yes, you are the animation year of returning. I about so 2019. Mampenny say, we are 8 million in another neighbor than every COVID-19. Was here trying to say 18. Was I to job watchers or my gun and care fire to my prefer economy no? Ne and why they say just a dolly ama, it wasn't go be a comuhano, Nanso COVID-19 was your way, and I just have money my agency more. And some week away when an area Yaban by the Edinburgh Munimacobina Casabonoma Fahoka, Bryce Senior High School, one's actually about baby school for Baco School, Papa Sanya Dantani Discabano. What of Baco School now for Berias, about said Weddy Bombay Yena. Was a bon call and Cobata Harry, a caprino and Tiosodo Baco School. A Bamana been to send from Croport to Mumabia, Nasobia, would try the only one day, a frequent was a crank, I was to their Bryce in high school. And one of my saying another Matumu Kratumi one Mobata, Quazanet Bank, GCB Bank, and I say Apsa, walk on after what your forms on one file, now when you swap a coin, the Atua de Amabano, we are Franco Trading Enterprise, mobile phone, papa, quite a quadro day, as a boga Frankie, mobile phone, and one can their printers, laptops, and a Franco TV, papa, the Abakevu, a Bunmusa Patrani, that was a cray, and then the woman don't come was a Tradniade. What are the answers what you be the account whoop went up and then empty and force some country or say up no. Download the MTN app. What download the say credit na pesa uba e order that. Say be a momo na pesa send you order that. Momo na pesa je order that. Say be a scan na wo transfer the account to accounts me order that. And now fe na kwa bosta hwan na fe bia fo ni so be wi ase na kwa esi one time. Say you makwe ne kuta yas ne ma wiai. Obi dum bie kwaku adu kumemene. Anochi waba. Ajwa sewa.
Ya kinka kasi abono edi amamu. Bagrodi share you wo 5 for that room ne radio TV. Eni ade bramu share wo Facebook. John she ne so a wudru a no like we like we anu share. For adwenkyere to ne mum se gon. E fama sasu na YouTube. Wo kwa na fe wa subscribe so de bia bibia betumi akoye. Yenye bra ne mum ran sem no ban. Ya sha se dia. Eje nya bedru se santan. State of the Nation address Wama Penine and Sama, whatever to Ghana this year, Nim, Brano, for Woman Ghana, to me, Yademana, Memuo, Baby, Wabu Edia Quadru, Baby, Yajina, any baby, any Etreno, and they about where did you chatua, a free some penny, Roberta Benya so efficient, and whatever Ghana this year, and Zana watch nada, need you media, Edican, what they are going to be and other chairs was off no says right, Nefisha 9 was also arbitrating Woman Ghana, baby, a channel, what media to ye. Na no na mampanyini wo begina ho wakasa ya ebru se bebre so na so ra State of the Nation address ayama nyina the free sword makmahwane na ne eja we ni de etia pa esa se pepi sa mampanyini bi ba no wobetena banwa so na so ba State of the Nation address a afen wo be ko ma mu nsem nyina efri ngomasua e de kwa akosi aresabia akwan ahodo ayeye na no e na ya na yiba no fufu so sola do ba do ma ba ju ye se di kwan e wodi pa e je fans wo maimu na waburu ni nyina so wi a ansa no de aba abehwe ekwan ye fa so obesi awodo a ye bo ye sidi ni $1 won sansan ba bi akwa akosie nti obewie no na se papa kwafuo mu kura na tese kwa abadada de tubonzo bewie ase no na ye tintin se dogo mateapo na so wadie tie wo twani se ti se kukui wo ze kala ya na ne se tie nie wo beka se me ame haitri ma panyini sha ase esimaduasa ba ko pepepe na so de nyina ba na wie ye na ebra wo ba beka sa no se adofo mu nyina da mo nka me ho atre na me wura ho pa esanse wodupo kese bi atutu sambre ko panyini ko trea akade ekoso nyina da ko boni tiriko ama wono so de ekoso na ni ko twawisa no ne santam ko hobi eno mpanyifo bi sansa hwan no se wo ma panyina da efoja kwata jeje rollers apeto wo se edura manfo so ne aka ya no panyini ko etisma ba ko ye fa so ye fa nye din ne fa kai no.
I beg the indulgence of the House to join me in standing up and observing a minute's silence in memory of the dynamic first president of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, who sadly passed away on 12th November 2020. May his soul rest in perfect peace in the bosom of the Lord until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. Amen.
Ghana man panyina na do dan kwakufu ado no na atese wode sam tudwase wo anida so se ebre twato no awufu nyina da be sore no akwa akohia wage nkwa enti sa abra no wonimpa so man panyina da efoja kpata jeje rollins ne ne kotwa masa dia kwoto emre no beduru a wono so bepie mu bie ne aye na wa atu no panyini kasa no wase hwe ya se nchine kamfo no na so twada bia se wo bia mo aba so no wa mo trumpet sesa akwede a ebewi ase ne betwa kokuni fantrie ne wo ba be kansem bi wo su kopie mu dagbon man ni mu emre obetena banwa so na dagbon ayi se gaza mpapre so asombi ade asombi anya de bi ko so ho da abre bia beti so jammo bia be kombekom na dagbon eka ho na so ba yeyi wo sinkete sipete prem awi abo nyinam so de sekantam sese de tie bia woni mpanyifo bia wano duru mu atitre ne ani tatwetwe wuro ni piankoma wo ba hwa hunu se dagbon bedwo esansa asomrofie nwo ye akrama wonya dabre ne putudwuma tumi asata eno nam so ama ampani ampa sambre kwadagbon kwa asumdwe na aba no ama sambre kwa ye nam so am ya bona boso si e fra ne dagbon moti na abudani enti sabas body ane de waso wade nam wa ya na ni trida ho pa ya na ye ne de sesa di bia na ye de ama no.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that our undertaking to bring peace to Dagbon has been successful. For decades, this ancient and proud kingdom had been bedeviled with conflict. Since 2002, when a fresh eruption of the conflict ended in the tragic killing of my friend, the Yana Yakubu Andani, Dagbon had become designated as a troubled land. A generation of people have grown up nothing else but Dagbon as a troubled land where there was peace and public officials hesitated to accept postings there. On assumption of office, we decided to tackle the problem with renewed vigor. Luckily for all of us, the three eminent chiefs who had been at the helm of the peace process since 2002 did not relent on their commitment or enthusiasm for the cause of peace. Our efforts bore fruit. A historic settlement was reached, and peace has been restored to Dagbon. I recall the joy and deep satisfaction that I felt on the day that I attended in Yendi the enskinment of the new dignified Yana, Muhammad Bukhari II, and I carry my honorary title of Dagbon Malti Na Abudani, which he graciously bestowed on me with pride.
And in Ghana Mampani, Dagbon Malti Na Abudani, in our tres word, some to Jan and Wetcher no see two in your Chijinafu and Netro. Wow, na answer Dagbas Jebaba when you Nana Matra Kunyabia. wanu drup no mu pa womo ene boni chidom bona don treka wotri pam ho enam nim de kwa so edodo ne kakra nam sunti no asomdwa timi aba na de oto okuru rekra ne braro nwoma so opem so otufo se tutu abebi onyam kese wane na sa na nan maten konwa no wodi wanim sa mbre de obetimi aka ne sase da PC ase da so no ene wode ma womo apiao.
I express the deepest gratitude of the nation to the many people who work so hard to give Gabon the opportunity for its people to lead normal lives again. I pay homage especially to the three eminent chiefs who led the process: the redoubtable Asantehene Otumfuo Seitutu II, the overlord of Mamprugo, the Nairi Nabohugu Abdullah Mahami Seriga, and the overlord of the Gonja state, the Yagmaura Tutumba Boresa Sulemana Japa. And I congratulate the Dagbon people themselves for deciding to embrace peace. We pray that we learn all the hard lessons and reject the use of violence to resolve the problems that will come up in our lives.
Ghana manfanyi na nado dan kwa kufuado no se asem to awusua hu nyansa ntisi ade ntokwa wojammo pa na beka asem de wagidi pa sadagbo na ne potamu sunne enya de ebiu besie
Yagusu agina Ghana manpanyi His Excellency na nado dan kwa kufuado o my Ghana ye bobre ne ye tebia ho akuntabuo ye nei wabu akere no emu ensemu ne nkasa yemu wono wadi tudwa ya woche se akatamanso amanyoku NDC ya wonu mba no de ne na so panyini ya wonu no ye Frankatuni no sedi wo mu anim wa bra yakotro aba no nyamfo John Dramani Mahama wo mu agina tuo ene wontiri mu po ese na anu abatro ye koso amanu aba bonte no wajitu mu enye ye nam so mo de akokot no wo se ne kwan so a no omanfo beka ya fibre atro aba e wo panim aboso ne da ye tro sonson ne nwoche na ne nkro na maami Jemensa ba bonte be kire se abatro no bubu sesen ye no opanyin no na Ghana fo nyina atro aba ma no se wo medi abanwa no so no nto na dwuma pa wo yeso no na nado danko akufu ado Ghana mampanyi na nsemi beto Ghana katamanso amanyoko wo mu huri gina se wonte ase esan se Ghana fo atro aba ma wo mo doso etia wo mu atro aba de ma na nado entu osusu se aye MPP amanyoko ene maami Jemensa dakata ba akoso na wo mu awia akatamanso amanyoko ene wo ye kire na nya agro wo mayimu se wo twa jato time mu ani na ene ekoja wo de bia bo nti de bia bo wonsa wo tumo mefa monte so ne traffic ade wankra pumpuni mantama sei na nya agro kra na ni nyina nkwada no ene ajaja ba nya bedru NDC fo ne wo mu asigina ye ya bo kye se wo hwe ahunu se court na wo se wode wonsem nyina akwada ma ene akeka kankrata abani ya wo mo de akwada court na eno na Ghana mampanyi kasa no wo kye se sade no NDC fo ya ne de am wo bu wo mo papa sanse o man mu mamra ene edi bu o man no wo yesi wo nimra so a wo nse mra eti wo mu ati akira wo ye yese o ena NDC fo no mu ntwa so na mo nkon wo se dabi o man Ghana kabi ma men kabi ni betime gira brane a na wo se mamra ye adwuma nti NDC wo mo na mo ntu a wotuo ene my ba ye ehun ti waso ni ade ade ne waji atum se wodi kopiem wo court na mpanimfo ntena so no won ka asem ne ma wo mo no ono ma mpanyin se ne kwan so a eno no.
The Constitution demands that we go to the people after 4 years to ask for a mandate, and we must listen to the voice of the people. I said during the election campaign, and it is my firm and passionate view that I should only be president in a fairly conducted election, which I believe in all sincerity the election of 7th December was. I recognize that my main opponent in the election, the former President John Dramani Mahama, has gone to the Supreme Court to seek its intervention and grant reliefs that he believes were compromised in the conduct of the elections. It is good for the nation that in the end he chose the legal path instead of the pockets of violence that have attended the rejection of the results by his party in the period after the elections. We all have to make a deliberate decision to invest in the rule of law and uphold the integrity of the institutions of our state so that no person or group of persons take the law into their own hands with impunity.
Oman penyin na nado danko akufuato no wa kire so hwese de na maburu ni bi ya pa ndisi fo said no maji kwan boss no mo yo yekyere ya wonum franka tuni ejitu mu se won de court no be kono na tese hu be hia so obona baso na eno achi no mampanyin asan da Ghana fo nyina senkanka wo mu atu abama no se wo mo sa de mfie nan aka ne ho sanse yesi do ni muto no ho wono ne ya na ye di gina ni mu se eja won kono nkoto sanse waye bi pen enti wo so da Ghana fo ase kanka wo mu atu abama no so mo sa de mfie nan aka ne ho.
I am thankful to the Ghanaian people and to the Almighty that I have been given a clear mandate to govern the country for 4 more years, and thereby given the opportunity to complete tasks, consolidate some of the far-reaching measures we have introduced, and initiate further changes and adjustments to policies and practices.
Ghana man penny His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo ani so na watchere ma Ghana fo se wasade mfie nan aka no ho.
Aduma Sampani sha pramtu breakers ye boni eguso aye kenkan edemam na ne timpo anu de ne ye wanwem and it is state of the nation address ye bo ho ma na tete wa ne egina na mapanyini kasa ye mu ne wasere efie punu ni dunkuno ade bi koso wo manga na na efe na akono na nigye atese obi obehunu wudi obeti bia no na utum se na ni agye atese na ni sopa edem wo manga na ye afrede the year wo fretain na de year wo fretain na de nam so ekoba ye ne se yasi kuduru ha ne nkyira na ekro saa so na no ma boche dua so aboje bo kon okonso no ama woji wani so ani nti abibifu akwasikoko ebefo wo mo se nkwaye na nanom efinhia ha na ni na wokobra yesu sumpidie wo fam wo brama tete ne atepoi enaja efri se sa bra no etwamu kwasikoko nkwasom ne ade nyina etwamu ne yesi ye hya hofa ani nti eno nam so maframamfo na ne wo mafo matu kwan efri wo mamu twa no ne ntwa so wakopie mu wonkrofo amanso ne ade obia bepie mu wo mamu ba wo mo bayi wo mo beda wo mbedidi wo mbafroka wo mo bekọ akwa miamia hodo anya hwe kra no mbekọ konfo no che ba bia wo de ayi afna de si ye ana obekọ bi kuro maguna bipua konfo no che ne nan ya ebobọ dan ho emra wo fru dua ne nan ya bobọ botan so ne ade botanical gardens wo mo bekọ o ma anya hwe kro mbekọ kakum national park no makọ ife ma monkey sanctuary ho nyina no edisikaba eba bepie mu wo mamu ana anya basa ekura tuntum ni me hwaya kwa ni kuro mu na so ko wi ase o fa ni anigye yenya nyina koye dedesini ekoye dedesini kwa tse do asa kapoma no wadwam ana sa osakete no ase bre wano anyansim gengei ni nyina da ene se covid-19 kwa fa bai aje aboso ko ba aje kante so ko kanta wadan ko tonkro wi aboda mansa ko mu eskafo krosuru na adi mu America brochima mu kwadwo traf ma wodi zikato brothers ka adi ache so kure bon ho anya di obedi obona taze pa na zikada fo mu mpo watwa fo so na je wamanga na ewurade mponkompo ehurita ne vuyi na so ni nyina emu no boase abanfa kwanua se nyina da so se de bia covid-19 wone ne besi aga ne mum the year of return de ne mu ode na so ankowie yie.
Subject highlights. This might be the appropriate place to recall the year of return. 2019 marked the 400th anniversary of the start of the barbaric transatlantic slave trade. And we declare the year of return as a mark of solidarity with the descendants of the millions of Africans that were taken in captivity from our shores into the Americas and Caribbean. Black people in the African diaspora, those in the Americas and Caribbean, and indeed in the rest of the world, took to their hearts our invitation and came in their numbers to Ghana. Our country throbbed to the sound of the returnees and the joy of finding a welcome after the trauma of 400 years of the horror of the slave trade. The young people of the world came to Ghana, and it was a good experience for all of us to play host to the world.
Eti mampanyine na atrese wade nsam atudwane na nyina mu na wo kyerɛ mu sɛ ade ba ku bi kwaso wo mayimu na asam na akora nka panyine nka akora ka yeso akorabɔ ne panyine ka yeso apanyimbo ne na so asam no kora nto sabi obese kyerɛ ne sɛ duasam yenu na afi wawo kuro ne ni esasa twene anim da wa ye monkyɛn galamse galamsey wamanfo a wadi sofi ene ho kra ne ba ebi wa kra excavator bulldozer hwanhwan ne adi dwurasas na ne aden ayese ye di pekolikoli ye peskafu trosikadwe tesikabena na agya ye de asidan koku ne adi sai ye nsu sai ye nsase sai krofkofu obeduru ba bi pa wonam wiem na hwe asase pa de galamsey na abeka sa akraba ne kakawurubura tuso de tiri ho abuba nam ama esu akaka ntete na ne achenkwana na wonu bremu na bremu na ada na ayi ayesa tapioka se pitro bo amanfo de galamsey ase no esu woti pra ankobra edi nsu abudo ni nyina da ya sese na mene ye pensu kura no amaga na de hia no mo na ho ye den wa se efiri se wo ka ase galamsey wo bra no nipa bi atwa no abia so na mampanyiro peso obo ya no aduade tugwe na yanum ko ye fa kwapem da moja ba ya tafre na ho kura no ba wo so boa anka na mfoin wano anka ne kotu kura na kana shirt wontie no watre ade anya na nye eni nti de waka nyina da ene se so bone ama ahinkan wie sa 7 enya de odi bi ma ga na de hye eni nti wano de wanka se putu ahyi bi ene dwoso obeka so obi nkotu ska ko da bi o wo betumi atu ne mmom wo so fa ne kwaso ne mmom so betu wo de be say yensa se be se fudie be se ho kura ne ba de da wano adu prima emra wote ase se ga na mapanyine ni na de obema na akoso ne na akoso china emunsam eno no yento aso he
yakuswa jina Ghana mampanyi His Excellency na nado danko akufuato ne nsam odi atu dwa ne dey na ne nkasa yemu no wasadi tudwa ya wachese free bra wobefa abanwa ne tena so na Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Baumia ebo ni chido no mbeje Ghana sia no se ne wode Ghana kobo sasa ase no wase na ne amanyo wabra mo ba ya pa chese economy ni na atete apansa ma de yehwenye na wono no chese sheri nkura sase enokura na ema ni nya se wose woba no be prema mpanyina dwa no je Ghana fo efiri sa nko asum na sa abra na ban no eye na agye se wode Ghana fo nyina ebe komuo no na wobo no mo de hye ne ma pa ma chese afi do mayimu wose no mayimu ayede he woto ade akura timi janse sane mo nya ni ne ya ato ade wo traffic obi kura timi man the glass ba from no obusa se nsuo ne yesai wobo obo anu asa really glass ne kwasoro wonto 50 pesos difference wose covid-19 ana ama ne mama ya tare sa no ene ma wose se ye pa ma sika begu o manfo botom se ye odi gu akwamuo ene ade ma chese Ghana ye de na se ene ye wosobo bi pa na se ye de bo se dia amamuo no asia ya se de achia kakra de ntumi nche dantene ye no a na covid-19 ye ba betwa muo ena chese ebetwa and swadi hunu no so ten ya ma o my Ghana ye ntumi anyina ye na so a mesi afie we se de na wono wo susu.
I'm glad to say that we've been able to stabilize the economy, exit satisfactorily the IMF program, and restore confidence in the economy. At the end of 2019, the economy was characterized by strong growth in response to implementation of government flagship programs, single-digit inflation, reduced fiscal deficits with 3 consecutive years of primary surpluses, relatively stable exchange rate, significant improvement in the current account with 3 consecutive years of trade surpluses, strong foreign exchange reserve buffers, and markedly reduced lending rates. The global pandemic of COVID-19 threatened to derail the progress chalked over the first 3 years of my administration. Its impact has led to the revision in GDP growth for 2020 from 6.8% to 0.9%, and later to 1.9%, to reflect significant slowdown in economic activities as a consequence of the effects of COVID-19 on lives and livelihoods. The proactive decisions taken by government to fight the pandemic, as well as revitalize and transform the economy with the 100 billion CV Ghana Cares or Asempa program, anchors bright prospects for the medium term.
Penny na nado danko akufuato na ne krakra mu no asade tuja ya wo kyerese Ghana fo be ya million and 9 ya chiriponsia 4.6 million ya wo mudi won sika kwatru sika kra bia hodo abibinti sa bank ni gu ye no wo bone ho modin ye ne sika botre be 21 billion Ghana cedis wo cheche ne kakra ma Ghana fo no na wo kyerem se adwuma no wonwie yi wonwie na emom sese no wo chese court ne be ma kwan se ne wo se brofo efre bibi liquidation order se sa order ne tumi bedu pe babo ne homode se wo mo sika aka mu nyina no won sa betumi akasa be ya wo mo so ebetumi ade aye adwuma na sika aba wo mbotom.
We have saved the banks involved in 4.6 million depositors' funds. The government has had to find some 21 billion CDs to fund the cleaning up exercise. This exercise has enabled a more robust financial and banking services sector to emerge the better to finance the rapid development of our nation. Speaker, there are painful lessons that we all have to imbibe from this debacle. There is no question, but that many people got attracted to the unsustainable high interest rates that some of these financial houses were offering. In all financial dealings, we have to accept what the experts tell us, that whenever whatever on offer sounds too good to be true, it invariably ends up being untrue and unsustainable.
Ghana man penny His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Ekufuato. Na sansem kro ya hunti yankwa homaso. Niani Dr. George Domfe wano wa economist ewo University of Ghana Business School. Niye musasa nye biano. Sade na Ghana man penny din se mutu jwa wache se ye ja COVID adawroma. Ena ama economy ni ye bibi basano. Wadu hunu ni saa. Efutuwe beno betum diya ma ye kwa ye nimwe. Dr. Mahei.
Mimi hapa anochwa mjoso.
Yenim se nkomo ayedi wadi akire so na nankasa so wahwe bi na watie mu nsem ni bi ensem a mampanyini kan de for economy ni ho why economist yi wuhu ni sei ekoyie sa pepepe na tie
Obi ni aba mama na wase na menchia wana utie unyina yo said the mampanyini kan but before answer me ba mama menchia say me ni business school me was Center for Social Policy Studies me a senior research fellow and development economist at the Center for Social Policy Studies at the University of Ghana. Yeah, me kase yeshe Ghanaian economy na bibi etwam a topic akran to be April 2015 Ghana ene IMF eco NGCBF an extended credit facility. Yeah, then omo be ya say omo an IMF ba say omo be so yimu na economy na eto apenu omo aboa amana sorry ejina. Mini aba ma minka ni say omo de GP eto kwemu e ma san je no so ko so say ebuwa pa na de be ma no bo akese 2017 ye wu say oil Ghana na ya discover oil fields bi ya say ye hu aduma 2015 ya 2017 ye sha see two sa oil. Thank God the global price for oil so called so in 2017 no economy no timi ni pa ya na mostly and am oil na ma minka say na IMF so say na ye dey to kwemu since April 2015 eba be 2017 no then so sha say yeah juma bia ni financial sector am clean up we na suggest ya na do ba e onso ebe to aso e ma omo ye na nyina yi na mami kan say the following year 2018 you say economy ni ya ade pa na ade ye se e mu bi manufacturing sector nanka e be bi etwam na ta grow negatively e sha say man ho many so e grow over 9%. What was more agricultural sector did so well. Agricultural sector for many years was not doing so well. As I say, yeah, dear, and my beckons the real sector. Yeah, honor a year, the employment issue, you know. So I say, a year, Juma, a yard, and no, my energy, and the my energy goes one say the macroeconomic environment, also shall say, very positive. For example, policy rate, that's the rate at 2 Bank of Ghana lends to the commercial bank. Yeah, acquire a Kwajibusian bank, no Kwajibutan from Bank of Ghana interest on the moment, and the policy rate. Meaning about 25.5% in 2016. Menoka say, Achaba from maybe 14.5, and I'm thousand in the lending, every lending rate, then can now 23%, and now about 22%, and no natural say, and no cop Jazo Kobobusia is the one from, and I'm Sakran Suntino, amount of donate in the beer Juma, and as Kobobusia beer Juma at the Omoka. A view, Maminkan's economy now grow below 3% in 2013 concern prices. But I mean, at the end of 2019, the economy grew over 6.5%. That's how na year no. Na fofi ametwa the year 2020 was very bad year for Ghana. It is a very beautiful economic environment na the positive signs of recovery, And to me, in the year 2020, the first quarter of the year, an economy grew 4.8%. Second quarter, negative 3.2. And at the third quarter, negative 1.1. It is the year 2020, the economic growth rate, Ushima, if you say, that abysmal performance now the year 2020. That's what I can mean COVID no end the bias and then COVID na and nema you ya na see what 2019 is and continue 2020 nkemini aba tanka ya dia na ye ni gisem e magana nyina.
Doctor yadasia we anu nchiremu ya wode amaye. Abusua Dr. George Johnfe wono we economist na ye bopini no a said the amemuo ne nsam esitie ne tofabo watumi ade amaye no.
Aduma Samfani share from two breakers ya bwanwa ni ogusu ayekenka edemam ni ogusu awo sonna State of the Nation address na se say asema mafuo bisa ne se Awurade adom na wo pepobus mi wo me ne de tosonson embrahye bedwafo ahanu adioso enum 275 almost afna mu no mu so awie I promise wo ma to be faithful and loyal to Ghana my motherland wia why en eba be ye panyimpa wono en wo ba betena konwa ni tri se chairman no ahwe atumi aboa ma bibia atumi akoye na bibia no watumi akusakusa na de ekoye ne atumi atretre no eno ne asem no se de MPP amanyoko was no kokuruko panyimpa wono na tia konwa kase so wo panyini maikokwe eno masa yi ne se wonko no akwato ne dwumadie so esanse ne nsa no bo pa sanko yo ba wo hye muka se na nko bo nkwan a ke be ka so wo bo nkwan piapia anocho aba unim kwan piapia enka so bi bon kwan piapia unim kwan piapia unim kwan piapia enkwan na utimi wi 3 days na da so wo mawuru me so fom na pai say ga ene ne efra ne kwan piapia etia bibifo so opanyini no wo bon kwan piapia nti wo moma ne ntoaso eni nti opanyini maikokwe etoaso na ndisi amanyoko ne na panyina wo no ene omu beyi ne sambre de enhye da ma montre eni hye da na ho na so de atitititi hu kasa kire ene se embrahye bedwane abogina ode mo manfo na doli kalu abato mpesu aso abanke so soma na baben wo no ena sambre mekasa yi wo baba no abegina ndisi amanyoko ne dim na fei epanyifo atone so abaye ne si dadako kata bokutu apre maamie pape wuri bombom fire na se beye no se nye no ene ma panyini kasa wie yeso na nase panyimpa wone na dom kuma no wada no hari na idrisu wo so original no kasa no se we die anka wo se mini a wada dom kasa na no wana wo se nko hya ase kasa na so nya nwanwa esa se di atika atipo se apai se ta na wana die wo ani da so pa se mani bi wo ha ye kase ye se kenka bi o ndi se man ko be hura di nkunim eni tinya nwanwa se nei wana ne yeso oni kankasa ni nua wo se chemesa bozu wana so ba be yi ana na ansa na wo de yanko ahoma no so na abed na gu kwasi asante ase du ye se dwure ni ye na dwetwe komo wana na ni adi nsemachi abed akwaba
so be dum be kokko du kumi
bibia ye bokko ho de
me adom be bokko ha kumi
empempi unse State of the Nation se wo mo ka wo behwe o manfo ntade o manfo anim ne yi edi kan edom kuma no mo bae ana o ma makra
o mo bae ade adom kuma no mo bae na so o mo dodo mu na o hitu ani hwe ha dodo na antimi answer da amma State of the Nation address majority for the mo ba dodo a o ba betra on mo tie o mpani asema o de ba beto Ghana
etine tofa bom no sa wo hwe a enese na dwumadie no koye
dwumadie no sana amanfo hwe o adom TV ni Facebook handles ne manema no ade se bibia course boko na sana mpanifo yan se diku apono so na yi no ade se security pa na ufa babia na ibi MPs ni bia o minority MPs ni omuka na omu complain se omuko mo offices kwa flow bia omekonomy police phone soldier for you na ha omuso mo ntia se kakra se anu mo no mo fi se akweta ban no e security officials no aba be se omo intimidate om anu na omo concern kakra se security phone omo don so do akweta se dia obi wo trimo po ana se obi baba e bibia aban de police phone go be ku ha na wo ye no dan chen a to security arrangement ya kumi there say security security arrangement in the Bibia Echo Ye, and after Susha inside the one so I dare say, the sham for the go up sitting arrangement to the idea in a call Bokwa, bit like I said, Jumadino, but like I say, successful has a Osha security for a Senate by Sabeka said, Ghana Mampani, His Excellency another Danko Kufado, only a bedi Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bamiana, Omo for the phone by there. I just celebrate the almost parliament now, Abankesi on a Marco to Mujumadi, so Kumi, I dare say, Sabe the Bibia Korea, and then don't come for Southern Lucas say, Omu meetings is here, almost emergency caucus meeting. Omu your job 600 issues in the baby, a welfare, Omu bottom scanning when Manema, and so a selection of speakership, you know, sending a almost Speaker of Parliament. And I feel so more for funds rule leadership, you know. I just have a caucus meeting. If the president can address an area, you know, the Brianna who said, President Casaria, we are almost on the press conference, and so the almost side, almost quote unquote true state of the nation address, the woman to get. It's a emergency caucus meeting area. Everyone will be beyond the better than for anymore. I dare say, you are changing more. No, Kumi.
Nessa Metuasia, Edom Kuman, or Muya, no Musori, the Omunian Fabian to or Momo, and Omonka Hore.
Yeah, and the opinion interview, and so after joint force, you know, and as a Kabamusa Senate or never having a Sky say, account the floor say, the Hujrini and as we are yes, a Ghana Company, Anka, the Chivan South once a month, that's what we are. To Ashram Monko, year pass Ghana Company, Anka once a month. I don't know the two there. We are not that China. I just send members to the Akasa, the Tumuka say, Omodomo, you two a Supreme Court ruling, and I say, Asamna, former President John, the Money Mahama, at that court say, Supreme Court and Kabiman and Omudi Konimino. Omodomo, she say Supreme Court, a bit really in favor of ending the Tamanya Kona. Omodomo actually say Supreme Court will declare President Mahama as the winner, and also will declare the Yanko runoff. And Omodomo actually say in the future now, by executive and some number constitute by eight parliament. Coming Sana and also a majority side in so there's more and you to be a Senate President, another than Kupa boss, achievement in Yama, by a year. There's some boss or Japan say, a bind by 3 and what you to one amount. Now, could you know that China? This is some breaker say, Parliament, Oma journey for a lemon, and she's sharing in Magua Prosoa, or China, but your phone about it. I say, 7 Parliament, or China, quite a Himacha could see a Thursday, and 24 pages of a 7 Parliament. In Saturday, a Hombabuane, and she's sharing to a Nagua Prosoa, and 24 security for the people, or to Sana Monte, Yambo Chanso. Then a security air tight to her. I dare say, you're showing me security. I
bet. Yeah, security and some now walk. Dear Benton, a man here tight as how do I sort of talk from them when you first want to say, yeah, would jam won't be baba, I be any problem for be baba, and answer the antenna. I feel yes, I did. Now, if you inquire the security here, Barrett is about Bonnie Atas.
Kumi, you'd be a bit 24, and we are in charge of security or parliament. It be some, then I talk about me once. Sabre Casa, Yadia, NDC Fagbearer, Oluyan for the Money Mahama. What you have to say, NDC for Adi, how they are to accord the Supreme Court. I to demonstration to prepare also. Almost some picking intelligence say, I'm sure now, Obia, Ababa baby. It will shout from which roundabout to all the way up. Parliament, Nasa Cathedral House, Parliament, a court, Osusemetro, Stadium, a quite idea, military, police, among cars, a member, a canteen camp for Pacific to me, and then the over parliament and says,
na sa bambon wo ma fa anya kwadro ne enwe o
ama fa anya kwadro ka
na wo ka mampanyin dada ayi John Dramani Mahama asem sa abatro na chi said wanyi ntu mu ne ade ni nyina ka obiti na mpanfo de no magu puno so a wo ye wadwene sene ne wo yirebambom na wo panyin no watimi bai wo mampanyin dada John Dramani Mahama
mampanyin dada John Dramani Mahama uche enya dia otimi no be piem wa instance the president or technology dignitaries am buy ha no obo former president John Adekum Kufuor edin no nya dia obo former president John Dramani Mahama esudin wa nti mi hwehwe ya dia former president otimi ba be pie State of the Nation address na say nti kumi na channel no nya dia otimi ba be pie mu ha
na uye no so tro nchan ya NDC amanyokuo mpanyimfo a wo mudi animu no hu bi ho
mahu NDC mpanyimfo bia wa ha usha minority leadership no nyafo Haruna Edison no di o mani no ono nem na sigafo na omo NDC afano omo pena omo tin robe pie ye State of the Nation address na say who say Speaker of Parliament prayer technology we no obobo MP General Secretary national chairman di nyafo Fred Blay so ora John Board obo mu na di so enya dia o technology na so obo NDC national executive ni bi sense na dia ihu bibia ewo jumade
mo abed ye fa unsia na fu ani din samachidi aka no bono bo afa bra naked kase ebomu na afa ya boni se gon ama mansa nyina da tbi abed na ego kwasi asante asie do no ne yense tworo ne owo memra so bedwafie naja ye ko na nche ye ne ko twetwe nkomontinese anocho aba di akwaye no mampanyin dada ene ndisi amanyoko ne mpanyimfo no nya dia ye hu wo mo wo
because previous one no when the manyamfo asie do nketia se mi hu ne ho so almost stage workout na no me help us to
resist help us to
but see do nketia kwa na grant interview na nkrofo buza sa that time na parliament na ehia when manyamfo asie do nketia nka parliament de no na ekọ grant that means
we Ghana
ni plan na so we Ghana ni se kwan ne da ho se obetumi abehwe bie se odwa amanyoko bi na ye mu panyini de in fact the biggest opposition party in Ghana
it's never
was woko ba fi dem se ankosa
yentimi nkyere wahu de akwete bayira ho mama amana mo akese ntu de offensive face ni entu kwatwe tutu kwatwere ye fa twere wodi ni enya
se bia pen sheet ni do so so mo ye ho
nim
ebu se gusu atina Ghana mampanyi na Akufo Addo ne nsem a wode atu dwa anopai no emu na ewokua ye ho nsem so Omampanyi di nsem to dwa wo kire se efiri bra no befa agbanwa ne tena so na wo hye bo se obema akuafo boto mu ayede no ma wo mu asetere matumi akoyie no na Ghana fo bidwiri se o ye bosire mu kan afi bia yete e no so aba na ye se wo no so dwa na rumu bie no so aba niam wodi gu akwan mu no di adanse pefe se akuafo ho ha wo mo na no ade akura kokko se wotum ama se akuafo ha ne o si mu chen kombi fu akase akuafo wi nyekuma mi hu ye nko mu de agya kakra ba kra wo bo no de akotua fiza no so firi se sadawroma se akuafo wo mo ho ye de papa wasi enei eniama hudo be di ku akwa bi tise planting for food and job abuama enuane abusu wo mai mu kobede bra kura no ekose dem no ekomo ane ye sansa na aduane e wo mai mu pa one village one dam nkura hudo bi ankedu pebere se ya wo mu ntumi enuane sansa wonya nsuo mpo no de agusu no sa ayi na odisi ho no na aboa ama nei pebere mu kura nsuo wo san potem ho no mu a wo mu edi aduane ma eye kuadwuma akono pa wose ene bo wura fie bia mu a Ghana mu ne yedie eno na ade eno na ehwam eno yaya ma mu de aduro bia nim ebunim ba bia aduane na baby ya ten won't ye top papa was in your liberty board ye entro se na busu Ghana kram ye kra ye di bi kwa ma hodo so kotom agis kagu ye boto ni nyina ye nsese pa ene de ma papa wadi gu akwan mu ye ntie said wadi nsam atuda.
In 2017, it appeared to some like the same old refrain when we said farmers and agriculture would get the highest priority. But we can see the difference it makes when a government treats farmers with respect and spends resources and expertise on agriculture. We have seen the dramatic turnaround of our agricultural fortune due to the progressive policies that have improved the living standards of farmers in the country. The excellently executed policy for planting for food and jobs has laid the foundation for the agricultural transformation of our country. we are able to say that our country is now a net exporter of food, and we no longer have to import basic foods like plantain and tomato. Ghana rice is the preferred choice in an increasing number of our homes as the growing, processing, and packaging of rice become a more established and attractive industry. During this COVID crisis, we have mercifully been spared the specter of food shortages. On the contrary, thanks to planting for food and jobs, food has been in abundance in our markets across the country.
Ghana Mampanyi, His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo State of the Nation Address, and someone ready to draft for Kuya.
Woman for the Argentine, my dear, by your mom from away YouTube. I would have killed the lally dear what there was a good afternoon, Obidum ye, 1 year, drama boy, Jumapa. Not 1 year from a marriage advisor. Kofi Rata, as the Nediaba, and was one country and another says still. Ghana ebekonanim pa was a man was Ibrekumo no do free by Father Neil as so dia whatever ye was a good afternoon I don't can say above was a kwakunu nua ba mo boju must penny and when I'm about was and Charles from and command in your penina ye friend is a Langford Ifa one Barcelona Spain na Kofi Trata one was also the way about was what a sweet nation the address nice address no was it more the friend from the war was to see a friend Romeo and Yanni Romeo so dia whatever was in your Mishra Woku Nunia Basanso and Joanna would do as so the Nediaba was in your man which ran another down Kokufuado Sasna we see a friend in Nasenyan was do Abba Wukasado Doyan and right now was it to Jamaica Uja Kede Lali message ya Canada now we see a friend of Michael Anane now Michael so message I want to say about was good afternoon now Wabang for when you cook meet him up live with Itra Bridge mem wanna meet him at the every badam Godwin so message I want also at the buyer was a fellow Ghanaians were hey pa na Spain one was a Ghana man penny Brofona Yados so the one when ya Brofona no running put to Juma and Shadan Coswes as the nay Rwanda cran to Kwasi were crying Rwanda fan and Tima Pefra Lily Johnson so the Nediaba was in an near respect near where's to see a friend of Mariam Nupe. Well, one of the message I want to say at the buyer, one of the other emoji in what the buyer and Rebecca Pratt. As I was in another Danko Ekufuado, Yame Israel Pa Joan would draw Sasu to be about ways a friend Kokusu, Keusu, so they are what the buyer. Oh, Keusu, when you make guase, a shasha, she a hyeniatum. Into the attempt the bar, see any the bay war. Where's he a friend again? Reaching and not reaching house messenger. One of the buyer was it. What's one mind on baby? You were critical times, Mupa. I just said a view of Facebook.
A view of one, I'm for wind and chum to one. Put to prove a crowd circuit court, no, and also one quassetna. None what the National Security for idea is to some quarter to two, a Wablekuma Central, Coalition Center. Yeah, none one more quassetna, what you chair to be sent. I bet you so much had to. Eddie Aquasen, I watch ye dear anymore. And your piazza said, I wake one in Prince Yansuni, and I'm penny for Johnny Casino. No matter track attack what they aquacoma. A Chief Justice said, Bayan can when we are one transfer case. As I said, court no Mudia Seminole, a judge Emmanuel, a Sandro, what just a call leave, Quam Jim Kakra. A hand one transfer van court for Fro, Copims up a papers, her resume, Nanki a yeast hand yapa. Disabled they put to Prumono, as I say, Yabano. Yes, about with Diana's who sees you know. Tasty and you ready, no. Yet the Munch the Moon Abeba. It Memfa, your man for the Facebook, Diana so FM etel. Now, way a recus was it Nanato, and it Namamo DHS. Beko ye papa was here Juma one mobile bopa no probity say kwasiame ya chreme honorable Ignatius bafo awu nyina ka ho bia ebema Juma na koye pa booth kodua was it we prophecy pa ya eba ne niam ahodo ekokoso a na chese ndi zamanyo ko ndan hwe ya nche ebegu nana kwabena success was it stickers ye bo ankasa okay sanso ena Ari kusidia na dos mami mo bintra wo ho Pastor Mario we say ye hia better Ghana MPP NDC o enhya da ensesa hwe enti Ghana for yama yani enko eniama ho sebe ya yankase abrabo mo betumi agina brane malu enso de ne aba we say akodie bia otamfo be hyehe na wadi etia ye MPP amanyoko ne asudi munti enyina Supreme Court kora no wo mo be sa di nkunim e wo honom Mercy Debra we say NDC wo mo po na nado Nyankopon adoma ya wada wo be na afremu na waswa so na ye Ghana mampanyi na we every Francis was labadi mokom and wadi free bo mabie mu omutie wasi awoda pastor nkonso enko ema ma me Jesmond Gezi and na ye wawoda enti happy birthday sonko enko ema wo I say messages repetition no kofodada no wan omo san de bade ba wo
say o mind say de otwa loto no omo peme enti wanya no ha obenya no ha na fi wacho na ayi Bryce Senior High School adwa bo mo se fa babra no munya daje tete ne pa esa se school bu a wo do ba ne kwa wa hu mo hye dante no mani kyera kwara na de ye o se mpagfo wase bi o maka se obi anwo a wonimo wonya jiska ni wi ade aka nyina kwara ne ba won beto anansesem no mabonkuro saa o mo nti o mani hwenkwara no na so Bryce Senior High School de wo mo tete o mo nyamesom kwa so mo besi school mo Senior High School wo mo remedial school do bana ko school ba bi ebu akam wati ase fa ba ne bra na fe o mo momode an wo ntwa de oni wode na fe college no diploma courses wa ba be yebi no anu so atuma nya body krata de akopa adwuma ye kukrantumi ho no mo bata Zenith Bank Absa san so na GCB Bank obetumi akono akwaje forms ho na de ama oba na naja bibia atumi akwa no fra administrator is here number is 0277 147727 0277147727 Franco Trading Enterprise was with Jinam said Dramwa with Facebook. Who got Facebook now about Franco Trading Enterprise now the likes no every 100,000 you want what say 100,000 you want one the pabanu for person for Brunya crackers. So man say Franco would and that's one yeah but and to do a move between Franco oh boy what means Sabes Franco get removed and into likes 100,000 one now. Wunya bo rama no ma wudu wunya bia iPhones wo ho Samsung wo ho Nokia wo ho Samsung smartphones ahodo ni nyina ubenya bi wo ho na wasanso wo TV papa Franco TV ani da ho kra na sound no so ajuju gum e ma wuti bibia kama hi hat why unim hi hat unim your friend hi hat eno na kan tete me kan say adjust obeti chow no your friend adjust the professional your friend hi hat ena unse ibu abeti cha unse okum cha ye je cha no eno so your friend snare eti Franco TV what I had no what snare na unse
eti nyum ruti ya me test na da ankasa
utu se ewro mu angasa mama dey aso be ko Franco fu aka twatre ko www.francotrading.com and francophones.com and what please order baby a wo bia no ya de bebro na MTN fo se Asempa ye tria won we na ye haye ho ebrebebrebe abramrada ne na ko bi kura se friend tilapia nkanta se friend machete ave na akobo star hwa ulo di credit star hwa o se di mumu star hwa o send the bandre star hwa o check bandre oboa MTN for say app no call App Store ana Play Store na fi wa download we no ano no eti ahyehe o pese okomu mako benkum o pese o to credit akonifa o pese o send e yi akwa ha saa je no anse woni mokwa na akwa dada na abo ma bibia tumi akwa ubi ana fi mask no wa hye de amabusua na bela kwa active one sem na make dia chiro we sanse ne de onya bi no nomo a ekoye ya bisa obiri rebo afentefrem bobo wi abo se ni minu mai horodo betrase a ne naked case bonu no dwagum tum zampa ahwode aba anya agrokra kana na nka ehemu mako edumienu sese ya eni dunsia na ahwode ewom folic acid wom saso na niacin madam fono wonu su wom vitamin B6 eka ho pentatonic acid so ka ho ena vitamin B awudo ni nyina ebi wom adwa no niacin udi aya guguru na niacin ma hode papa niacin oh niacin de niacin me ka do je me din spell
o de bi se okura paper na
wo kan niacin na de niacin ni nya bela kwa active no bi benya bi atoba bi atunto so bia bela kwa active was stay true to originality na sunlight for and what say there wo mo so mate to mo no ma so mo diga na de shebro nyoma wo se so to na so for more than 1 kilogram de no kane no na ka 10 Ghana cedis 50 pesos what is so the about 7 Ghana cedis 30 pesos na is a 3 Ghana cedis mua eno mate de fruit so say obro nya de nti kona kwajo de sunlight so de ham o kai wo monwom no sunlight the waters long lasting sunlight the morning take care of the family pure starlight baby I'm the chrome and I'm so young guy that don't be a crowd I don't trust for young of that damn tire cat do national would ever message be trouble
yo Elliot nana enyin amoa I did a message for Facebook aba was here wo man mu man ya mu na mrasebedwafo ka se ye hia bambo san se de obetie na se ye bom mrasebedwane ye tutu asini so ne ade afa ye koye state of the nation address na ye se sa positive kogu hon so a edom kuma kura ya ase omodo osododo sese wase yenya wo mu eden but kodua se NDC wasra wo mu trace oh but kodua nya abotre na trace buachi do be pie asese mempesa
ya montra ne enko
ya mabokra trampa mabatra damta ba na wonya mai wo ho yemfansi wo ho
eti ejina wo so ba bia wo bia kase boni nyina yemuni komai efo obi dum bie kwaku aduku memena
anoche waba ajwa sewa
ya ina wie ye somo ne ye somo sompa sha akwade boy chidon boy adonti production team Joshua Kwame Kule nu won di ani Musa na Kuba ene o mafo wadu kase bodde mu nyina da ye da masenya mi hira mu pa ene adwuma pa a mo bo kwase adwuma wokum kom pambo wona na semufo bo so ne so de man yen saso na esi ohene ye semufo panyim pa ya so areso de nka bosem beba live worship beba so fo Kwame na dan ansa na nwumre kase bo no ya mana ye naked na begrode hye ayo a wo 5 se se de mesimi tu na furu begrom ni komi krum agona bi poa na me ko naturalize no wa agona bi poa na me ne ayo amienu ko kabo mu agona bi poa kuro ni mu a ahemfo no ma be se ampa so mo pedom no manya dom
ba ton hene na konwa na koro te so no ani akonwa na na te so na ni baba ro so na mo ton mo jense san no ani mo de koro mo ton ye
ya ton ya de be kuro no eti ya fazia
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie Samsung ni Nokia ni iPhone ni say your princess
feeling sad only one station makes me happy when I wake up in the morning only this station makes my day oh Asempa FM Asempa FM oh Asempa FM Asempa 94.7 Asempa Upa Asempentia Utini radio Upa Odem 94.7 Asempa FM Oh yeah do papa Asempa FM Everywhere you are Asempa FM Everywhere you go Asempa hey Asempa hey All talk all day Muntie oh Asempa Ubetin Papa Nya upe biara Asempa FM Station bakupe Asempa Uwo fie Asempa Uwe jumemu Asempa Baby ya uwo biara Asempa FM Asempa FM 94.7
Asempa FM
Enra yekohwe bo ni bi na bo na yekohwe ye no mesre ye normalization obe bo ya obegu commission nani mase nti ye besre o momi no enra no denanka Ghana no kura ye djuma no se ka kwato company ku nyina ye chi omo ekwa central police station ebuso omo se ye de na mubu Ghana for kwate asa because boy no ohwe boy pa wo so omo de je ohwe boy la kwato ko boy na eka VIP no se kom ji 2 CD Central Line no se kom ji 1 CD 50 pesos Popular Stand no se kom ji 1 CD because ohwe boy na kwato ko boy na omo nyo ma dwe so mbebo bra wa Africa me de mesre so ma yo ma dwe so mbebo dia eni om kra om hu yi because me ni se wo ko Morocco ni ade a bon ko bo bi ata so me meje paneti ma te se de yaji wo kuruma no e na prayer nko boss tro na referee hwe ne ha se ka football fa ho kodi na me referee na nkasa no o se nko no reason sa na na se di ni video aba
Sports minister, no, and you're in charge of sports. Minister for Finance, if you say honestly, if you are champion there, say a couple boxing now. Once or you call Russia. Russia, no, used to come on, no, look, and you feel like bureaucratic. See, do because the 2 million amount boxers, only Russia. What are they American political system needs say near my work, you know. A champion, I saw new parliament, we all can have to do say, see, do when and who are big, you know, no must speech bibia ho press conference Kwame Kuma opasi akoba bia eno ane se no we use kama ono nko ba ono no system na wo mu antisa itinu ya bo na enyi obi abehyen until say you be president bia obi sika se bia boxers iti omu wi na ma ba iti 8 months omu tragana ba na na enyi e fe na mbe pass budget ni we no Nkrumah ni a champion no time 1990 and Nkrumah ni a champion ye idea was sports no almost 40 years ye ni cup of nations who can come say boy scientific Ediani idea scientific ye wo fufu say scientific just idea change bo your boy we are scientific into to idea bibia scientific it will be scientific no meaning how they scientific be on better how say boy scientific in say scientific also here the DBA boy scientific present bibia change kasa change and I say put your money where your mouth is mouth they over to your car say you say one district one down 2 years in your baby
5,000 there why you don't want to first I said 3 goals
Asempa FM.
Seekers where am Mukobo me buy and name collect Yasida Mukobo Yase many when you say will be above a man 5,000 I'm going to watch it.
Asempa FM.
That's one first one say.
Asempa FM.
Already, that's one first one partner say. Say there, 5,000 there why you don't want to first I said 3 goals. Wabra so obeti mi abo ade na eyesa na ama na ye yase etim no sade esi due no nyasa na menana no eba no ye no na de munim ne sade edi due kotoko no ukun ho ye ne yi a afa hu frofro wa no
Asempa FM 94.7
me de ande ye bosumo me de ande wabra so obeti mi abo ade na kuku eyesa na ama na ye yase etim no sade esi due no nyasa na menana no eba no ye no na de munim ne said de didue kotoko no na de munim ne said de didue kotoko no ukun ho ye ne yi a afa hu frofro wa no basa
Asempa FM 94.7
me de ande ye bosumo mo ba fan football me de ande ye bosumo
santeni anwuna tete eye baako ye ni anwurafo ankoda emom ni ye ka bom wo muta ye chimi ye bibia ka bebedi ade me pasumdwe magana mani asantema nyinara kwan bi e befa so agana ma be ba ba makoma so wo msam ye santehen nanso anwuna anwa e kame dagomba anwa e kame ko bia be kasa me fa ho be kam timba bi nanso me yese de be ya ye nyina be nya asumdwe ni atama mu nyamwa ye santehen kakraka dada ntinya afa na mpese me diga na fo so
Asempa 94.7 Sports.
Now let me hear you say well. I say boom boom boom. Now everybody say well. I say boom boom boom. Now let me hear you say well. I say boom boom boom. Now everybody say well. Well.
Who you are? Who you are?
Asempa Sports.
Now it is. It's the Outer Fellas. Back in the room. Ready to rock the world with the boom. So I hope you can stand the vibration. Because we're about to rock the entire nation.
Who you are?
Alright?
Mukase muye the headquarters of Boswa, ewo maimua muye the Marfo, Ukwe, Muka into Mukeke. Here is Asempa, Sanke, Professor before the issue of Robert T.Y. Correctier. The time of Yara India near River Mabato.
And make you shake it till you break it. Caress your body until you're naked. Bend you over, grab your shoulder, slip my Peter inside the folder. Make you sweater, get you wetter, pumping faster to make it better. Then the lights, then lock the room. 'Cause now it's time for me to hit that boom.
Asempa FM.
Look out below, here comes the brother with the offbeat flow. I just fell from the mothership. Out here, brothers about to rip it on another tip. Slip, don't trip, I never do it. My niggas in the house, I turn your body in the fluid. As I come from the depths of doom, I step back like wow with the boom.
Asempa 94.7 Sports.
Now, born I call her, no, Mestre normalization. Obebo, ya, Obegu Commission, any massy. Into your best or Momeno and Rano. Then Ghana no Korea Juma, no Senka to company Punina, Yechuomo, Eco Central Police Station, Busom say, then a Mubu Ghana for Quatiasa because Bono, Ohe Bopa, was on the Joya Bola for Toko Boy na, Eka VIP, no send from G2CD, Central Line, no send from G1CD 50 pesos, Popular Stand, no send from G1CD, because Ohe Bona for Toko Boy na, Omni Omagin some Bobra Africa. Me media mestre, so my imagine some body, and you come who because Mini is a Komuruku near there. Bonko Booby attached me, my Japan Timati said, you could manu, and a pre uncle boss to throw. Now, referee Henry second football, for who could it? Now, me referee Nankasano, or John Conway residence and answered in the video.
Songo.
China for Bruce Lee. China for Bruce Lee, and no produce Jackie Chan, and no produce Guy Jesus, and no produce Kilamali, and no produce Kilamali. Would say, hey, I'm here, China, would you call him?
Asempa FM.
China for you, Omu, and you see me, China for me, you see me, Omu, and I, here, sorry, China, what is that in a Chinese movie? China, Bruce Lee, and Jackie Chan. When we see me, Drunken Master, China, Chinese football, Ghana a cheaper now. Ghana probably a no Blasters captain, a Bobo Chinese league, China. We see our no one can send me near Contopago movie, Chinese movie. Park should go in Bobo. China. A team Jinao, na Ghana team Jinao, Ghana Jinao, na China ne Ghana Boboa, or see a show 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30, to Asomame, who do 20 I China, Chinese football.
Songo. Songo. Songo.
Okay, no time for any imbecility. More fire. I don't need to come and tell you what I have done for Kotoko. And I say, sacrifice, I must sacrifice. Me, Urekudiama Kotoko. Okay, only my original chef. Okwasafua. No plan Asafu station one. Baby, you fuck us. You know, the two coin Asafu station one. So, the original chef. Yes, yeah, number. Ali Madonna Moncriano, Omotiasi, Omuchumai. Minyan never. Otina make a chona say. Me, how do Muhammad, which how do Muhammad?
Asempa FM.
I have to organize everybody wakotoko. Polycampus. Na se bibia esibia me na mekuta jano. Ah me ejano. Sebi. Se wunim. Eno ma nipa de ahye ne koto ho sebi. Ama se me hwe idru ba bi na me hwe nyina ho. No sacrifice. Enti na me se sebi. No ko e ba akopɛ. What I say? Me hone ye hefa. Me hwe sebi me koto ho no. What I say? Eno ma me de ahye what sacrifice ama idru ba bi no yare. Wa wuni asabiri na akugisa no e fa kotoko a class posted ni uraku wo ku hu kotoko wo cheme ana wo do hu ama kotoko aba afare ya ama kotoko cheme me mo bi adi me see who the carpet let him wait and me back to circles. Stop the politics and the pointless rumors. Now kotoko is bigger than that. Me back circles so me because of professionalism and mechanical has 40 masi, Oko United 40 masi, Mediama 40 masi, Ubiat masi. I'm not afraid to say yes, Minim Kotokumu and Asemi Kotukuni. Kotokufuji me a catch room, me fire woman. Send the city beyond was some year 2 years. It wouldn't Kotokumun chairman. Name, Minim Kotokumu to the sense, Mimoja, me wa Fantoni was Sakoja Dago, Ediamakumasi Sante Kotokoda, Mimoja. Please, don't bring that Udo Kotokochame and now sacrifice. Do you know the sacrifice? Some of us. Dabai, you young Kulano, a tear stone. Ye, a tear stone, M8, no, ye young Kulano, your cock 100 international. Are you supporting
Asempa FM?
Winning cricket. You cook cricket. We are ready to support goalkeeper Jerry J. Winning. Those days, Jerry J. A diving pole to pole ma, Neshua Koshi, a your pool, no sabi, a Koshi pole now. Jerry J. Massa, I don't need to tell you the sacrifice me have sacrificed for Kotoko. I am not here to insult anybody or to, kill anybody or answer destroy anybody. I said, who the carpet? You get me that song too. Who the carpet? Let him wait, Bob Marley. You, and no, me say who the carpet? When him say your circles, me say original chef. Say when him original chef for the other who the circle no. Ko na ko hete me di ni mo. Eti me so me ka ho. Me anka sa me fire me ho as circle member. Chef, master don't bring yourself and don't bring it. Who the comfort let him wait. Me did you obi atam. And me mo obi adi me say who the comfort let him wait. Munya sa mo politics for mo pointless rumors now. Mudi wo kotokuma mo pese mo force board for no fa asumasi enye kotoko CEO because mo benya interest madam for no mo ne nanam mo pese mo yadan mo ne your business with kotoko me wa ba bia kotoko ya pese yakono enye sa business fon kankan no. Don't bring yourself. I don't have any problem with you. That is why I'm not mentioning anybody's name, and I don't fear to mention names. I don't fear. Ekura we yen na yen se ne city. Mote, I am visa mu adwene che obi. Obi ani nya chanche obi awo. And I always tell you that me, Oraku, I know where I'm coming from anytime. I know where I'm coming from. Mechanic quite them. What 2 4 say to the second club ya sante kotoko. Na me what can I say? What can me Oraku masepa? Anything a kotoko me kasa e dim. Na ebi mu pam ya pam kwamche. Na headlines na kotoko sakwamche otumfo sakwamche
Asempa FM
sakwamche ko yankamu de meka ho ene waje woni gua se ene ya pam ene because mu fi se me di kwamche echi kwamche ni kura me fire me professional obe ka chilo chana me fire will be a professional eti please sa politics kankana mo de ti kotoko na kotoko is bigger yamfasi we yamfasi circles samu obibia Edi makotokwa mo boabo bibia no ma behu management na board na mo di bibia to board anim ni anyina ba bi me nkoti amete na ya te kotokwa CEO no akọ no ye ne betu eska na ma no mete sanse mo anyina bi o circle no just management and I say board members are Japanese say you can do that. You can't just wake up and say we want to appoint to obi akọ to eska mo bi masa leave the board to work. and keep your opinions. Munya circular Juma. Send your beya move to Mama Kotokwa winning matches, Sa Kotokwa, Etimia winning matches to Africa, Kotokwa, where move to me at the circles, no, Muba Bim, who ye, I contribute to ye, Nakotokwa winning away matches in Africa, Sa, no to media day, African Cup. Your job is to support Kotokwa, me catch them. Kotokwa circles, me catch them. Me say who the can't let him wait. Some of you are there because of business, because of Kotokwa. Mudibe ye, mudibe nya musika, mudibe totom ho noma, mudibe bia munyuma, anything amu support Kotoko. Me can tell them. Mama from home makla. Na nya sanka minimum. E tell the best sim rough nonsense. Nonsense wunim Kotoko mu obi. Me o raku. Wunim Kotoko me si me slow. Say me bia sing na say me Kotoko ni o. Because me can kre. Asem no baby amini no. Asem no say me can kre mo ma. Me can kra mo. Ni also me kan ye sa so said the city no me kan sa
Asempa FM.
Don't bring yourself. And when am did not when are you the who the cafe to let him wait? And I'm going to circle member. Me oraku me say me more circle needing but uni original chef also we kotokoni and uni original chef mama was for as for market baby I fakas no as for one and you school mu ona you original chef sa circle no yes yeah it is all person who say or be a circle member massa don't get it you are not the only circle member me can't go natural me can't tell them me see who the cafe let him wait. What I say the rumors and the underground dealings and wakotoko some underground mu to chani panenti mu woni pa ho mu hihye nipa ase na ese monya mu way out monya musika kotoko great process na bi wia na bi fabi some no mani na no me si mu njai eti me catch you should believe in the leadership of the board na mu nyai sa circles na mu ayi mentemi ho ase wanchi ni unnecessary politics. Hey,
Songo. Songo.
China for Bruce Lee, and we produce Jackie Chan, and we produce Guy Jesus, and we produce Kilamali, and we produce Kilamali. We say, hey, I'm here, China, what do you call remote TV so? Me try China for ye. Omu eyisini, China for mu yisini, omu yisini. And I here, sorry, China. What is that in a Chinese movie? China, Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan.
Asempa FM.
China, Chinese football. Ghana is cheaper now. Ghana probably a no. Blasters captain and Bobo Chinese league. China. Bushia. No one can send me. We are going to go moving him. Chinese
Asempa FM.
China. A team Jinao. Na Ghana team Jinao. Ghana Jinao. Na China ne Ghana Boboa. Or see a show 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 30. To us, money. We do 20. I mean, China.
Asempa FM.
Chinese football.
Even in India, but Jaya drew your air football. China for Aja, Kakuka, Kung Fu, and Taekwondo. Hey, Kai, that time now, Bruce Lee, no time, they are playing football. That time, Bruce Lee's film, Kuka, go, hey, Kai, but in the China for ever ball.
Songo. Asempa 94.7 Sports.
Asempa FM.
What kind of professional
Asempa Sports.
A professional job in Ghana, a Jumana Mayan. What I say, and you could have Juma, 7 if you are Kuradi about Penny, a Kurabu Penny, a Penny Zobra, or Mana Jumana, the whole Ghana, Ababi, when you're putting your number to the one in Amia,
Asempa FM.
We are Tama, and now we are timekeeper, fire bending in the
Let's get ready to rumble. Let me hear say well. Let me hear say well.
Songo. Songo.
Asempa FM.
Fire, let's get ready to rumble and put temperature and rise. Already medical fire. Remember also fire, Kotoko for moment fire. Football loving fans, Maswell Agege Munina moment fire. Football loving fans will be a politics in the dorsal. Yes. Politics in so in fact up be am Kotoko and fast access be a homo bottom. Homo your politics were Kotokona, Yamfa, homo bottom, no more home. Send your bayer umbenyo until you bought the Nikofa, Umuni Pamra, Nasa Nipacono, Uma manipulating. Kotoko, Africa, who bought a new this kind of bottom and Wakotoko Biaso. So they should stop that politics and that pointless rumors, and Kotoko is bigger than that. Nonsense. Kotoko is bigger. Bonfire. No fire. Fire burn them all. Mudia, they say, come with supporters. Supporters, circles, Modiano, some query, or tighten edge. The Bia Mobako Park, Mobako Stadium, Mama, Tim Neska, Kutukoneska, and Camodiano. Menge, a Yakov
Asempa FM.
Me Jimmy Sika, circles, Yibitia. Me go to player and yaba yibitia team nodia big team who support tibi odia yibitia because of what I dream in the territory obi asma odia uda say management and I say board a chairman in a pan for board members omodi shishaba na cycle supporters mutajiri na kutokwedi fire burn
Asempa FM.
More than 80 billion yediache more than 80 billion more than even more than 80 billion yediache una bitua kutokomuka more than 80 billion. It may catch it or say, we support our circles. So, Munko meeting, she and yen she fantastic nature, especially Mubako Stadium more, the Pia Mubasha Stadium Muma, Mubabua, no more Stadium Muma, other type team nature, the Bia Stadium, Mumo half stadium, quarter stadium. What if he is a supporter? A supporter got to call me a second. Politics for Kankai here. Politics for Kankai, Nentikuja, or Pekotoko, Eddie Apinisika, Eddie Yana. Sa nonsense, no bullshit to be a no better source of you. You catch them. More fire. I saw ranting, no.
Asempa FM.
Munyai, stop that rant. Saka kotoko board no. Ah. Omo betimi akomenshi otumfu say to the second club ya Asante kotoko you know. So omo person mo a top player. And also omo person mo transfer player. eti kasa bebiri ni die enye no ena emma kotoko board ni ntimi nko menhia wo Dr. Kwamiti ene ne board
Asempa FM
se fata se also mu a top player and answer two players and answer every players become Kumasi Asante Kotoko team no ana Kotoko boboa enye din kura se no di adwuma ma ho obetumi asa akọ no wako cheche no mo ma kire no eti so mu bako otumfo mu bako menhia de enye din otati se band Kotoko ai otumfo se ma Kotoko top players for 1 year eno and stop it God chairman na pamfo se umbasa ko otumfo eno si wo mu kwan kura ko so otumfo na di adwuma na mo eto mbetumi top player because it bandabo yes otumfo se 1 year ma Kotoko top players ye jitu great king nana eno na ye adwuma but the board chairman and the members bit me up on the hall. I put Serena. I'm on a natia see so much person transfer place and non person to players. Because
Asempa FM.
The band in the see woman quite cry. Meeting me as I can now. Because another the team no more, 2 for the team anymore. Man, she meet me up. Menshia omu wasu otumfo to the second club ya tante Kotoko o wasu onim di papa onim ni enti wo sama Kwame chei etina Kotoko efa empayfo kan no a o ma Kwame chei ye panyini 3 years Kwame chei
Asempa FM
we finish kakash this guy with me football 3 years Kwame chei ni nim die ni BP all the year Kotoko and was a great king Kong na mu Asantibra was Kwame onim pay for imunye da imunye Kotoko enti menhia waso obetie Kwame chei ne board say ye player A player C ne dia kan Kotoko team no enti band ne de anya hwe jai Kotoko board no to do their work enough talk but that's a baby they baby to also more fire Charles could do for solo jai allow the Kotoko board to do their job. It's simple. Catch them now. Personalities are more board in the men of integrity. You keep them on their toes in a professional way. But men decide because they can decide for themselves.
Asempa FM.
No one in the board na gbe no akase asumasi ana obenti ebia ye Kotoko management ye Kotoko CEO ye Kotoko ejuma. Yours is to support keep them on their toes in a professional way with or support by going to stadium circles na yen na ntichucha who they can fit let him wait and yen na ntichucha and yen na mi piama board change na name way na Kotoko ni way na betima Kotoko because we were interested oh yeah you're interested they say one no betima am when your chance now the Kotoko pesca Kotoko gate proceed also Kotoko supporters o mo stadium and sika o semba no e bi fa ho fa bi o se be chere ni paplo you are funny you o munyina e just shi wo mo me catch no you o munyina umpo and o mo betumi to play bi o mpeso mo to so o mo enemies o mo hwe na se fata bebo team no o hia sa player no betimi aboa no e betimi makotuko akonkan a o mu betimi die ni die respect akọ the great king no ho actually the great king because the great king ankasa no pick up of African Cup 2-4% kotoko African Cup et wo mutimi ekochire wo nsem yi a wo mutimi akasa yi they can buy player bi on person moto fire pay you no player is better than kotoko it munya sa play and a play hey
Asempa FM
telephone tabia maso de chese ni kakira bia isa play na
Asempa FM
kotoko no wabo mi bicha justice blue benya kotoko no wabo ye support no yenim so ni bobo yenim so a good player but mama I said bobo prices be a bobo chese I said I don't get it over kona Moses back and cash media mapanyin ni atim ni ene dia kwa obekokra no onye de on cash but they will be ranting just a kasasa cases play bien was so check kotoko o 2-4 to the second club ya sanje kotoko team kotoko dom kotoko so no player is bigger than kotoko and kotoko ya available kwa no se kotoko so beto obefa it please so who can work akopɛ wo hyɛ akopɛ sika ne bia dia ɛwɔ Moses Pako and then forget it what is right the end clear equal right and justice they can crash near except for Tamina Kotoko ebe board members and board chairman of Kotoko Kwamichi near Sefatano and Umubeye. So stop ranting. Kotoko board can make a case to Malaysia. Say Umupesumo transfer player transfer. Umupesumo top player me. You're respecting Nanaban. Nanaban had the best, the biggest, BBR. But Nana was Nana African Cup. Fire burn you all. More fire. Many time for any imbecile.
Asempa FM.
Say boom boom boom, no we're about to say well. Say boom boom boom, no let me hear say well. Say boom boom boom, no we're about to say well.
Who you are?
One expert the would to mean your taka crackle. Sanso disika kesema wuji wusikansoa. In 10 so cra. Inti pomodia. Na fa kwenye iso. Travel bets for one expert. Na wusu disika pim nibi. For oneexpert.com.gh. They use the promo code 1XRadio. Not 200% bonus. While first deposit so. One expert. Bet BAB or gambling what 2020 wash a year. And yama wa wundi view watch. Gaming commission ashisha margin krato way atum.
Heaven, oh heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven mosquito quail, bako. Repels mosquitoes, less smoke, you know they break. Used to heaven insecticide spray, no now won't war. Malaria so better, it don't let a friend one money. Heaven, oh heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven, oh heaven, yeah, bako. Heaven.
Do not sleep in a room with a burning coil. Leave room for 15 minutes after spray and allow for adequate ventilation.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Yeah, when Napa sardines, and Napa mackerel, and Napa soya sauce, yeah, when Napa baked beans. For sandwich, kenke, and salad, try the tuna. And Napa chocolate drink, avanti numbio, ne creamy pan. And dairy cream, so avanti, and
Asempa FM.
Hey, and Napa, hey, the suku. And Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa, and Napa.
minutes in vegetable oil. It's best for your kinky or your banku and pepper.
You send up a mackerel for your soup, for your stew, and your love.
Na spaghetti need the Italia, baby.
Hey, Napa, I had the suko.
And Napa, the suko. FD, I should say, a gradient cut to you at the Atumuse, yeah.
Yadia Bejo, Yadia Beja, Ankle, Elia, Bembran, Tianima Bawan at this sports. Any was pa. Ayanima, Akran Utah, Dansuma, Kaswa, Tungwa, Bubuash, Washima, Santa Maria, Odokwa, Tashi, Madina, Dakuma, Kisima, Amasama, Abosiokai, Anaosu. Bronwa would do Siadian and Tamusua Asempa from Madia Friday Baiso. Asempa from Community Sports Quiz. Basso live workers of the so I can see funny by sports won't say me son what dia chadia tell follow yang our social media platforms I would want to so for hashtag Asempa Sports Quiz open to the mubia for 0540-106-467 Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz and you may quit yes ya konkon with 3 year lotteries star 787 hash Soccer Bet, your best bet for sports betting. Day by day, man from Dream Cosmetics. Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. What be a monster so?
Asempa FM.
Maninkai, what to me more, Nasamo, and Yonyamwana. Woyonamia, yea, Obinka, Yameba Saprone, Eja, Oba, won't crom. I think you know, so to me in era, Oba, dear, Oban Soba, so many Oria. I was so many Tobra, now we are so many Tobra. Oh, on Yami Benya, Ratty Benya, Yawa Benyo. On Wawani, who papa, who papa, oh, Bruce,
Asempa FM.
Osaberi manono, osadifo, ototo kesia wasi wanyina ye dani betwa ye nyasujie, ahuto enisa hudie, onyamia ye nyawana yamio, ochesu nyamewai, eye wana uche meso ni pem so what, opatam papa nono, ojene mawana peli anya naro, ontonko na wada, de biarada, oyo nyamia onyen shujeni muwate, oya nadia oya ni pepe, omabonye wanta, na wawagini, adite fichre so befie wate, anona kasama nonka wakupenye inasua, dadi nina teki, chite bujate, evuna bobre, evuna nyampa, mitim ni nyamie, friti tie, Obia, Odikamfue, Ochridifuo, Wudemu Befua, Woya Surunfu, Woya Wawai, Kantamantu, Akantamantu, Namenono, Shaga Boy, Ranchamasa, Wanamansanina, Kowe, Otumfuono, Akasapura, Yamenono, Osamberi May, Shaga Bone, Nakupone, and then the Sunyamia, Wana Yatia, Sunyamia, Otias. Hey, I'm Pim Yakupono. Within a woman, I'm set out, Mewurati, Elohino, Erati, and Yakupone, Elohika, Eshadai, Trebiamon, Namenono, Jehovah Adonai,
Asempa FM.
Osiaje, Ototrobos, Namenono, what's it? Wabem to fire to Trino. Would will find out was yes, shower when you on yam why. Was it that dear? Why, yeah, one ton to me, that's it break. Yakuto put to war, ye peda war, ye promo.
Asempa 94.7 FM abusha bia obi amedi chia kese na free nyame agya nyame oba nyame susun kronkron din na wo ho etse so ade a wo ho eye papa wo ho de eye medeni oforiata bia obi am chiao Coventry for Luton, Birmingham, Croydon, namchia Spain, France, Italy, US, Jama for K for Joe and Abusha for Nina, I do a charm watching Michia, a year for so Finland for Nanapon, Michia Papa, Canada, Mr. Danso, and just a Mina Michia, Cransham Rena Michia de Bro. You may dear fiti a Jada a copy fiada 130 in the Brahma. Now, what you will say in the TV, now what you inquire, you know, ye every year. A year for a year. In the end of Friday in a bachelor, said Babana, Baba Himachi, and see a day, end of Friday in a bachelor, but ye be year for a year. 130 a year for her. Maybe a day called ye, end of Friday in a bachelor. But in your Foriata. Jackson or Saint Tiamo Tamachi, and I should bury my Tamachi, Parkwesi Tamachi, Yaisa, a Tamachi. And it did you say, Ebro writer, Raphael Amenyo, Michiao, and Shroud, Bernard Padibu, Bia, or Chinan will be a P. Kruma, also Michian Papa. All right, I was here. Aha, Adum, sorry, was Asempa 94.7 FM. Asempa 94.7 FM. Bidiana say adum yara sa adum no ye de yanyam djuma adum ne ye de ko adum ne ye de kasa adum kan ye ho yentumi nye me tie kura adum nipa tia all right.
If you believe God is great, why don't you stand to your feet? Stand to your feet. Stand to your feet. Hallelujah. Please stand to your feet. It's a great God. Great God, great God. Oh yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, that's it.
We are Cassie. Oh yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Na entam ara na Yesu ehye asuafo no say wonko akudo no mu eni kai entwa enko isuo naja eno ha na onya enkrofoko eno ekwan ansa na owie enkrofoko no akwan eno gya no okọ bepo so fa baabi ekobo mpae na enwunu adweye no na ono nko ara na oho na kodo no eduru epono emfimfini no tio kodoɔ no du mfini pono emfimfini no na asroche no ere ha no efiri sɛ na emframa no ere hia wɔm ɛna ahemenachi na obiensa ere kro no Yesu henam pono so ɛba wɔ nkyɛn na esuafo no ehunu no sɛ onam epono so no on akoma etui na wɔka sɛ ɛyɛ ɔsaman na wɔde ehu ɛteɛteɛ mu Asempa 94.7 FM abusua baabi a wo biara chiao ho ye pa meso ho ye pa radio for yata abusua tie scripture me wakenkan Matthew chapter 14 the verse 22 down na osi Bible say Jesus Christo ekire suafo say motra kudu no nko ogya okwan na Bible so bebeja nkofo no kwan no nko a ekopa baabi ehye oh a leader misi wodi kanfo a wodwe ne ma ho ene ye nka ne wo kina ye beba ho ye ba ho kina ene de be kan say Bible say na kodo no ekoya ene kodu epunu mfimfi ehye no hwiansi bibi ama wo mokwa edu epunu mfimfi ho na Bible say Enframa eboshia wo abushia me kase wo the year 2021 yes chance ye di aseye emfimfini wo baabi no enframa betumi abo asochi betumi abo tie the year 2021 there is no guarantee say obenya bibia free sao na bi debi ene ababa kotote sao debi there will be challenges in fact different forms of them ebi emframa ebo ebi asoche ba woso the Bible say woso no already na ade asa ena esa woso asuafo no enti wo kra no kan hu say sabri Peter wokọ so ache to agya adwuma no kra na Bible say woso wo no epunu fifi na ekọ woso wo onse fifi on ya na wodu ya na hode wo ena woso wo bibim pemu sema no na say pai no kra na Bible say ade ya bachi no miensa no so wo mu say Jesus Christ Bible say Jesus Christ ba won chen amna chi no miensa wo hia wo na wo mu hwe sa time 3 na Jesus su ehia wo already no omo makoma tu dida another challenge so eba beto so sadete o hanu ba akoba na we firi wa na we abeto so na we firi wa na we abeto so another challenge ba na Bible say omo hu say 3 o'clock amna chi 3 no miensa wo bi adeda hais na ono de wonam a wosanam epono so eye impossible say onipa dan se ni betumi anante poso e wo de me catch on say a year 2021 Evrama bebo ehum betu asroche bebo ba wo se wo ye niam bi na say niam betumi aboa na betumi anante so na watwi afa emframa a ebo ene ehum a etu ni nyina ne asroche nyina
put God in that.
I was saying Facebook Asempa 94.7 FM. Facebook no, your account now Asempa 94.7 FM. Okwa yi so abenya ho. YouTube so abenya ho. Nkranhemre. Obenya Sergio Media ho. Facebook Asempa 94.7. Asempa ne ASEMPA. Twi so ye Asempa. Ubenya sa dwumadi o nyina ewo ho Bible say epuni fifin na emframa bohia won ebo be 3 so enwunu ade asano epono so na Bible say enipa da sani a wonam epono so ehia won ha Peter kopo so da esuafo no be say munum o se nan wo mu nyina dwuma na wo ye no kopo so wo mu hia wo bi da enipa wonam poso no ehaya ke beka se maame wata but yesuafo de o kan say we de eya o samai pen betumi aye de wo yi at that time so it was Jesus Christ and we were saying eya sama Bible say na wo mu de yehu atiatiam na ke ya bompa na challenges bi yes ya bompa ya kata yani ya na yehu say ahonhommoni bi anase ye sondaye yehu ahonhommoni bi obi a sabi odi achi yabi emfa bia no hia yen anase se bi sumbia ba na se bibi sunsum bi ne nam ho Agyidifoɔ bebrebe ɛba sɛ yɛ ase yɛsi yɛ bɔ mpaeɛ so mpɛn pii no mpaeɛ yɛ bɔ no ehu ntra ɛyɛ ehu nti ne yɛde bɔ saa mpaeɛ no ɛnyɛ as a result of faith nti wɔyɛ wohwɛ a nipa no bebrebe no a wɔbɔ mpaeɛ no it is not as a result that they have faith in God they have faith in Christ but because of they are afraid wɔsɔ nti ne wɔbɔ mpaeɛ no nti wɔso ɔntiatia mu bebrebe nyinaa no wotumi sɛ ahoɔden biara nim Asempa 94.7 FM asuafoɔ no tiam ba ehu no wɔn de tiam saman wɔn ho nti abusuadeɛ na wɔhyia wɔ wiase ɛdeɛ na ɛbɛbɔ abrabom ɛdeɛ na wobɛhyia sɛ wɔbɔ mpaeɛ a sɛ wode akokoro kasa ɛyɛ hu anaa adeɛ na wode kasa ɛnora yɛ ka ho asɛm sɛ nu kwan sɛ ɔmahu ɛdi w'anim kan ɔmahu di w'anim kan a ɛhum a ɛyɛ awhaw ne amanneɛ in diverse form ɛmframa ɛyɛ ɔhaw storms asɔkye ne ɛhum they are all diverse forms of challenges a ɛba ba ne nyinaa no sɛ wode ɛhu bɛnante a ɛbɛtwi afa so adeɛ a yesu ka kyerɛ no bible sɛ yesu ka sɛ mamu nsuro fear not mamu nsuro 2021 usua baabi a wo bi a wotie me ababunu a wotie me a young man a wotie me a young woman a wotie me adwuma bɛn na wode wo nsa asom if truly sɛ awurade na wode ho ato so a mansuro enipa bɛtumi apo a reject you will be dejected will be a few but your life is not in the hands of human beings your life is in the hands of the Almighty God won kwa ekura awurade nsem intimacy Jesus say fear not mansuro and was Jesus Peter say Jesus say ye one pa ye wa wo minimum no eposo won nante da say ye one pa dia ade betumi amahu say ye one pa ne ka kire me na memra ka kire me na memra and Jesus can say bra bra na wa na Peter e sha say wo ko Jesus nchen na Bible say one nante pono so na ye sure say na ni ba no so say eh me pa me ni na asoche ba ko bona we ba afi ko ha asoche na wo mem and na Bible so ka say awurade jeme Jesus train nsa and wo je no abuja ye me ka kire no say de Jesus me Peter de ye ne say ka kire say wa kana memra na ise bra and wo de akuduro sim de me ka kire say the year 2021 ade ba ko betumi aboa and say we are working say menya wonya bi so da menya wonya bi da but you have to dare to adventure silbo retaso meye we obi nya bi da but wo de wo se meye emfa wo de obi ebeka ede abu abam obi beka kiro say hey wo si say wo be de tell them say wo na wonim de wakasa kiro wo na wonim gidi a wanya wi ase wo mo amutumi ya niam akese a ye wo mo a wo mu si won bo na wo mo dare to face the challenge say de tie bia haya poso ba say yesu na se mradia meye wo simple no so a woko abusua se mene wo ye be face how ne amane ye ba o gidi a wo Kristo mu a ye be twia famframa ye wo hawo ye be twia famfram ehumu a ye wo hawo ye be twia fa wo nyina so eni nkunimdi aba eni pe be say how ye e ban say ne to me overcome ye will tell them because of Jesus because Jesus Christ told some from say bravo nim say you can do it what me aye Peter 1 the oye and say or to hu to twene and he dare to make a mark 2021 dare to make a mark dare to study say no be person me this grade when am person me nya suade you get there juma be person konkan fasi wo say ene be yewi ene be to anama we wako anim e wa setram Asempa 94.7 FM 0302216545 0302216546 0302216545 0302216546 Asempa 94.7 FM.
Great God.
Great God.
Yeah. He's so
Great God, great God. I was here.
He's above all. He's above all.
Peter the sinner said, I will go.
If you believe God is great, why don't you stand?
The next thing Peter here and say, Onya Gidie or son Gideon. Say, yes, no copadia, I will walk by faith. But Gidie Benante. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Baba, good afternoon. I'm going to say,
Media me hoye wona me no wan ka say that friend.
Yes, mo taxi driver.
Oh, yes, mo taxi driver. Yes, mo yan kasa.
Papa, na ira so ba ni grand. I feel we are say the
Gidie ni sie.
The Gidie ni sie and the near the Benante.
Yes. Yes, mo ami sha papa. 0302216545. 0302216546. Peter. What born not dream was a beko. The found you be see beko. You baby amra. Or the Gideon Nante. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Bishop Upuriata. Happy New Year.
Hey, to
Mr. Papa.
Hey, Nanea.
Papa, Mr.
Tabora Nanea.
31st, Nami.
Jai. Ujira him. Eva na ujira.
Papa, 31st, Tabora, and I'm more.
Yeah. What do you for some brown way?
Papa, did you come a memo about so? Na me happy New Year. And Asempa 2020 no or the Maya and Muna Yemubi. Ya the time yes training Yamianim Amanyame Bambo Adume Yabo 2021. In the 2021 after ne nkranhye a wo de mai free short seminar adaboroso ya say yankopon so ma wa hoden sonko na o ma onim bie sonko so kuma me oforiata mama
ani wa ko wasema wi akọ ai
nkwanda bronya e bo papa
wa ko wasema wi akọ 0302216545 0302216546 na ya na obai abusia ade ba ko Peter ye to so mi ni say or the Gideon Nante faith. We walk by faith and not by sight. Came for your small kind of thing. We walk by faith and not by sight. Yes, it is true. Now, by sight, Peter Hepo. Now, here's what you're born up on memory. By faith, or hey, yes, super, or nantiso. 2021, you may share challenges from challenges are a home, challenges are a issue. But I would say between a cheer for swa. Young Gideon Nante. Bible says, why we do not walk, we don't look at the things that are seen, by the things that are not seen. But the things that are seen are temporal. Those things that are not seen are permanent. Found to Niyama, a permanent. So 0302216545. So Gideon, Kuragidium, and Kunimdia, the Bible says, and Gideon, so the old people obtain good report. When you're a good reporter, take faith. Take on to faith. Take hold on to faith. Hold on to faith. For Gideon Nante. Na enkunimdie be yodia. Adwuma no. Sikasem no. Awade no. Obi ankomu man kan tro se adwo. Akwantu obi ankomu ka se adwo. O se challenge wo hodie. Na nsusu ye de Gideon Nante a enkunimdie ebe ye dia. Asempa 94.7 FM. Kwadwo Isaac the bless. Good afternoon, Baba. I'm being blessed with this message. Yes, the blessed. And from Abebo, a humbetu. But Dinano, Yen Fajidi, Yen so. One night to be yen, Yama Cassia, we are saying are people who never give up. And can say, we are payment by we. And go for they dare to make a mark. Darren, Entry Pinaman, Avishapo, Babo Foriata. And she pina my also more official more official. Apurgu Chakapama say amen and amen and amen. Prince Kofi and not Abuaji. Good afternoon, Reverend. Watching you live from Legon Taxi Rank. With God, all things are possible. Yes, we did say Almaniaji. Purgu Chakapama. Preach on, so good, man of God. And Cape for Joe. I say, even though we walk in the shadows of death, we walk in the shadows of death. Maybe I'm not Peter now in the shadows of death, but if fear no evil, we will fear no evil. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hi, Asempa 94.7 FM. Anyone that can say that free?
We need Cho Mohammed Aguna Street.
Cho Mohammed Aguna Street. Cho, young guys. We shall have Papa. All right. It's going to be an Russo. Very powerful message from you, as always. Tune from New York. All right, K for Jordan. Ajaman for Joe. I say our trust in God should be unshaken in 2021. Tune from New York. Yes, it is true. Apruk Chakapama. I say we can't live without the word. God bless you, Papa. Andrews Kumsen. I say good afternoon, Papa. Many thanks. Yes. I was here 1 minute to pay. When it fresh for Uchato. I have some 94.7 FM. Crashemre. Why am I in the Casa now, friend?
Cho Mohammed Nani.
Cho Mohammed, only Casa. When you be out to Yangasa.
Last person, Mobia preview.
Aye.
Tell me come at them, so. Tambia, your monitor, Aguna Sudra. Obeshan Kofa, monitor program, what also.
Aye.
Yankopo Chrow. My parents from last year, we are up to now. Yankopo on to Unquimwata.
That's it.
Nabi Biata, Bia, Betty, because and so Bible, and so Quran. What are they?
Annie. Medasi.
Paruano, Utumu, what are they?
Yeah.
Janan says, Kekaunsa, Yamishro.
That's right.
2021, you are winning my action here. Bibiao,
Cho Mohammed, Yamika.
That's for we need to do so. What I say, not so cocaine.
Mate.
Very cocaine.
Mate. Yamika, why? Bye. But you see her. Man, Fabium. I was here. Jackson or Sentiamwa, and Achumberima, Raphael Abenyo, Akwesi, Yaisa, Adom, Yametiase, Woman of time, Chimamidi Bravo, as soon as I'm sorry, Media, Ecosi say, bro. And then, Woman Penny, the State of the Nation's address, a chatto, the 8th Parliament, what they are braying, and knee. On Penia Casa. I say, oh, mine say the net, you see the net, cancer. Now, we'll be Baba Transit from Yasem Kitu. I was here on the 10th, you started prayer and fasting. Oh, what do you want to say? Papa Bishop Yahusu and Sand and Sumana, Yasem Kitua. Sabi Chronos, a large Tabora, and Yasem Kitua. Somewhere of Suba, without faith, it's impossible to please God. God bless you, Reverend Oforiata. Minsuchia maybe. Chiao I. Chiao. Yeah, sorry, night, my dear friend, because he said, "Yeah, bro, my boss will be by the transfer. No mind, Santi. The State of the Nation's address said the name man penny to Jano. Yamo de bebro, and then someone becca, and someone becca. What do you more feeding in the yeah? Is that Heniba Adra? Anyone a framing in a Yamishram, within your Furiata. Yamia Doma, Ochina area, Yabishia 0302216545 0302216546. Masasi Akitrabia and Shaman woman Bufio and Remy. You see her, I mean, can't hold in shop about.
Greater is he that lives in me. You wrote me off, but God called me in. I may be down, so you say I'm a minim yamia maxineti. Or can be women, Sura don't have. But in the sea, I'm bound to win. Into shed, not shall be beyond. Cause I'm a work in progress. What's it? I am a work to my home. I am a work to my one. Parimu. Minim yamia maxineti. Mary, I am a casper.
Here's Asempa 94.7 FM. This is Asempa 94.7 FM.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling and sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7. Asempa, Asempa, Upa Asempa Tira, Utuni Radio Mupa Odem 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk all day.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
I mean, that's not me for Kunya also in chair a tifonina or muti Ekosiisen Jumedino. Na but almost was because Asempa Asempa nyina so FAT4 and me gigi so fa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye but I premise am renti mem sama muni yo muni adwuma fo mpenifo nyina
Ekosiisen asem nyina no Ekosiisen de ye kan nyina me say Ekosiisen Ghana for the day when I never know Ekosiisen. And I think Nkofo omutina se new program that inspiration omunya
Asempa FM.
It's say tiasia ya better na kasa no. I think that we have to understand the word Ekosiisen. Asem na wi nyina no. And Ekosiisen. Ye be kan ho nyina. The na bonten wo a wote console na chi the ATM me ame kasa aban panimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wiewie ni nyina ekọ wiewie e wa bobo ano and is a mind na yesom oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoku na ye chichire a na Ekosiisen obi ye chiatie fo nyina atie fo je wo na adofo nyina o program dey on say wi aduru say ha na so nyina tie ha na ndi fo nyina tie some for credit
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Na said that we are attention ho. Na yesu adwen I betim dia ball man kana. And some be how and somehow pop.
But today I reflected in GDP and it is clear. We the devil is in the detail.
It's in the detail.
We have detailed analysis. No? You can clearly see where the growth came from and its effect on employment.
It's always a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, that's a power area.
Now, Thursday, I said,
maybe I'm a first day.
Hey, so I'm not paying my questions.
John Boedu and Yatin and Kano.
Say, about Papa or one, you may be that day. So, this will say, or any Papa, I want about someone promoting, say, or no, I think you all have this idea. I don't know about that.
But it is here, Mr. You the whole he or he for potty.
Or more, another room next to the area. Or more, because I train and not them.
But on any lawyer and the one, that's all.
But I don't remember my coverage, my friend.
Abani say yami yane ne bedi nkomo hey,
they say the price cost through. The most authoritative afternoon show host. And did you massa? He said, "Do we are not Bobby Dimpa?" Hey, Nana Bunsu PC. A poem here, and now did you massa? A poem here, Yamidia say, no, I have 2 years, I may banner, Mrs. Age John say we be this inspirational in the camp. Boy, the first 5 minutes more for man. O papa come better ha. Ko you do as I do have we say soon be tifia. Soon be wow. So no we do my emre. Me da say. Na Ghana for so tie. Na ya sorry ko.
Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. Ya da se pa nyame nshao.
Obi me da se pa also nyame nshao. Na twaso na ekosisen no man ye kese next year be ba no na office no aye kese pa.
Amen. Okay. All right. And Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, ono a legal practitioner, KPMG professor of accounting, University of Florida, and Moten in Kano.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumiahui.
Bibia
boko me chete fupa na mabahal me hu de nzama sasa wa brabo osande obi na minyim no sekedi takra this year oye nationally the level baby will do royal so wow that's great it's great it's good to see you you see that has always been my philosophy we hasn't or today happen you know as the trees grow others come up it's painful work I also say that's it normal Abraboy, then on my man so to it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM. Okay. Oh yes.
Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
The Constitution demands that we go to the people after 4 years to ask for a mandate. And we must listen to the voice of the people. I said during the election campaign, and it is my firm and passionate view that I should only be president in a fairly conducted election, which I believe in all sincerity the election of 7th December was. I recognize that my main opponent in the election, the former President John Dramani Mahama, has gone to the Supreme Court to seek its intervention and grant reliefs that he believes were compromised in the conduct of the elections. It is good for the nation that in the end he chose the legal path. Instead of the pockets of violence that have attended the rejection of the results by his party in the period after the elections. We all have to make a deliberate decision to invest in the rule of law and uphold the integrity of the institutions of our state so that no person or group of persons take the law into their own hands with impunity. Speaker, the next parliament is not going to be anything like this one that ends today. I do not suggest that the House might not be as busy, but the sitting arrangements, the source and decibel levels of sound from the House will certainly be different. The good people of Ghana have spoken and given Parliament an almost equal strength on both sides of the House. We have no choice but to work with the consequences of the desires of the people. The House would have to be more accommodating of each other's views and probably devise new ways of conducting its affairs in the interest of the good governance of our people. I am thankful to the Ghanaian people and to the Almighty that I have been given a clear mandate to govern the country for 4 more years, and thereby given the opportunity to complete tasks, consolidate some of the far-reaching measures we have introduced, and initiate further changes and adjustments to policies and practices. The Constitution demands that we go to the people after 4 years to ask for a mandate, and we must listen to the voice of the people. I said during the election campaign, and it is my firm and passionate view that I should only be president in a fairly conducted election, which I believe in all sincerity the election of 7th December was.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Ekosiisen Asempa, Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen Obiara si eye Yedin sempa kwa nenam Entimonda hara Don't touch that dial. Eyo Asempa, Asempa
94.7.
Ekosiisen Asempa
Obi Wildland Obi why do you sit? All right, let's go.
Obi Asai bonso Fili Asai bonso Obi this is the man doing the magic. Obi na radio yet papa.
Obi more on call.
Asempa FM.
.7 Asempa FM Sony. Emrena say aso ye Ekosiisen dwumedie no Bremo a Tuesday afternoon, the 5th day of January 2021. Live on Asempa 94.7 FM around the world. This show is live on the World Wide Web. myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. Midin Yosei Bonsu. I speak on behalf of a solid production team, a team led by Dominic Isiyaboa and ably assisted by Nana Chumberima, Jackson Osei Tiamwa, Yawo Eric Oparibe friend DJ Yayo, and Queen Star Ejapon. They make up the Ekosiisen production team. And it's their duty and hard work we put into production. Emma show ye the ete ene. Oman hene kwabena santi bibia will be a chia shronko ene ewie. Yatna see 6:30 p.m. Any edumedie no eba ewie. We have our eyes fixed on all the major issues in our country, political, social, current affairs. This is the show to listen to. Said American Akano. It's the multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show. Ably sponsored by Agbeve Herbal Center, Amponsa Ifa Pharmaceuticals, Obapa Company Limited, EcoBank Ghana, Bell Aqua, Heaven Insecticide Spray and Coil, and Napa Foods, Franco Trading Enterprise, Bell Aqua Active, and a TCL, The Creative Life. Join us on all our interactive platforms. Our show is live on over a dozen radio stations in Ghana. That's affiliate stations in Ghana, from Tamale to Bibiani in the Western North region. In Oko Tamalea, ABC Radio, Salaga yewo Kan FM, Oba Sunyane Storm FM, Oko Akomadan, yewo Cruise FM, Oko Wenchi, yewo Wiase FM, yewo Royal FM, Oba Brekum, yewo Agro FM, Oba Senko Boasi PZ Radio, Oko Offenso, yewo Time FM, ewo Asante Achem Agogonso, yewo Adansie Radio, Oko Sekendi Takrade, Aseda FM, ena BBN yewo Ochiame FM, ewo Omu nyina fa yenjumedi ene live. Stations ne doors yentimi amo udin na ode acha yen. Amanone over 123 radio stations and a fire Ekosiisen live. Many thanks for tuning in to Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, current affairs talk show. We're on Facebook as well, facebook.com/Asempa 94.7 FM. Like our page, share the stream. If you're on YouTube, you can watch us on YouTube live. Your channel on YouTube is Asempa 94.7 FM. WhatsApp line is very active. 0546 382 287. 0546 382 287. Na yenti de wo ede emayi. Don't be a passive listener, be an active one. And then some SEC, the president was in parliament to deliver the State of the Nation's address, the last in his first term. Enti ano no nsam no ewo ye be di hon komo bebre na e kasa e de fa hon e be say president spoke well, e be say he mixed out on some very very pertinent issues in our country at the moment. Ye be di hon komo ye we are the Supreme Court judgment no aba betodwa enra mo be kaya ye ni Joseph Akable edi nkomo ema on my snapshot of the course of Supreme Court edit to just enne by 12 midday Supreme Court edi ruling ebeba yana ntia se role no aba Joseph Akable abekansa e wo studio ha Joseph akwa aba net sen koye bibia daw official panso afi kombetu afi sese na yeda so etinkwam bo adwuma ma o man Ghana Ekosiisen na se de bia meka cho se no wana biti no wana biti enti Joseph Akable obi no way too much in the Supreme Court na se den. The Supreme Court, after they went into conclave to look at the issues that have been filed, Asema Omoka and they say a year injunction a High Court judge a grantee against gazetting of Energy Minister John Peter Mewu as MP elect for Hohoino. The judge was wrong in granting that injunction, but the court said because that injunction has already elapsed because it was to last for 10 days. 10 days, yeah. Because it has already elapsed, yes. There is really no injunction for it to set aside. Okay. That notwithstanding, the substantive case of filing or High Court, there are aspects of it that they are asking for reliefs that are in the nature of an election petition. Okay. And to those aspects of the case, all those aspects of the case were setting aside. Even the High Court, the High Court relating to the election petition. So one of the requests they were asking for is that they should order a rerun of the elections in Hawaii. Mm-hmm. So all those aspects has been set aside, and the court about those aspects in the go. Okay. So what remains at the whole High Court currently is just the human rights issue. As to whether or not they're not being allowed to vote in the parliamentary elections, breaches their human rights. Okay. And the court explains that the electoral laws and the constitution creates the situation whereby if you have any concerns related to say the appropriate action you have to take is to file an election petition at the High Court, not a human rights action seeking reliefs of the nature of an election petition. Supreme Court can say yes, but Omakasano, what would it mean to human rights case now? Whole High Court, and then it remains before the whole High Court. Yeah, but the Supreme Court number decision say they should have gone with an election petition and not human rights. And to see they say a human rights action I'm filing. Okay. And a court in the election petition aspect so the human rights aspect remains there. And to say one to say be are still our concerns relating to
energy minister John Peter Mewoni election there and
go with an election petition
at the High Court. And it was a unanimous decision. 5 judges no more case no munia coming to the conclusion that was the 5-0. That was the position of the law.
5-0.
5-0.
Bakukren dissent.
Debbie.
Hey, Samum. Enti virtually no. Neoma, the Attorney General, the Supreme Court. Reliefs are not Attorney General, ACQ Supreme Court, Nina court not granted.
Were mainly granted. The only aspects the court said it was not going to grant related to the fact that now a person can restrain the High Court from hearing the matter.
Even the human rights matter, no?
But the court said that because the human rights aspect, no, it can remain, no. And he didn't grant that relief fully. But in terms of the issues relating to whether or not Mr. May was validly elected, the court say you cannot proceed with that unless there's an election petition that should be appropriately filed. And as it stands, no, there's no court order against Amewu's election. Nothing stops him, at least between now and January 7, from taking his seat in Parliament as the MP elect. And the court was making the point again that the South residents not being able to vote, it has nothing to do with the election that led to Amewo being elected in Hohoi. And so if they had any such concerns about his election, then they should go via an election petition. And if it is a human rights issue that you are sticking to, then don't ask for reliefs that can only be granted as an election petition.
Through an election petition. Courts them are consequential orders because you see and they be able to say so what next for South for no now they did not vote in the parliamentary election, they also have to be represented in the court.
The court said that those issues are not matters that are before it currently. The issues about their human rights and whether or not the EC's failure, refusal, whatever word will be, should be to create a constituency for them to vote, if for whatever reason that had not happened, those issues are matters that the High Court is clothed with the power in terms of a human rights issue to deal with. And not an issue that is at the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court today. What was at the Supreme Court was the questions relating to whether or not the High Court judge acted within law when he granted an injunction, and even the aspects of the case, whether he's clothed with the power, all aspects of the case to deal with it. And then, of course, now concluded, say, the ones that are asking for reliefs relating to election petition there, it is out to me, unless election petition, it's not an election petition that has been filed into I don't know if he able to go.
Wow. Lawyers Tatuche Kata and Godfrey Yabo Adami were in court, right?
Yes.
Now, more reactions at the same.
Mr. Chikata only anchors after proceedings, but the occur in open court and say as the court pleases. But Mr. Damene point we're making is in terms of the request he made to the court, he's of the view that essentially he has gotten what he wanted, because the request was to say that the judge erred in granting that particular injunction because the individuals do not have voting rights in Hohoi in his opinion. And he again makes the point to us in the interview that as far as he is concerned, as working at the Attorney General and Justice Ministry, they should have voted in the Buem constituency. And he believes that if there should be any annulment, then it should be taking place at the Buem constituency. He also said that he's aware that Omar Filey, there's a case, someone has filed a case in a form of a petition, not a human rights issue, a petition at the Hohoi High Court relating to the Buem election. And so that one remains pending. But in terms of the issues relating to Mr. Amewu, there's no question about him being validly elected. And so that resolves the matter.
One of the issues about Enra was the legality of CI 128. And Ebika said, lawyer Tatuche Kata raised the issue, said, when it gets to Parliament, the day it passes, that same day should be gazetted. No more the gazette was done later. Supreme Court no.
In fact, he had made a point in a manner that suggested that he was alleging fraud. And a normal free case now, even before Supreme Court Obama decision, he had filed some other documents to support his point. And the Deputy Attorney General to filed some documents, including records from Parliament that showed the date that it was laid, and also records from the Ghana Publishing Company. Those things the mark court now or draw court now attention to it, and or catch a court and say, or per se court to ask him to apologize for alleging fraud without any evidence, and especially when evidence has been provided to show that indeed it was appropriately gazetted and has come into force. Mr. Chikata didn't make any comments, neither did the court ask him to apologize or not. In his decision, the court said that the legality or otherwise of CI 128 is not a matter that is before it for us to determine.
Okay.
What is before it relates to the jurisdiction issues that have been raised at the whole High Court that has been filed, and so it dealt with those matters.
But dummy evidence, no more and more court. Did you have the opportunity to see the evidence?
No, I haven't personally seen those documents, but or the be my judges now. Answer now, just the probably the judgment in the court. I say they have all those documents. They have it with them. They have been served appropriately.
Wow, and it brings finality to Hohoi issues, no, pending say if there will be a decision to file an election petition.
So between now and we don't know whether whether tomorrow someone may file something or not. I mean,
of course. And also say there was another High Court injunction application. And no, meaning if you are,
I have personally not seen that process, but I spoke to Peter McMenu. He was the MPP's campaign manager in the 2020 elections, and he is saying that he has been informed by the lawyers that there was an attempt to get an injunction against their candidates who Techiman South constituency, and the court declined that request for the injunction. And so this is not something that I have personally confirmed and can speak to, but that is what he's saying, that the court declined that injunction. And so as it stands, they have the 137 plus from now going into the speaker election on January 7th done.
And as you see, one other interesting case here, Cape Coast High Court, on the Asen North constituency, on dual citizenship at the end.
Very interesting case. Me who said documents be about
time or renouncing ne citizenship.
Yeah, and some are making a point that it appears it may have happened prior to or post,
it was done post the filing
of the nomination, and making reference to the ex parte Zaneto case. So Obeka I'm making point say in that case no court said timer obe challenge obi eligibility at the time of filing.
Yes.
To contest as a candidate, because Obeka in that case not Obe contested as NDC parliamentary candidate.
Yes.
Not about one anga saying do and bang cry. It's a court Obe challenge I was say or file as candidate. And Jomo make it a point say in their opinion at the time the candidate was filing the documents now say or you're eligible now or sign the documents to contest now online and set aside that citizenship but I mean it remains in that particular court to decide what
from what I've seen, and also in the nature of an election petition we would see how and no ebe pane out or Cape Coast High Court, but that's interesting. At least from end till the 6th midnight 6th January the 7th Parliament na enter also in the 8th Parliament we would see legal gymnastics
and even beyond, because obviously there will be some attempts to get some seats here and there on both sides, and there will be a lot of legal issues. And the petition also the update is that there are two firms, Amenuvo and Associates. They have entered an appearance
for the Electoral Commission,
and the law firm that the president founded, Akufo-Addo Prempeh, together with Dr. Edmond Prempeh, has entered an appearance through lawyer Akoto Ampao that they will be the counsel for the president, who is a defendant in that particular election petition. And so
the Akoto Ampao president lawyer in the petition.
Per the documents filed, but we understand that obviously it will be a big legal team. So
a big legal team. But I said there will be a lead counsel, and it's likely to be Akoto Ampao.
I don't know that for now.
Anyways, my men Nasi Joseph na menkwa homane so lawyer Yao Opon ewa homane so he was in the court himself today. Ma menye na dwen chrete na Fiemra studio. Ye ba studio beginning the year right series no ene ye de bebremo sound so and a spokesperson to the transition team ewa ha no so ye no ebedi nkomo tel lawyer Yao Opon akwa bana pom to saying.
Oh, nyami bisu isrami na akable ni lawyer no man bro for the nya
akable enye ni paketwa o solid yeah enti me patro na wan so wo court obi enne summary akable di amaye no sa nete.
Oh yes you don't na about wayade one man so I tossing say brofo no mama so me and chin kakra and so and no pepe na waka no and your honey say on say ebra ye beto aba no ye de electoral commission the maybe by a friend CI 128 and then you just so na shege jam for en fan to aba e ma mo no mo kujina ya ne e parliament na so to aba mo bia kujina wa ne mo ade esompa in fact en fan hu di no eni kabima mi kabi no eno ne papem eno ti se o ho na uni obi a ogina wa ne mu e wo o ma ti se Ghana ye dik kabima mi kabi ina ye adwuma na fahudi no so atutima kakra mo atutima kakra eminti ekoba se eniano me ma me ne papa mo ewo ni azisi ya be friend style no omo fanchen ke se de bi ebo mu din na nkata nzi kimichanity asa na ye dia omo ekoba se ke ma omo to abama eyo mampani ana so mampani aba no omo tu na emmomu na shebejamfo no ene ye che omo se enam se ye che da region na nenke ye voter region yi ni bifa ebeye no eye otino enunti constitution no so say en sese mantam bia ye de so aba no the friend constituency no ba kokoda amantam wa ai friend region no mienu emu enunti en sese na ba CI 128 nge na kese enianom ne papa no me sita ho no nke almost say eye hohoi oti region no ase nti bia nka omutimi franso to aba obuem na saade na ankobantem ena abato no so ba ya ama enianom ne papa no enya kwan anto aba ama ma se begam ni bia enu nti omode call eye ho court na ne ho ni se incredibly say incredibly say Miami Kumo dance it your high court back up na so say judge ne na ho adako no obetimi edi asem a efa abatuo enchinyu agie ho eno obetimi so edi awarefo asem obetimi edi tatisem obetimi edi company enhunsem eno obetimi krampo edi obi awako wiade enso asem na enkrata odi bekwakotu na nimu no eno na betre ni say asem we die eye awarefo asem we ese tietiti obi fa ahudie so nanso ni papempa ne ye abato ho nsem wan fa anko saade a onye ese bi oho no ono ankese ni tumi se ode ekwan e paso de awarefo ntawantawan nsem kokot o be fa ahudie di obi a yetia ni fa ahudie so na se bi obi a wakolua de asem nim se nyame kan no paso aha eni tinite wa minister bra eni foi call o coach no o masem ni bi ni te abatwo fi atro di so beto aba no eye fa ahudie asem kese pa eye e human rights matter enunti o man to aba ni bi no ne keti o mo fa ahudie so say exam sa be o mu ni na te be jam ni bi a okujo mane enti court no enhye say abato na ye tu wo hohoi na ama omo no enye bia nto a ye yi owura FM ono na egina hohoi fo ani mo ma se bi dem no ye mo sa ana high court ni mogu esan se esa na ya ye nitemu eyitemu so no discrimination say ama enya ya to aba wo hohoi na ibimu etimi atu ama o mampanyin nye na sebejani ne e de ma sebejani nye bia nto no ne te so ye kiki e fa ahudi so eti sai sa de no omo emmo asema e bai ni ya bato na e ma owura mewu ebe di bi mu ebe yini ye no ye mongu na bia yen to aban foforo na nyanum ka for no timi to be ho and on a better attorney general on attorney general so the thing somewhere yen fa hu die hu no human rights ya na yeyi na sutre keke ya na nka yen fa no enka ho se ono so yesiu no enso man se yeyi na sutre wabra bi bia nkrata ni bi bekwa no na we de yesiu attorney general bi aboni beka se respond na yesiu attorney general bi a ne attorney general no so ewa kwanya se baby a odi ne call ye no kra no timi beka se ene ho na ese ka odi ne call na baby otimi kano no e Supreme Court into the ba Supreme Court no empeni for the my lawyer for so by o mo be kan na ni tia wo twem ho ani se ene Supreme Court dia no ye ba e so se nsem na e wo ho ni ye ntwa ni nyina mu na mom ne fa owura mewu ho a ye se ni ntimi ko na se be jam no ni nyina ya bo agu esan se
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Oh no na small electoral commission for na say yo mu yodio senko for sebi afafo yi mo nto aba na we de mo nto aba mame wanye bibia e mai ko ba sempo south for enianu mo nya papa ni e ko ba so mo ntimi anto aba nte e den na ye ko twena so e ma so twini bi ka omo nso e wo ho ye o mato aba man no I need to occur in my city demo any year. Oyan is no from Mumra. To FM. And now Moka said, Niaka is fat a year or more get them who caught no say. Almost far who dear I say on the Tuabano, the Titia Sono. And no dear, High Court will be a year. It don't make me a pocket. Na near Mekaya is in a tough.
Oh, okay, that's nice. Enti bano sisi a yenuano me wosa a omantimi anto aba ama parliamentary candidate biana. Supreme Court ka say that is not an issue before it. Enti no man ka ho ansem, but going forward no then na ebesi because they have to be represented. Ana
okay, you know when say Martin say
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
And so the assembly for all white court. Say, yes, for no. Yet to obey ye, name, senior CI 127 night to obey him at the phone. Yea, not I think ye to abba a word boom area honor. Namami auntie be there. Any as abaton, Mumungu, Nayan Chapel for yin maintaining to be. That case is not my sister at chat your offer.
Yeah.
Nti no so ye betri mu aba no e betimi aboa pa yi ama enyanam staffo yi o matimi akoto aba ayi na e begami e bia court no e je o masem tumu bia
because I know so ye hohoi de ne ye an election petition I suppose. Okay.
Well, Anna matete o maye
o maye no
femu name femu the court no ever can say
you Mati wait there just one question where you mranim need there me musa tell in a minute on the constitutional provision can ever allegiance to another foreign country. Say Emma or Kwaima Untimi Nina, Emma member of parliament and some other positions in Ghana no. Say Osha MPs Nediana, what does the law say? Say yeah, me kwako file me nomination with the EC, you know. By that time, I renounce me other citizenship now say before December 7th election, no, which is which.
Asempa sepa yebusa na anu ye kakra by ebra yenya bazu nito.
Asempa FM.
Yeah. And Pennyfobi at the call court to say Ebra NDC for Korea primary. Omuyi no say Kujina Usuhano okay Osu
Clotte Call Clotte Kwale constituency.
Yes. Clotte Kwale. Yeah, FM Hano. Before we call court to say, that brand now, Mokoya family TV, no. Na, and yet, what form of mercy said, not on your beer, let me deal war about one woman. Now, this is near about one woman.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Supreme Court, if you high court, Supreme Court can say, I no cry, so be near about one woman. And answer will be any fear at the Unubako. And answer will be any gun and near. Or yet, 20 swabba more comrades to the more in a year. Name Momo, Omubusa, a brave bang, and a SSA will be home as some can, or you call court, a brave bang will be between a challenge. Omukasi to say, a brave electoral commission, Edin Cast Ababu down. Safi Mrason, wow, person. Abatwa ebe to amanko kwa commercial de manasa be mampeni no to be brana be fan krata o be fan krata na o sen krata no ntembu tabi wo so o ye Ghana ni we di ntie di no ba ko wa dream ye o fine ene ne kikan ka ho e so yi ni nya no ani bia o tia o tuo nyina Emra no ma ho pa so ujia pa o ne se obetua e ma general dia tumo ma o kra ho
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Se o kimi file form no na o yini nyina no ane na ansampo nye beto aba no ekopa se sem ni bia o kan ane no na anka ye dabi na o kan ane a esunsun sanso betumi aba enunti sanse asemi di eda kota yi nyina ya tiniti no wasem no matie from fantem mi ni wa no de dia na esan sem ke asem ni mu aye adipa bi tian ya ansa na bi ade be san de matie se court no so bi ya no yen jankin bi a e bi kan ba e be fa in same way
yeah
e ti bi anyam ya dom na ba so no na ohu e mo bo na ofre ya bi ya no na ntana me debet so no se na de bia ye nya konya ye kan no obi sabre enya ye Ghana fo ame ni ni if you say ntama de bia ye kan se nyame adum ya chede sonko a eye ajaji fo mo wakukuduru a ombi nyame animu ne ne kasem ene nkama o maka ne mrana edi asem pepepe no egutwa ebe mo ko amanfo trim yen concentrate nyame na yen tiase be di ba di no ye beto aba ensi ebite yesisi na emra na de kan eyi a ya hihye mra no pese ukọ na odi fo gitum obetimi akọwanim akọsoro court for frame mra ma ho kwan no wakọ ka pepe de di bu eman ne my democracy ni peperi ye ene mrapa ye rule of law no be kọ nanim nke damase
yo
mfuko bi anso ohodia e ko sunya court ni mugidie no na de asengeba
Mate, lawyer ya upon me and Nasi area, Yedase Pa, Yamisha. And the lawyer ya upon private legal practitioner and a law lecturer, and a motesi and no aiding come. Ekosiisen Suni, Asempa 94.7 FM, 45 minutes after 2. Medical catch us and then semi go up no sono edoso. And no paying so the presidential swearing in Ebebaso on the 7th of December. Transition committee has been put in place. Now, a more subcommittee be our more share swearing in how Nioma ABC Akunyina, spokesperson for SAR committee, the Honorable Pius Ennam Hajide, Deputy Information Minister. Wabekansa ewa high and anybody in Komo ewa hon tell. We are beginning the year right series no Ebebram Enra yenya Richmond Kwame Frimpong ewa ha and Yensaka Amos Kevin and then share how you can lead yourself at home, at work, and in your community. And part of helping you to begin this year on the right note and to make 2021 your best year ever. Or chance we would have another speaker on Thursday and then on Friday. Ye and non soa. Afi yebeko parliament na ene State of the Nation's address or Mampenyiko presented, you know, discussions are about from the minority and the majority side, no, Professor Jampo, he's also done a write-up on the president's speech. Very interesting one. Yebekum ewo jumedi esrintimontion and so MIA. Honorable Pius Enam Hajide, Akwa Banapo.
Menia, Mejosu. Na nyamia dom ne mpaibo yetinkwem pacho na muso e
nyamia dom ye afisi apanso
afi enko ebensa ye ho afi sese na adwuma pa ye mampanyin ene na ban edi eso beba mfaso ama ye nyina na ye nyina ye ne da so se nkaka nkakra musi anyamede ema ye mampanyin ede ebeko kena no nkaka nkakra afi sese na
Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Okay, inti Abatuo Akoso Electoral Commissioner declare Mampenyi as president-elect. Yes, there is a dispute with Supreme Court is here, but swearing in on the 7th of January. So far, Bibia Guguna Kwem.
Ani wofa pacho sanetie sena okaye no sape penalty o hwe Presidential Transition Act ya.
Yeah.
Say Act 845 say ye to aba no wie na Electoral Commission penyipano e de emunsu so ebeto abontin a within 24 hours.
Yeah.
It was say ye to me name transition team.
Okay.
Yemfa ne say 2016 ambra MPP for e take over from the NDC for no. President at the time ebe name a team special categories of persons be ebeka ho.
Yeah.
National Security Minister Beka, the Minister responsible for security, the Minister responsible for interior, Minister responsible for finance, any impenyufoni bi. Ya listi womu ewo mrenu.
Okay.
Nipa na onusu se nanado ene wini 2016 abano. Onusu yamana kwenya na onusu listi ni counterpart one-on-one.
Okay.
Na yaka omabomu. Na anka the sitting president and nasa ni representative aye co-chair na the candidate elect and nasa ni representative and so abeye co-chair no makambo mu aye adwuma no ne momu no at ne ekire se ye to aba no na se omampanyi a oti akonwa so ono ana ye sai to aba ma no biom se na ya ye 2020 idie ende omampanyi na e wa kwanya se wo be appointee transition team no enti no omampanyin etie emrano asupemu na within 24 hours no wonemu ni transition me say ukra ukan list no e wo afide so ma the honorable chief of staff and that transition team no ano na uhwe transition team no so a section 4(1)(a) and so I can say the team, and by this, no, the transition team, constitutional president informing, the team shall establish from amongst the members of the team an inauguration subcommittee, which shall be responsible for the organization of the inauguration of the person elected as president into office, and for the taking of the oaths of the office of the persons elected as president and vice president before Parliament on the 7th of January. And you know, a ejumade kesie bi a ye diama the transition team no. Beyond this subcommittee, inauguration subcommittee, there are other subcommittees. I can report to you, sir. All the other subcommittees have been working since the 8th of December thereabouts. Transition team no, they have been working. I am informed, sir. We are winding up work on some aspects, but some transition matters will transcend the 7th of December because assets handing over the presidency and government machinery committee, which is superintending assets and handovers, and so and you know the various committees are working, but for the purposes of enumerated discussion, we can focus on the inauguration subcommittee. Because Omadi no Yadiba Kubia and also here papa. Yoma said yes, Omobayan Shishia and to yes, say a mamreni amania kwansono. Sa important activity of swearing in the president. Now, Obi, we have to also make the point strongly, say whether we have a petition in the courts or not, no, as we speak, we have a candidate elect.
Absolutely.
And the processes will go on.
Yeah.
By the stroke of midnight on the 6th of January, the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic will come to an end. And sa ahumachina no was say Parliament fufro na yenya the 8th Parliament.
Yes, swear omu in.
Yes, swear omu in. Na omusu are elected omu speaker any nasifo.
Yeah.
Then the president has to be sworn in before that parliament.
Yeah.
And the speaker, no Chief Justice Babendi Amamreno. Now, Obi Unim said the parliament are masters of their own rules. And they can decide where to sit. Parliament, ebe tumiaka say ene ebia ye studio hanu na yunson. But the speaker no eti edwem. If the speaker is in chair and members of parliament constitute a quorum and the maize near eye ashensudia echire parliament to me say sa ashensudia no enso ewo ho na say speaker so ete ho na say members of parliament form a quorum then parliament is duly constituted and is in session and nunti na wo hwa edu bebe no yetumi ekoye the swearing in of a president before parliament, but now you know Independence Square. I feel dear on the 3rd of November 2020. This was before I kwako to abampo. Omampenyi ekomashebe dwefie. Ekodi jumebi to commission the completed job 600 annex. Obekaya, the leader of the house, spoke for and on behalf of parliament said, Omunyaya anka some movement of parliament from the precincts of parliament na impenyifono ebe nantia free parliament ako Independence Square na normally so no say ako say MPP presidential candidate and the winner banete nije mro so onte no obehwe say members of parliament na nkasa kra no omunya bebe ntina na hwa ye beja na ye party for chita for ni nasifo no na MPs baby omo betina kra na ye ji ho afa entino the omodwene ho entino as a collective no the house ni nyina dia I can share the leader of the house and no say ende anka wo munsre ganafo eni ye nyina say ade ne ehu hia de but say ye betumi a yen fam ben parliament na yenye within the precincts of parliament entino sa adisrede na parliament itself editu ya mampanyini Ghana man ni nyina enim no transition committee no etie na supreme and the decision has been made say ni omoka no ye ne sa ebetumi aboa again against the background says isi akra no yare boni kodie wo COVID-19 ewo ho a yempese nipa be bodompin bebre no yanhwe ye na se na ye no dada no ye pese yensa ye no biomu a ebia na the Ohaubisu Abba. So we have to reimagine the fanfare and the razzmatazz that occasions the important ceremony of swearing in of the president. Until the decision has been made, subsequent to the request from Parliament, you know, the swearing in will be done within the precinct of Parliament. And since here, Uboshifa Parliament anymore, but who say, you see apatake siebi dum
president ma
sa netie ehwana president yes state of the nation address and that was properly a constituted parliament because now speaker were ho now members of parliament were ho and the maize no so e were ho ntino na a parliament enu no ya tremu kakra because in parliament no ya wa wonim sen emuswa na MPs ya babesu ya omu nyina beba parliament chamber nankasa no debia yetumi hu mfoni ni wo TV so kra na enye debia na omunyina ba but swearing yi de wo munyina ye hwanim so omunyina beba ebiom so mpanyifo bebre beba for instance the justices of the superior courts of adjudicature beba supreme court judges beba mabetina dwom council of state mpanyifo no beba the diplomatic corps ye list no kra no Ghana be 60 ambassadors and high commissioners about 60 and Ghana. Beyond that, Krano, heads of state here back, Krano. At the time, I'm free office, and confirmations are still coming. Yeah. But even at the time, I'm free office here by over 13 presidents. And 13. And there are several high-powered government delegations. Be a special envoy, for instance, from the United States of America. Minsanka Letebia, the current president, outgoing president of America, Donald J. Trump, delegating a high-powered envoy to represent the government and people of America at the investiture of President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Sansuna, the French foreign minister, Sansuna, the foreign minister for India, Ebeba, and the Gambia, Rwanda, Bebre, the
13 presidents now confirming.
Senegal, Beba, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Guinea, Togo, and in Niger.
And when we are the president and
these ones are coming at the level of the president and head of state and government. And everybody 13. And Obi, confirmations are trickling in. And you know, enyemi nwanwa say ebeba ni wie ye kra no ebeko so kakra echensa. Look, we have a president who amongst his peers no nyame adom wo mu wo enidie eni obuo edima yamampenyin kai so say ye kase yi onu na ye the chairman of the ECOWAS Commission of Heads of State and Government. And you know, he has enormous respect amongst his peers, and we expect even more will confirm to come. So, which I say, sir, in Pennyfoina, when ADCs, ministers, because Sabi president, Onunkan Bakuse to him back, the security details, and in Asifonina, ministers, when you know, Udi call yang chamber no more, you can imagine. And you know, ya extended see.
The dome is big enough.
Big enough. I bet me for Nipa over 1,000. And all that. And you know,
while ensuring COVID protocols.
Correct. Social distancing. Nanka dome no crab bet me for chance. At ordinary capacity, maybe I bet me for 2,000 and over. But now say ye per se social distancing. You know, ya spacing mo kakra yenya a little over 1,000. So we are working very, very hard at ensuring say adia ye be successful. But ye wo adisrede ba ku mienu bia nka ye be sere se ye nuanom Ghana fo ye nyina ye be nyanti ase na ye tie ho ase. Unim say in addition to being the statutory date for the swearing of presidents, no, the 7th of January is also
Constitution Day.
And it's a public holiday.
Statutory public holiday.
Okay. And it's sadano. Yemu bebre na. In fact, all of us yetifie, except moi, essential service providers. To say more media for you. And you know, we don't expect too many people in town because a public holiday. Ne mumu special appeal ye kan this was so they say yenyaya do na yen follow on television and radio at home strictly by invitation. Uni inkrata ye invitation card ya ye ma wo kwan say obewrem a police for ebebo the whole enclave no ehu ban. Until you find say region about how baby no, and I'll mention road diversions. Be yet to me roads ni be ya close ya diverting one. But you find say we do region about ya. Ufa say left if you are coming from
Ecobank
head office or and I say free National Theatre. Ufa right or ufa right or bar. Uni card ya. And I say uni accreditation tag ya bambofonu omu ma wo kwanse rem.
Okay.
Enti yempese mitimi ho ase bia ebeba. Ni ayeye Yema radio stations ni na opportunity, TV stations ni na opportunity. Now come to media very soon because we are very, very important. And you be bia and to wa win invitation. Ye besre. Ade ye nim se hu hian. But nam COVID inte. Ye nyina ye nhwe na ye follow ade no e wo fie.
Okay.
Me, I'm making a special plea. Me party ma MPP for a Niji war system no money Ghana for do na a Niji war hose ye man penyin anado dan kwakufado. SMB fru benyu no biom no. Yes, a Niji no de e wo ho. But yen ko bodom pim e wo Independence Square biom. In fact, obi a okra ka bia oba program no Independence Square no e car park.
E no mo ko park.
Obi a be park wo ho. Okay. Na ye the STC bus akese air condition de na e si ho enti wo park you car na wa fru bus no bus near man na ya drop o enti no ye the congestion no nye the human traffic even vehicular traffic enti no hona obia ebe park enti no wo driver dia driver no betimi aben ebia osu cemetery ho no na we si wo ho na driver na ko parke
wo
anase udru region about wa na so ba wenim kakra na wesi wo ho na driver na ko parke but who need driver na say one kasa na drive dia and there was so ko parke wo ho na en ha hu say ubenante ubetwa kwantente no from the Independence Square to the precinct of Parliament air conditioned buses e wo ho a e be foul now that is if you have the invitation card say ubetumi aba.
And when applies to even members of parliament in
if obia members of parliament no parking space no omudie no ya catch omo but enye parliament ho a ono so ya kire omo kwa omo so befa even the justices of the Supreme Court omo nyina ye the bus and e fa omo free baby baako so omo nyina so ebe parki omo car wo baby and you can you imagine say my lords the justice of the court enkrampo no ye the omo si bus mo diplomats ambassadors and high commissioners obia eko Independence Square na ye wo bus ya lebu no kama na mo akofru bus na ye de omo ba enti ye be stress e nyina ye nti na supemu na yendi susa ye besre we don't the security for now assurance say they will ensure and insist on strict compliance but they need the cooperation of the people of Ghana ye ken sunu na nka yenda a police for say enye traffic resolution and they have other important enemy during the program. For instance, the bearing of the state sword. A police for no wamejuma yoma said the police band and so ebe perform escort by the police mounted squadron and also omobeye ena police motorcade so ebe ye juma entino yebe esrese obi biara se police ni ejina no or directive say fa sakwan so a yebesrew just for one day ahoho bebre wo ye man mu international media obi ani edaye so no muma yentie na supemu osu cemetery traffic lights on the local street sakwan no yebe close no Castle Road from AU Circle to Osu Cemetery traffic light. Yebe close no.
Okay.
Cross Road heading towards Starlet 95 Street. Yebe close. Independence Arc near the Ohenijan Sports Stadium. Sa Independence. Honi nyina ye close. Abdul Gamel Nasser Avenue, Ghana Institute of Journalism, Hono, through the Haile Selassie Road, Kwana, Efa Parliament in Chennai,
Communications Ministry,
Nimu Honina, ye block you. And Opebia, 37 Military Hospital interchange, and Akwaje interchange on the Liberation Road.
A Honsu will be blocked.
Now, traffic diversions. Okay. Motorists from the local street Yebesrese Mubefa 28th February Road through the John Evans Atta Mills High Street na watu aswa Central Business District anase ubefa Oxford Street na wafa Dankwa Circle na wako Ring Road Central na baby awo kono Kwame Nkrumah Circle na sifo na watu aswa traffic from the AU runabout Uber Castle Road through the Osu Cemetery we divert into the Independence Avenue through Nusi Street, in front of the Ghana Institute of Journalism on the Haile Selassie Street. But when you know Obi, a police for Jina Kwan, won't know, say unkai a quine dia, and yet problem. Would you do ho? Na se police for no say faha sa pena usu ubeyeno. Intino Obi say moi kakra. Yebetumi aka minim se bia wo asem be se foforo bia kakra yebetumi aka no media fo no ye nya be 200 accreditations from media to cover request for accreditation. Na Obi media ho hia papa ye over 400 television and radio stations across the country. Ubisaya obia ewa honden no any opepa no say wo munya ya anka mo be cover. Bobby, you can imagine say we cannot allow 400 cameras and microphones within the main chamber. Na Asempa musumu di mu microphones aba na television station bia di cameras aba. Ye media phone kra no ye betumi agi dom na nyina afa. Ye mpeni sente no the national broadcaster Ghana Television. Ebeye Productions ni nyina na what they two informamu free of charge obia clean feed entino unhu se asensudie bia ewo feed no so raw feed clean feed entino upa ubetimi stampu join news TV na wo the logo atoso but say because say GBC omo ye productions say e come from omo a ubehun say GBC logo no boss. But we know because we are asking the people and they say womun to me and as omumpe ombetumi omupeso say omun cover ye na ye manage the situation until now ye can say the feed will be provided clean until no about inframemu there are technicalities involved. Astra satellite 4A until no it will be uplinked and to bet me a downlink. Ebewo the logical channel number 5. GTV Live. Samsung I debate two national DTT platform no so. Enweche no SDI any HDMI output bebre ebewo the precincts of parliament wa pese ube fan free information wa upe HDMI connection no. Yebema wa kwenya na uswa be piki from there. Ni say ntinu ya ye media village. Enti media ni bia except cameramen any technical people are. Omu eye recording no media ni bia enko inside. Ye nyina ye wo ye media village because bia omu be recording bia no ba ye ho clean feed na ye piki na ni ye pese ye mfanye at the output level in our various studios ni na symphony there yasem so sanity and your best say so that would be a few of the announcements here anka the inauguration subcommittee of the transition team no ebepese
that's thorough. I think you guys have done a good job. Inti on Thursday nyame ya doma bibia betim inti time ben pod yes yenim say ya ye be share TV for us in the media no ye be start coverage from 12 midnight timer parliament 7th parliament ejumedi e be wie but for Ghana for person mo share inauguration ni bia nka start time ben.
Yes, Jumedina Kasa say 11 o'clock on the dot.
11 a.m.
11 a.m. Sharp na ya shasi. Okay. But nam say ye transporti nipa every Independence Square to Parliament no. Yeah. Enunu ye be jai 9:45. Okay. na buses na edin crofo kono na ejai because on say uko parliament ya was say impenyifo no omumbra in a certain order and no the judiciary beba na head of states omunyina ba no muso beba speaker beba na president beba the speaker will go out ni nyina no it has to be coordinated by the planning no by 9:45 no now all guests are seated in the dome so that we can begin the arrival protocols. Until by 9:45 no na was say nyina ye crack card ya ye betumi atenase ewo dome no mu no na say patan no mu na ye nyina tena ho, which means say was say to me drew Independence Square no by between 8 and 9:30. By 8 na bus na start here juma by 9:30 9:40 no na bus no eja inte no wa wo be late no. When you get to the parliament inside hono ube rem be diama okakra ne momu so no unya bus mfro because bus by that time na o meja adwuma enti no ebi obe nante every Independence Square no aba because umma ye ma okwanse fa okaba enti ebe sese ebe duru Independence Square no so intem na bus na di yakọ na wo ma pebebi kama ye nyina yetinasi the sitting arrangement ya ye hu hihye color coded babia MPs betina ye nyina ubehu babia obia betina mpanyimfo no betina himfo ni nasefo no nyina eno so ya hihye ne kama uba babia wo accreditation na say wo invitation ma wa kwanya say ubetina no na watina ho na 11 pepepe no na ye wie the president will host impenyifo na ebejano ebedi na eche no the president will host them to a state banquet state luncheon and no so no strictly by invitation impenyifo no wo mo ba no na woni o mampenyin ebeji ahoho kakra enti no wa usu unya invitation card to that lunch no no so akwenya wo ho say ubetumi aba uni card ne bia ha hu bebre se ubeba ade yi odo no efri akomemu ye nyina ye nim odo a ye wo asoman ede ma ye mampanyin hu hia pi se ye bekwa akoye gidigidi bia se ye show odo no ye nim dadaw enti no ye besre na munye ne sa e ma ye pepepe
Pius Enam Hajide, the Honorable Deputy Information Minister, Ono also signed a spokesperson ma the inauguration subcommittee of the transition committee. Pius, me anase.
Me koinanka. Me sumidi asida ema ochediampo na mabo ye member of parliament elect for Hohoe. John Peter Meu abasu papa me manitunkwa. Debi me wo Ketu North.
Okay.
And I'm saying what a sojaman in the eastern region.
Okay.
And to know asemwa ye can say sisi anu Volta. And I say yenye Volta region yen sebi west no.
Yeah.
Yen anglafo bedomefo ya ye kakasa aibe kasa no. Sisi anu akwenya ebie edi mayen. Amewu mrashebedwefia okono. It is the beginning of the political rescue of the Volta region. Yasum amanyoku baku achedodo. Na insio echewo tuemuswa na ha tisana de na kwakoye. Nyamia bue kwan amayen. Enti midie ne na hami kakra ne se akwenya kakra aba Volta for yebesan yebesua insua sansua insa as far as parliamentary representation is concerned no, even that was being resisted fiercely.
Resisted legally, lawfully.
Oh no, but no.
Court.
Yeah, but yes. the ruling of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, the Supreme Court.
Say niana ekoso no na enye papa mudi electoral petition eko na mo adane ade no say human rights way bi entino media minjin this from so minim say boapayo because Penfo na ye ka mo asem no sebi emra no no kwede ba ko pe omuti ase enti no nyese eye enfumso ye boapayo enti no as obi a me free sa region no as obi a me ye MPP ni mapa eye me ho bebre. I'm very excited, especially also hearing say Techiman South ade yi so no court to dismiss say asemu a ye nuanom ndisi for edi court no eni nine enti entumi engina. I think say it's a win for democracy. It's a win for the Volta region. It's a win for the good people of Hokwe. Ushe abato na aba ewo Hokwe na. Hokwe for no chusu development. She say presidential no Hokwe for to me to aba no akobebi. But parliamentary no matter akobebi fufro.
Yeah.
Because women who bibi ewo nipe bi mu. Enti no sa sebisebio bejimi bre abana yetu ayetu mi ka che yen se ade no eye se ye bentua ena ewo political party ahensudie bi enchenkura na yentuma no ade no dani kakra, but that's why I am very, very happy say the political rescue now there will be competition.
Yeah.
Now ye call Volta Regional ye campaign ye di Peter Mewu ejuma pa wo be ye e wo ma se be dwafie e de be tutu nia ye nuanom ndisi for o so free from Anthem no ye de be tutu ho na ya make case say un say MPP for bo Peter echidom ye bua no ye tai nechi nam say ofri amanyoku papa mu ntino mu difference ya ewo hohwe eni mumu ho enti musu mun sakra na musu mu be ye ti say hohwe be ye little land na uko hohwe kania loli kwan ejuma emebunu ejuma stadium enti we nyina be ye example enti mimi hofo no omu pe bibi saa they know what to do.
Okay.
Ni obeye say obeto abama MPP. So I'm very, very happy, and not for only Volta in the Volta region, but I'm speaking and expressing the hopes there. We know above it will see manifestation and reflection wherever West may be in this country, including New Edubiasi, including Sojama, including Accra constituencies, Nibia, Adenta, Medina. You know, no doors on hopa ye now. Ye beche na ya carrier de ni ye na ya to abapa.
Pius Enam Hajide, Mayanase, Yadase Panyamisha Official Panso, and he is the Deputy Information Minister spokesperson for the Inauguration Subcommittee of the Transition Team. Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM. Let me say a big good afternoon to you, Reverend Ernest Dia, or Graceland Church of Pentecost in UK. Graceland Church of Pentecost in UK. I'm told you are listening to us live from the United Kingdom. Into Reverend Ernest Gia, Graceland Church of Pentecost in the United Kingdom. Ma yemfen chemse Amos Kevin anan ababa be cancer and yama natna se ache ba ni nyina ye ni yemu entia oba ababe boaye na beginning the year right in series no enra na ye shase ene nyame adom ye toa so ene ye hwe leading thyself at home, at work and in your community in 2021 was our leadership. After this short break me mana kwa ba na ya toa so.
Hey, lala didi lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma. Africa Queen Mackerel leader what's as you win. So the year Jania. E dance tomato sauce na egu hono so e rich. Yes. E piece wo. Nti e me aduane ne dey strong kon. E nam no so mu. Se me chese nam panko a. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be check so. E grade 1 o. Na me say me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Ato ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh hima. Me do. Me chese. Jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew. And piscine gravy dey. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Enti me nyina wo. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke. Nam papa no.
Africa Queen. Shawenum keke. Nam papa. When my child is aching, suffering.
Onye woni say
edru nyonyo tumi ma wo ba ne woko wo mra wo ma no edru ebetumi asane yare afei de wo how to etwa se wo banya hotutu anane baby ye ne ya manozinol nsuo edru de a ne nkate se anka na ode nige benum atafe abonanum se toto saranso na mpanyimfo a ewe busuamu nso de zinol to yaw te se tipaye cold catarrh, sore throat, feverishness, flu, and now romantic pains. If we say a year you may ye, na a 2 year was a ficho. Ain't it Fazino tablet? Nama woman Zino suspension. Said the Ebeya woman uncle. Mabra walk on yari.
So far Zino name, now want to work. Who doctor? FD Arugasa a Jadian Cratray, Adia Tumsa Aya.
Zino, have a happy day and a peaceful night.
Belacqua so cool, refreshing the family, empowering lives for a better day. Quenching your thirst, preserving society. Belacqua for us, Belacqua mineral water. Keep drinking, Belacqua for us, Belacqua mineral water.
Asempa FM.
Keep drinking, Belacqua for us, Belacqua mineral water.
Sadia Belacqua, ekum yesukom no. Oma tintim afidia, etimi dane rubber ni edi yard foforo. Die kan say recycling plants. Our de bobo ade bobra etwa ye ho ahia ho ban. Belacqua mineral water. Ye dwini adasa yie. FDA, aresa ankrato imo agye atum se eye.
My dear, yes, sweetie. And then mammy miss out. Oh, some baby. Meaning so dumb a pan. We got papa now. A miss by pan, I mean, one down, I mean, come on, deck. Oh, Nina womb. Let's so the dick pie over there. There would be mona soap and mona cream. As yes, my have fair fan. Ah, may I say, now, maybe the emotions to my answer. Hey, Debbie, maybe I'm sure ski I fancy. I sacred my show some bang. And what can you say, dear? Many mona soap, any mona cream, I never wool. Said your mona soap. Timi skin rashes in your crop na eyi pampan fi nipa ho na mono cream timi sa propro ne ho a e ma chimi fu brom e ma skin aya nwensen esa ye bokọ sa bofra de no oh do se de me nyeja me ho ba bi e wo se me di mono cream siesie no me di siesie hey mono soap and mono cream na ne bon so nya de na abuso yi de ene ahofe no me ma na abuso ama ho ele me so ma don sa o ma fu here mono soap and mono cream enfre agbebe herbal center 020-813-0790 and 024-6595-256.
FD Ashusha Sa Ejedi Enkrato Imu Aja to Muse Eye. Hey, Papa, no. Where's your friend Atu?
I was at the bar with Atu the other day. He had bet on the game and tensions were high. Then Atu said, Charlie, we go lose. But I told him, Charlie, Vim Day. Go! I had won 15,000 Ghana cedis. Then Atu said, we bet for the same amount. How come I only got 9,000 Ghana cedis? Then I asked him, you didn't bet with Bet Planet?
Wait, he didn't bet with Bet Planet?
He didn't bet with Bet Planet, oh. So I went to take all my money. Then Atu asked me, all your money. My betting people said I should wait on a few days, oh. For the best odds, biggest wins, and fastest payouts, visit www.betplanet.com.
Asempa FM.
So Atu, where you there now? Still there, the line inside, oh. This advert has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly, not for persons below the age of 18.
Abra yeguswa den kabom ekwetia COVID-19 yi. Ecobank ema wa kwanya hodwa. Wode betina fie. Abo ho ban na watumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem. Fa Ecobank mobile didra bebia ne abrebia. Se wo Ecobank account ana woni bie. For text message ana email so forma ne sika. To credit, to our bills. Abra wuti fie edwodwo ho. Se ye sika buduo na oni ye didra. For your internet banking no so. Ecobank QR code ma okwan ma ofa abefu siketua kwan so. Etua ne ma no dwumadi Walker, one for Sikapotin, Entia, Chi Ecobank Mobile and Neya will Google Play Store, App Store, and I am Facebook page, and I was star 770 hash, and will phone BR so. Nasha see Dija, Ecobank, General Ho, Kai Saubama Quine, Adaunia for frontem, Eata Horo and Sa, and Afi, and phone San Kiko and him, we hear Webia, Fre Ecobank Contact Center, or 3225, Debia and Yabribia, won't Yashi, Tnefina Bo Hobine, Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every wusi simu konoa woto ase ho no ntina fa wusrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa woje hu ba bi enye enti 21st clinic wo mo na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mo de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yare no masa de machine aka ho ye de bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ye san ye o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment ye de awono ama wo sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia udu session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540 There's a 21st clinic. One more sciatica expert.
What would you do with 50 gigabytes free data? Would you binge watch TV all day? Would you download FIFA 21? How about downloading your entire coursework? Or you do all at the same time? See, Surfline has a way of giving you value like no one does. 50 gigabytes free data when you get yourself a Surfline device. Now that's a sledgehammer. Don't miss out on anything. Get yourself a Surfline device today from any Surfline shop and get 50 gigabytes free data to do all you ever wanted on Ghana's only true 4G LTE network.
Surfline, it's about time.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung nie, Nokia nie, iPhone nie, say your printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise afa ono ani TV, digital television sets, the satellite, any ultra panels, abomuma.
Franco Trading Enterprise, Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayomwa, any omunidra. Samsung www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani pabadi for dosunti. Franco, the Momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema, Franco will community one waterworks near the enemy. Cycle, opposite Odor Rise. Madina, 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa, Franco, opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And our prayer numbers in Nani and Chauntum 0246 422 338 and at 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still, phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Asempa FM COVID-19 yi Ecobank ma kwanya hodwa wo de betena fie abo ho ban na watumi du sikasem ahyewa wonsem fa Ecobank mobile didra baabia ne abrebia se wo Ecobank account ana woni bie for text message ana email so forma ne sika to credit to our bills abra wuti fie edwodwo ho se ye sika puduo na oni ye didra fa ye internet banking no so Ecobank QR code ma kwan ma wo fa abefu sikatua kwan so etua ne ma no dwumadi Walker, one for Sikapotin, Entia, Ecobank Mobile, and Neya will Google Play Store, App Store, and I am Facebook page, and I was star 770 hash, and will phone Biaso, Nasha see Didra, Ecobank, General Home, Kai Saubama Quine, Adaunia for frontem, Eata Horo and Sa, and Afi, and phone Sankiko and him, we am Webia, Fre Ecobank Contact Center, or 3225, Debia, and Yabrebia, Wuntiashi, Tnefina Bo Hobay, Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. 94.7.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM suni Ekosiisen dwumadi no asogo so a otie no yada munyina asesan ma munyina akwa babio 30 minutes after 3 yeguso e dwumadi so 6:30 p.m. and yede eba awieye enra ye share beginning the year right series no as to make 2021 your best year ever. By was it two anamon and ye chow neoma anamon was it with me etu na afia kwakoya afi papa amawinti. Richmond Kwame Frimpong was with us yesterday or kasa about beyond New Year resolutions, no, the things you would have to do really to make the year a good year for you. And yɛhyɛ mmɔbɔ sɛ ɛnnɛ yɛbɛtoa so na yɛtoa so a yɛbɛnya Amos Kevin Anan ɛwɔ studio na ɔno nso aba abɛboa yɛn ɔyɛ Healthy Homes Advocate. Na enye enonkwa, he's also convener of the Singles in 3D Summits, Creative Couples Conclaves, Females in Fellowship, and Mobilizing Males. In the programs ahodoa oye enono. Intiene obeboyen amayashe how to lead yourself at home, at work, and in your community. Inti paper fa nefa pen. Na jot in your madam ba ababisuya there just to make sure that we add value to your life. Amos Kevin Anan akwa ba saying
Eradiadom obi midaste.
Sorry
pedi afi komete afi se na yetinkwam.
Na bibi ekoye.
Oh na sumdwe ho. Em say Erade ene ode ya be kam ho yetiemu abrene bring nyina say adaje ba. Na etie for no so etie pa
yeah that's say what me about kan
yeah don't want say
nyame show enti yenhwe 2021 last year affair in Sembebe na course so some of us would want to quickly forget 2021 but unfortunately the effect of 2021 are carry into from 2020 are carry into 2021 because COVID is still around but ye fear your jumem communities are your womb. How do we become better leaders? How do we lead ourselves and lead ourselves better? Then impact on our kids, our family, our community, our colleagues at work, and everywhere.
Oh, me dance say we busa sasim. Yes, I say when you kese pa. And me catch and for about a debi na me na baby at no estate or na. Me corner me tintin me say na. Edu baby na say bibi ye me say me think as me twa mani enhwe machi. Me twa mani hwe machi na akokọ bi di machi. Na say ke na oye den. O say da me di wachi de oye no me ye bi. Obi me che say eto me so. Say abofra de di machi ne me ye no osusu say eye papa nti ono so ye bi. Neno na urabi a wakwedare wo akendi me friend John Maxwell o se wonnam na obi ni wachi a otum pasa.
You are taking a walk.
Na mum se wonnam na obi di wachi a na wo ye kandini. And into your kase kani adwuma no brofo kasem etise de wode ne wo ye no din sunsun so bi aba obi so. Am friend influence. Asa de wode nsu asi ho hwiase ambom na wo fa ebo na wo de tumu a also etne chen ripple effect no sa pepe na yenso ye nam ye koye bai say eye fiduem say ye important say ye adwumam adesua bia ana oman mu nyina ba bia wonam no obi hwew se na wo sikasa osusu se kasa papa se na woni nipa entemote osusu se ya de papa wakasa wonum kasa no bof kasa choice of words ne kasa na wo soya no na wo de kasa no osusu say ya de papa nti se nyame ammoa wa na wakosua bone afiri nchen enso se we ye na ohu abofra na obisa na we de okofa free hi dodo na won fa free
ya free ya ho
I don't see that me jidi say I can near as so be a bomodin so be dio no an nim kind. Obi o has so be mom name medin nim kind. Now you can say personal leadership and as a lead thyself. Let's say a wo na wajia tum say asudi ni asede a ehye won sa no eye wodia. Eye asudi and asede. Asudi ni a responsibility. Asede ni ye esese wo ye. Enti wo na ehye won sa. Oh, ayana ye gidi for me brea no de akoshe bonsam ne ma me ye me kai court case bi e ba chakaka na papa pedimu a wedi mfie duasa na ekire na wakoto abofra bi a onni mfie du kra mona na ogina judge enim se judge me wa asem bi ka mesre se na obegbu asem no me pese me ka bibi asem me a bonsam ne ma me ye Yeah, the normal be branch bonsama on me papa bi no ka say da bia ye be kwa ahimman mu na ye be hu say no ma bia de share bonsam no enye ono na emom yankasa ena sese ye gisa asede no to ye ho so na ho asudie no sa burden ade so ano esese da ye nso enti se we abofra se we penimu wade a wo ye no empentem nkasa obi na maame ye sankenye simesi akama anyese enye simesi akama ankasasa enye we anka ka bia meti no kenye anuni obi okasasa no onya num pempen so a ono akra bibi e fra no personal leadership it's a personal leadership no ye wa wodi hu so akan no e sha ase afri se wunim bia wokọ unim anamo a wotu ede obeka kodu ho unim ade a wore ye na ne won ye no nsunsu anso ede bebreo ena wa ye se sa kwan ye a me fa so ye ho na mefa na won ye ne dako wo ye ne ne wo be ye ne china wo be ye na de chin wo be ye ne bosumi echi bosumi miensa echi bosumi nnan echi brofoka so friend consistency as I say wo ye na wo ye na wo ye na wo ye ore bia me no makenkan no woman bebre sense na me adwuma with a Swedish NGO Star of Hope. Now one ma me sua ne wonam bebre se na be a be training one staff no because na me were part of the organization a year training with one American guy Martin Bansoff. Now your friend Steve Covey or throw book be 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Nipa one ade ye konkan na wo ye ade enso wo ye niye. And I see wahwai hu se nipa tiase a yetena se wo akwan miensa so brofoka se friend existential reality the wo form pa no your friend dependency nature say me de down se nyawa enka menti sei obi timi kan nyame papa ankenne kam ye doctor enyame maame anka me yesei enyame soa bi anka nti ni semenhia no but that time we semenhia no ye negative and also say obi o sa bia no a o prepare bon ho modin akwanye nyina se obe page no mu aba de ofre no independence wanya ne ho wade ne ho prekope na o kire se obi bedu sa independence no ayese me de me ho no a ode no ho kasa ne memam ni ade a nipa bebre no osusu se oho a na sese nipa kodu na bibia making kind na medu ono no medwin ebibrem aman ahodo ye mu bebre independent but I know no and Steve ka say who free dependency e kodu independence a esese wo bon wo modern se obeka kodu pempen so a ho ne konkan pa atwam e friend no interdependence intimity me nuano man bia I'm independent na me raho because that is just the middle belt the epoch the height zenith no interdependence the ability to live with other people and co-create and coexist enti obi bia wo dependence is abre obi bia na we na ye na we na ye na we na say nye we anka wo bon humodin so bedum pempen so obeka say me na maye now friend independence me dem ho but I manint na waranko is answer what na dia na unu hwe me ka me papa brought ya say do baby o say nne eyemba baby enyina edu say emunua na me sano ofre me say ne ba me ba bedu impempen so bia ma ware no ofre me say me yeninua adenti say a ye fa adwen bom
what do interdependence
what do sa level no interdependence me ne me papa etimi transcending komo say opening me nya abofra biem abe penimu it is ye kase wo di wo hu so akan ya bisa wo say level ben na wo sa abre wo pempen so a ne esi wa pran bia wo de show bi wo probi na order ko jano o man mu e ya de ba ko ha ye kase pa ade bia obi de kosua obi ade bia obi nya obi de somono bono opobi enso esese yengina yete asese yes or therefore no gigefo busuefo obonsam no oho owo ne oye but wonso wo ne oma ho kwan no last time to me Facebook say mebo modern pa say I won't give the devil a foothold. Otherwise he would turn the foothold into a stronghold.
Yeah.
Nipa bebre atiketu bi o we dey say ketwa oh we dey say ketwa but no man kiti no eno ne di enya kese. Enti wo yen fidue mu no se ye bedi nkan a ye ti ase ese akandie sunsun ni adiyo no e hye ase fifie en hye ase enfri gempa me papa prophet there brand or gempa di kunim na kansema about leadership but akandie ankasa no eye I want it ye the jane na e di dua mofrem no eno na wode eba abrabo inti nipa adwene a okura adwene the mindset of the individual and no any shape ne manners inti abri bia no some person was san obi na de yo a e was say we restructure the thought system
Ekosiisen On
Asempa inti wo hwa mo a mo ye NGO ne ade mo bibia friend behavior change communication kasa edin sachara ebe nipa abrabo na sa kasa no yetumi sua no wonwum na my example abra Beijing be buy answer Beji din no one day and you me buy send your girl child to school sabre no e mayo be bring ko school na say obi oba be mani oba fa be mani de na ko school na oba na tena jade na one share sa anwom na ase no e de adwene mu foforo yen sachira bebre bai eniti say obi isu anwom anya anwom keke o esachira nipa suni na diyo ne ban music molds your mind enwom ehu pa It's a dofit like can say I don't care who governs a nation as long as I'm the one who runs the youth song. Me found an your tea mampeni. Se mimi nya kwanya say youth no mebu no won nwuma woni tie no. Me na me chro. Se me chron kwa. Because a chro no. E kresunsun.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
Ni krankwa. Nti enum kasa no nso. E kresunsun krankwa. Eno de he so ye de gidie ni una osom kwasiada osom memeneda yawada oye de emfa ho kasa ye kan nye kasa keke e bawura nipem ma nipa ne gitum se ade di nipa be konkan na de ahoden foforo bi be wura dipem nti ye kasa o se ehwe ese ehwe nti eno nti edu sa bre no a afa wadwen no mumu no na enye ntini wo akomam. Now Chinese for Bebubi was say, if righteousness enters the heart, there will be beauty in character. Certainly ni ye bowura nipa kumemwa. E de subampa efe. Ene dan ho edi. Inti na say ni nipa susu wona kumemo no. Eno dan ho edi wona diem. Inti o say e chance for wadwene mu. Wadwene se ne wate. Na anya intini wo wadwene na afa e ba betena wakomam na betena wakomam a eno na beye wadeyo na beye wusu ne wo ban nti so nipa de hye na komam se media ma mebobra e beda no wadi media me ba sa se isu se me bebobra wo bebobra maybe de me bebobna wo bebobna nso Enti esese onipa de se bia ya hwe yie se wodi wo ho so akan a I friend self leadership no esese wo ya hwe yie no ma bowura wutirim ni wadwene ye fa wadwene no mum e ma wo be ya akoa e ma sa de no na se nye ntini wakoma mu de a na afa na atinkensen na be ye wade yo wo de he ye papa kofo breso na one person was sesan yen sika no na pinchen kakraba And I 1 year say obesuyanyum. The new Ghana city, the value is the same. The value is the same. Ni bono ayepe. Na fe bedu baby is $1 near 1 cedi to $1. And no one adene brase. Na Ghana for J-penny. Inti anyumo we no. Ayadia and say ye didi agro kra. So be a pese or shen hosuno din so and kaino. Onhwe ye anyumo oti.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Uhwe mebunu bebre. Eya na nkofo pese won se na won se dressing. Dressing no ye sheda for nkotra school ma ye nche dressing no. Na ye nwanwan se ne wo che no krenye no be ye. Na ohens anyumo no. Ne weso anyumo no. Ne auto anyumo no. Na ya bo na badini. Na aka se we de oye celebrity. Onya jitum sa. Ne oye so wafum kra ya de papa. Me call Europe man be so call youth all night. Now all night na bisa mebru ne say mon list the 5 most influential people in your lives. Youth bear 90 or all night na se no so ha sorry na nche da nya akese. Youth bear 90 na all in shemu na se no. Ba kokra ambo so fodi. Ba kokra ambo ni maami din.
Wow.
Ba kokra ambo asori penin din. 90 youth. Omo role models and influencers no. Media personalities, sports personalities, music stars, and I wanna account. It is uncle way and I would do one a cheap. It is a wonderful one also bed also from. And no near who some was a brea and nani a jawu womba or has a teacher and a better tion. Inti Mekai those days now be a teenage teacher, son na me in the 90s. We share nebi and a jebio say na me brother Amos. Wo banu enu ni nkasa. I say ma me ba de hi. Me ba na oba meeting no. Let's say sa ena we no wagye atum se ono oni tumi a oni tumi wone ba no so enti me no ma sitna nyina ne se mehye awofo din to empower parents me hye won crying se ye po bia owo susu ye pa anansusu ye boni wa abofra so a enye teacher eye ena eja America for President Barack Obama awetwem asese anyo no mampeni oka sembi ne over office no ye otoponoma ejanom young fathers Father's Day bia na dakro oka say oka brofo kasabi o say the vacuum created in me by the absence of my father is yet to be filled by society.
Asempa FM.
O say bonka abeda mimu esanse meja na oni sunsanso o me so no wiase asetina me wo mu se bre a o ye o mampeni no de ntumi fanhye mu nti o rebi a friend George Herbert o say one father is the equivalent of 1,000 teachers. One father ijabako is the equivalent of 1,000 teachers. International say was say a jebia wutie misabre the influencer who wo basono you have no idea. Sentia me mentine mesa embo me ma. Sentia me fa me nsam bo me yire. Misua fi me papa ho. And I idea a shemimu me maya I've never done that. Oh, it's so important say eja be bon ho modin say ne ba be se no. Ye GD for bebre. Ye wi afidie Yesu Kristo kan. O say oba ni ntumi ye hwe, agide ehun say eja na ye. Enti ya say eja bia bu nkompo no busa no say me ma eda suban bi edia. Yes, ye wo peer pressure ne ade. But senti a peer pressure betumi ya tumi ne say eja atoto na sede ase. Eja kase mi nye eja Asemba to ye na ebeya rehosem se na so ama machine finfin wa esan se eja ne na obom na wotete abofra ɛno nti ne papa mu anka wɔn mmienu no obom no wɔtete abofra but yɛgye tom sɛ fie bebree wɔ hɔ a ɛgya nko tete ɛba anaa ɛna nko tete ɛba ɛno nkyerɛ sɛ wɔn no ankorankoro ne tete anyɛ yie bɛyɛ sɛ wɔnim ne wɔyɛ a wɔma wɔn ani ko ho a menim agya no mu a wɔtete mma ɛma ma na yɛ yie ɛna menim ɛnanom nso a wɔtete mma mmarima ma na yɛ yie na ehia ne sɛ ɔte na sɛ de ase na ɔhu na sudi a yɛde agya no sɛ ɔyɛ agya anaa me first time my wife ofefunu no wo ye na me wo Kenya me buy na de chia na me call Rafa Medical Center na that time no na Francis Eje so de ba ya wo no nti ya wo mo the same day the same place nti we do ona ye de akwala no ye de towel achichire no friend is a show so de am da achichire no na ye kukuro no na ye de me share nisha mensa me kradia na sa obi unim de ba my dream the child is a bundle of strength and weaknesses but more than anything for me as a father anxiety and hope any that's all na ba but I am shishia so na obi bia we penimu a wotie me especially in the home. The father is the head of the home. But the UFI so say a number prefinity. It is a jano pra. And I'm in a pro. There were a lot of homes, sir. Madame for Michael Mensa, OTM is Abri. Or can't say me, or say the absence of the present father. The absence of the present father. A jano or honso niho. Ewe janum bebre omo honso muni ho. Okonoba. Akola bi hwe de papa sa say daddy, are you going back to your hometown? On Trefie. Amano na abrantie bi ohwe me say elder. They say my father is an elder. Me kanan papa preside elder. Akola bi hwe me I say they took my father and gave me a pastor. This is a 16-year-old girl. Omo Jimmy papa. No mama me sofo. Inti efie na wo no ne papa no ohun ne se sofo, ohun ne se oyeja. And that's tragic. Because your bumper was a major wasser who didn't want to. When you were petty was assassinated, them ought to also. It is a say, ye jano titru, ye jai fieno at the swano ashema, ye jama ye yireno. But a brass will say, janum, I will see a revival of the home with the men who are not present but absent, but present and present. Fatherhood initiative. Obi oti obeto me Google fatherhood initiative. Almost some data work on the absence of father and its effect on young people. It's grim. Minya Enti ye dinner swaye nyire no mache. Etoni bi ani aka aware be ye gina maso. Who said so? Aware be ye gina kro ne yire so.
But nya because Bema no and also provide him a fee. He has to be out there looking for money to sustain the family.
That is what I call the traditional trap. The traditional trap. Provide for your family, but does not give you a reason to be absent. Oh, yeah, many baby, ya fan no baby, bravo boy and boa. Aya, this will be a comb. Yempe homie, ni yempe, say a betty and bresso. I'm more example. Papa be also ni break. And so to me, enya break or Chelsea, Manchester. Or we are here Barcelona ne Real Madrid. As our boss. 2 games in a row. 90 minutes. Yeah. If there's extra time, you're talking about 100 minutes. With me, enya time we are here football. Oh, enya time no PTA meeting. What are you telling me? Time is not available to anybody, but we create time. I mean, madam, I'm going to PTA chairman for a school in Tema, very big school. And I was so saddened. Say, parents were just not interested in parent-teacher meetings. They an excuse to be away. But I made it also say me, my bear chairman, and finally we got them to come. Because he was a baby now for a PTA meeting, he said, Ekosiise project, Ekosiise, into the BIS Kasem. And he had done in any into the first 30 minutes, no, now me yes seminar for them. And you should see the parents who are coming. Because yes, positions on understanding a teenager, understanding children, the threats and facing, all these days, this new world order. And I want to say, no, and a boy nipa bebre. Inti as I say a boy home. And it made me believe so much in the power of parenting and the priority of parenting. Look, and not too for more. This nation will come to a halt. A lot of the boys and girls almost live a rogue life. Check the background.
If you fear,
there is a cry for the presence of a father, cry for mother. Oh, here, Jauhiana. It is about Asafumua and also call a Sumbimua. What Bannon penny for honor, as I say, 1 year, why they say Janum near Nanum. But the book I should name Janny and Nanum Nibino, I don't know, Peteku, Yan, yes,
Ekosiise On
yes,
Asempa FM.
If you want to say we are near Busas a Bansen and Colea says, and so now Obi and I want, sir. 16-year-old girl, some say is marriage necessary today. I didn't.
The one who name mammy and the
papa and the mammy. Watching the papa or ne mammy are down for dampaso. No one who the mammy is so kissing the papa down for. Now, 16-year-old no on your day. Or channel at theatre, who blame her? What is someone born and ye? Until we do baby or no so better personal leadership, I say. Now on try at the level of dependence, me mammy need dim them. Now I rise it to independence, to a level of interdependence. Na bra bono ebe bo mine. Inti uko ejuma bebre ai, ube hu nkrofo oti ejuma and ejuma ni nkoye, Nso boka koye no osay ade. Me papa bi no catch him say the office bi na award the biometric clearance by.
Yeah.
Inti upio every time bi obe swipe once wait me pie. No person here workers on ba on transit. And many workers don't know, say, biometrically, who call bangina, they can monitor how frequent you exit the workspace. Because every time you swipe, it is registered. No be swipe, no akoto keloli. No a swipe, no akoto kutuo. No a swipe, no akoto nsio. No a swipe, no akoto akodinkomo. It will begin to reflect. Inti bosumini so ya was start say what data neto I wanted. Now go for some say machine. Why would you do that? Inti wo share dwuma mu ho no, wo hwe say dwuma no emmo. Inti self leadership ni bi ne say wa ba dwuma mu ho no. Wasudi ni wasedi e hye wo so pa ni say wo ba ma dwuma na etumpon. Na le anu e yan wasem say edwuma ni mpon tu mu no e na wo so betu mpon. Edwuma na hwe ase mu no wo so be hwe ase. Mami bi no tro on the kitchen or say service to God is rendered in this place 3 times in a day. Nature say oye breakfast aba na busia e yo sorry e yo som. Oye lunch e yo sorry e yo som. Oye dinner aba na busia e yo sorry e yo som. Obi, ma betra he se me hu say your som a me ye ni ye. Esan say me nya manipa, me ya ma ni obade ye. Ntini aka say service to God is service to man. Mortal beings. But taxi driver or Accra no. Aso oti ase say driving nyame di she bi na timu or driver no. Onti ase say. Inti do red light no atwam. Eto de bia obi red light on no atwam. Where ye wo green and wasa wo kono no di watem.
Asempa FM.
No di watem. Na ya rehosem. Madam Fubi also Ghana is a very interesting country. Or Swedish. Then I'm Teta Kwashisa or say Ghana is an interesting country. The vehicles are born again, not the drivers. Jesus is the only way. Near church, all the signs. Power belongs to God. na twa driver no ho betrene sa
yeah
odene sesi no adwen enye adwuma me ebi de me sa e kire ho se me asori pedi no I say hey me no so asori pedi anka yes how that could be for a taxi na me car na problem na me go preach you baby enti me driver no me chen baby am ko say oh hold the traffic wo pa na say okay enti we gi say o say na fa bi kan na me say me fa say me agree afi ye kwa branti ye ko to traffic no kre afi start this okasa Rovogazo si sololo kwae okasa na ngofo bi betra ka mu kra wona mo kire obo metia obo kra track and kra ka cover kra nto bi da okasa sa mi so metia che o ma yedin tie due no na say masa just all the be count am sure na sa de o ka chem se traffic enti na o ma me di be count na bansa na afa mi sa fa be count am say we dey menye I say chinchina ba chinam say okay asem fa na asem koje na mo me ahwe wanim pa o so hwe manim pa de bi e besen hia mini an no kre e da bi aton sa afre me ko preach o sorry bi me gina platform ho preach am so bi ti nim fa ho sa taxi driver no na me hu no sa ono so ahu me na won so o concern sorry nkese na we creature protocol nti ye kro mu Inti mini general overseer no na ejina ho ejina platform no so no obi aba one ne kasa na me gina nchenchen no wie ne akọ mu han se papa iba nti ono wie na mkan se papa opeso be ka bibi na a friend ba no say oh I want to speak to the man of God no kasa no man of God me dey me pe say me man of a great God I'm not any great man of God I'm rather a man of a great God inti oyena I say okay me na say me kai opa nyo na we taxi driver now I say hey I didn't know you were such a great man of God and I say minia eno ni ye how Ghana whom you know do you know me inti say obi a ochen obi a na say otumi boom raso inti say personal leadership ye adwuma ese se yengina edum pempenso a yengina ye hyemrase emrani nimmi ino nimwo emrani chiwacho si yankodu sam pempenso a eno na ma ye ama hodofo no ebi mutu mpon echenye nti wo fie no ese se gya no ti ase ese menya hwehwe animu mbako baabi no ena akwala we se na we so se gya inti di o say jani ye boni a na eja ejije no so di o say na no so ye boni a na ajije no so inti wo fie ba akumu no ye practicing two systems
divide
and rule that's the word inti eno odifi ho a no dia ko school na teacher so hwe teacher yi awofo a eye no show Inti
parent I won't chat teacher there.
Wa won cha there do. Iron fisted no. Wunya hwe enfrim. Na emom no. Kohwe aban bi ba. Ompe ne ho asem mobro wa na bi no. Na ono no obre. Inti hwehwe ni mu ni sa no mai. E sha se frifie. Na so man no be gina, you see the home is the womb that conceives the nation. Efie no na nyinsan o man no. Nti se na efie ko sa na man no beko. Se Ghana ye pese ye titi ye ma democratic tendencies a e sha se free. And sha se free classroom. Because oko sha se free classroom a teacher ni no emre dodo se no ne abofranete ade kire bia ho. Actually so 8 hours okofie. Na de aka ne otu eja ne na nchen nti ye eja me ametie me eja me yenhweso de ma me ma me yire yenhweso de ma ye ma e na afoforo a ene won di agro nti esese eja ne na bia ti esese ye kase ye di akan wo fie a e ya sudi e ya sedi kese pa esanse eja ne na kronkron ye ahotew suban papa ena ma efa edi yesu sudua Inti me kind those days na a handle teenagers pa no na teenager bi bana na tad she no en she dan koye na pani mu bi ka. O se na se me ba me ma me hu ye. Me ma me anka bibia. Obi o se we me papa na to ma me.
Yeah.
Inti ne ma me hu, ne papa hu. Wona anka hwe. Wo chechire ni utumi ne wo beka. Oh, inti me training youth pastors, youth workers, and me train on say, "Wuni awufo mmom nye adwuma no. Wuni awufo mmom nye adwuma no." Esan say, "Ukaka say me your church ni into the waba a church for those days na church for no shorts no cramfia no nam krom we are rough no twa ma twa wachimbre." Sabre no twam. Etwam. Me kai tetre me ba so na me ana ma she chain kakra. Na come to for assembly omo ma me panimu bi o. O hwe me sa say, "Hey, Abrante bra, ho na banyo na me se gumachi." O hwe ma kasa ucheni nda modompo wo mpechen. Obi, nda modompo wo mpechen. Ene ne me ne chain ba ko anda me kombio. Go boys so she chain anu obi o shirt kakara e ho, you know. But ene o frɛ babe no na se okotia no a. I'm aware by no and only the first response. But say see I'm aware. So what no say atare no nkoyi. Also minim dada.
Me aware.
Me aware. Me who dada. Me who kratra. But ni one say ene mebno no. They need a relationship before correction. Inti me mentor bako a friend of Josh McDowell. I say rules minus relationship elicits rebellion. O shemra nem kutamudi ni ho a e de etuatie na eba. Ye wo fie bebre a shemra bebre e che mose mra.
Ekosiisen
na emofra no bebu so wo beti so atua. Because oni woni twaka oni woni nkutahonde ohun se wo ye naja ohun se wo ye ne na ohun se wo ye no wofa wo ye ne soa. Until we need that connection, relational connection. A lot of relationships are causing you be nice because on your relationship they be with you.
Yeah.
Until you're there friend outsourcing. And the companies are outsourcing because I deal here no. Yem pese bebo ho ka bebre nti dey ama company foforo bi nti security lunch den company foforo na dey buy no ye ntua snake ye ntua den ye mfa ka nkof nti wakofa yi bus bi e be fa ne workers edi omo ba and on to fuel on ye hwe dey answer bosome no wa check no etia and amebunu no bebre no wa hwe we gyanom no nanom a ho se enkoyi nti won so ye outsourcing eno na ye me ayem hihye. Now we outsource from media, movies, music industry. Some normal me and some way. Me from the trilogy of influence.
Media,
music, movies. Some normal me and some way.
On Asempa FM.
What was that? Nipa bebre hwe sinia. Nadwi efri so say enye real. Your friend of the power of sublimation. Into there's a sublime message. Into those days you saw no. You heard Dracula sa ya koda ni esro. See you say sidi. Ejeje wani so. Uja na busuefo be push. You know what I said that udi na tem. Udi ya telenovela. Maybe for example be am about telenovela. Akwa bi o mu a edwamama adorne se no komwa. Your friend Rodriguez. And abayo an who fewo telenovela imo pa ni dindi Catalina. Because a Spanish production. Na Rodriguez ya driving a car no dia kobo Catalina come boom ma abayo en sre e dia shepiu na e dia sensen ho. Na abayo ne ba TV no so pe na ma na wo mu nyina omo hwe no mu bu afu. It's not say a ban who fair. The own friend body mass index, BMI, no. A chat, the tree who is so good, so the knee blue.
Wow.
Or you're blonde.
Wow.
Long hair, almost to the back.
Ekosiisen On
Na
Asempa
Catalina free so na Rodriguez enim bedawa. Na manfo asha se edi na tem. We dem fan chemi radio so na meka na se no woka. Bema Jimmy for, Bema Busue for, Jiji for, Ohinte due chire bodam ni nyame betia oka. No be to all show, no can we.
Okay, we.
Ni we fi say a movie. Na say be phone lines na. Obi. Hello. Akoso ya ni make free fanchembe to chok. Na me chere say Catalina de misinidue. Na we share bema okaso so say bema Jimmy no. Obi. A serious matter. The passion, invocation of threats, curses. Now oka diatribes. No kasasa no bewia. O say sa bema Rodriguez no. Me domino mo wukra ontumi na.
The influence and the power of movies.
The na Catalina there, me wishing a speedy recovery. Adie no, ye be wie no, ye 15 years ago. Obi ti Ghana Accra. Ahwe. Ema nakuma ehuru. Inti yentumi hwe for the entertainment value. But it's a whole classroom. It is a case who lead this self. It is said what do you so say we your mind? Self-governance. You can watch it for the entertainment value. But excuse me, don't let it be the overarching influence of your life. And no ne huna na maka poko ba e jin kensen Ghana ha. Adenti because a lot of people got it all wrong. We started prototyping behavior. It's so powerful. It's where you sit right now, I tell you. I'm telling you. We are just so Pierre, but Obia per selfie, you know, Obia per so didn't know who you treat me. Until you're almost like a demigod. Until what Obi says, a shapuni pagine. A shapuni values, a shapuni behavior. Inti asudi kesia pada obibia oti media console like myself. I have to be responsible in my communication. Na enona oma imuno. Emi ayem shishye say we are losing that. Na Josh McDowell can say see, relationship plus rules elicit positive response. Inti usha see the nkutahudie nyonkofa one wo ba me yesemi na baby ejabi to make sure me say me name ba de nyonkofo na yaman so pa nyankofo. Beyond being a parent, you must be a friend.
And yes, how you go outside.
Now your friend crowd back out. Because you see between zero to about say age 10, parents are very powerful in the initial stages in the life of the child. Parents and a family. I call it the PF versus PF. Until once between that stage, you know, abofrano, awufono ni ebusuano de bia okasa na uncle, na auntie, na uncle, na daddy, na mommy, daddy and mommy, de bia odin daddy, mommy, uncle, auntie, sa. Onya cross that age, you know. Everybody a friend adolescent onset. Because adolescent simply means adult in the making. Not yet an adult. But the feelings and thinking are like an adult, but sometimes the judgment is childish. And then my adolescents, almost life now very complicated. Because nothing can any BBI is a penny more. It's an insucienini, son or see normal no. Still I am a fradia. I was here buano, I need to know here guidance and nurturing. At Tinitini. Now you're done as a body, out to the body, now the tofako beshi. Into danin kaka. And our children will make mistakes. They only love their children when they are perfect. But yes, sir, you are not showing them unconditional love. You still have to show them love. Me, I've told my daughter, I mean, there's no way you do something for which reason I'll reject you as my child. You are my child. You're still my child. I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop me from loving you, because there's nothing I may ever stop Nyankopon from loving me as a loving father. No, you need that. Ebedu baby no. Onya two adolescents no more. Afe peers and friends. No, the same PFO, but this time the PF has changed.
Change it from parent and family to peers and friends.
And friends. And this becomes a very big part of adolescent life. No. There's a rivalry between the influence of family and a parent and a peers and friends. And I know a lot of parents who are having a run of their money around that space. What you don't do, when peers and a Eja ana bi a wotie mi a wonne wo ma enamfo eko only want to add one so you stand the chance of losing your child to the peers and friends. Eko a ehu hia.
And at that stage,
at that stage, no, anything na wo so be nyonko. We a bad time, we a ja, but also ye nyonko. Na metiase enso se wo abatan yentity yemo no, ene ya na monto no. Ni enim ne se emma no eto de bia ye pimko ba ko nchen. Nti betuma ba se wo yire ena nkola no tumi ko ne nchen pa. Mema wo yire nkohye ho na onye oduabo ohinta duechi o se no ma. Eno nkran fofre na yefe noche. Na noche so mfo. Owura no ye dija no ena ye didigu na bodwum. Nti emma no bi wo ho a ejano piepe o se ensem ho papa no okọ. Meanwhile papa no kwa okọ ne say he's caught up in a traditional trap. Also a breadwinner. Na traditional trap of breadwinner ne say okọ akoye adwuma disika befie. Nti ono na ade a oya ne say okoye adwuma disika di befie. E di behwe fie. Na che so ono fie no emu ade yo no nka ho bi. Na eno ya papa. Na de pia I tell men say so we refer funu na a full-term pregnancy 9 months. That you have 9 months deficit to catch up. Because there's neonatal bond and no akolani share ye funu no onene mame e wo twaka dada. Nti ye wo no to nye as say jebia born na temtem. Get close to your child, draw closer. I want also to draw me nearer, baby Lord. Also, because if you don't get close at that point,
you've lost it.
You've lost it. You've lost it. Oko World Bank for website. I'm a window of opportunity for parenting, 0 to 6, and then the first one. From 7 to age 12, 13 is the second one. After that one, there's no more window. Is you hano from 0 to 6 no? They are not even involved in the life of the child. We jam obano. Onko antenatal, any say hunya, any say the bema so beti, any say onye bema. Look, if you're a father, you think like that, then you are not a father. You are a benefactor. We are boa for. And was how you're involved. And I thank God what I see in recent times because I'm say a janum bin grandma, and I see that it's very encouraging. But many years ago, who say jakra kranimba. Because the now for best reno. I've seen fathers or the neighbor eti nekem not sit him, no locking no nepi. We need more of that. Because you hear more bread. Obi you hear more bread. We are seso boafo, but remember be brother ne seso abrofo. And I was say you choose between being seso boafo and seso abrofo. You be bri abro. Yeah, bro. But when they fan count, say abroad na tabi or and Mr. Mecca. Already is to Mr. Mecca. No, but you see, how can you be so callous? Me who picture me call baby mean to me, but yes, I'm for professor. I'm picking on a tribe or a group. Na papi okutu bayre.
Asempa FM.
Na bayre no. Ya chichire na so na yire. Na yire no oyopemfo obi. Na baba akuso hye na chi. Nti maame ne so bayire no ena okura eja enso won nsam. Now when I saw the man Mama catch me driver and so on chain. At that time I was deputy director of the Church of Pentecost. An office I served for 16 years with a lot of joy and gratitude to the leadership. Now, driver and stop here and I say, Papa, net is saying, me pe bayrato. Also, me obi wa abra, mombra mani. I thought so because oji
the swan here no.
Inti me try me talk by anywhere no because I always have to create a connection before near ham in the Mecca. Na me say Papa, me talk by and auntie and I'm say na ba ye gu kwan obi me wi a. Also that be me dey sha proud dancer. Wow, ba father proud be nya. Inti owie no me talk bebre pa because say ye dey bad down. Inti me and I'm say Papa na we yiri omre. Also obe to me. Na me raho. Vesri de vena me ya. En sese sisa. Because we yes so boafo. We dey here pimfo. O pimfo a wo se funu na banim. Enye minstro me kan be 6 to 7 months or 8 months.
Wow.
Na abofra so hye nachi. No so bayre. Okreja.
That's crazy.
Look at that picture. Na bema no ni tuo da ne kon. Na bema isi oyeseso boafo. Is it true? No. Oyeseso obrofo obabro. Nti esese ye mema ni bi yesan bu nkompon kohwe fie. E mema bebre abo asansa bra. E bebre aboko. Me kai ebre bi me ko adom na me ka chon say yenye program no. Program ni eto ni din akobofo mbra fie.
Yeah.
E mema bebre aboko. Ya boko. Ya dani ahoho ya efie.
Ya efie.
And it should not happen. Ukasa no man tin ya woka no. Ukasa o monte ase. And I also mumu, and you no mumu, but you are not connecting. As I say to me connected.
It is a me jar in this year 2021. If I want to turn over a new leaf, top 3 things, man, was a mayor. 4 or 5.
I mean, the first thing is and it's something I'm young as I have done it. First, my boom compassion, my home, some say me a bema. You can so be a bema situation. What's the meaning of being a man? Because you are born a male, but it's your responsibility to stay as a man. It's a choice, a decision. Male, there will be able to be a male. You won't also a male. And there's a cry, a war contestations around who a male is and all that. I was so what transformation, sir. Me a bema na. You can so be a bema cry as it's anything. Yes, I say, a member be bring to tea, I did wrong was a beman soon. Inti Bremen Nimra ye. Inti member be bring, I don't tinti. Know it all, have it all, be it all. So I know mommy and say, member. I know it all, I have it all, I can be it all. Very detrimental. Inti member be bring to you 1 year more photo. Maybe, my wife sending message. Come on, me photo. And I have guarded myself. The photo no dia mama no eto asom nyansa wom, and it's very important. You remember be bra oba to no force e madwin.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
But you remember be bring nim ne say e man hu konkan e che mema. Wadi nyinam. Because see, women are futuristic. More foresight. And women are driven by security. Into man say bema say adie bi boboba na ehu kra. The average bema no because enye hu. Ya baka we small thing we. Bema yare ni ese on hospital on person beko. Oba ohu bibi insachira on the body the next day no hospital. Na ya kire mema say ka okasa bo ahye yem. Nti mema bebre tifie na wo sugu won yem. We are bema na wo tie me a. What I want to ask you, when was the last time we teens you? Pese mesha orebia or hear me say elder obeje say me mami we e kra mensu. Or the one no or patches or no ma o bema. Into your bema na we miss you no emaya. Your tear gland is created, designed for a reason. Tears are also part of being human. Remember their humanity has never been experienced by their spouse. ni kunu ne yiri hu ne mra wo ye onim ne sinto because you are being all, you have it all and you can do all. Enti wo yiri ehu bibi. Look, Obi, baby I'm meeting me ya de bia na metumi aka. But I've had cases oba to me boni kunu kokko. Say me rade wo ye hwe ye. E de asembeba. Also way small thing way. And the next thing you hear is I told you so. Boom. Because about danger, men, yeah, it's a bull. Also, yes, our bull game now. Now, bull no ordinity edibeji flag no. Both a flag, no more here. And so flag in China, not trap war actually. Remember, baby, you must have dear no ye near the T-bow grim or basso de wise half and franto. Afafranto are very delicate and complex. And Tiamabe Breno, Memani be also, I say, or ye weaker vessel. As the concept of weaker vessel, when you think weaker vessel or trust someone, think of delicate, fragile. Think fragility. Last year, a boy who buys and a bear, a casa and co baby. A fragile. It won't mean for certain pressure to so as a bepai. Into a castle or yelling a weaker vessel, they are fragile. Fragility, no, it is half a fronto. Na fafranto we no sem frama bo na sakake to bia obo so baby for akojina. And there are a lot of women in that state. They are looking for a new place to go and hide. Because Nikruna done a tyrant. Wadani tinti yento nofo. Now look, I can tell you. So we a bema na yire ehun se oni oba bi di nkomo. No catch us oba Mira hweniye. She knows what she's saying. 110%. They know what they're saying. But many men, the workers say, oh, na small girl with say, oh, to me. And the records are there. Look, baby atiahi. If you are so for my basi, so in penny for basi meme titru. Atiahi. Okay. But the time for you by. Uni mo run out then fin on. He was the IMF boss. Oh, okay. Nami was Parry.
Yeah, Dominique
Strauss-Kahn.
Yeah.
Nami was Parry. And an Asempa. Yeah. He was blaming people. He blamed setup. But at the end of the day, you are responsible for your choices.
And you make the point, sir, number one.
You must know who you are as a man.
Why you are a man.
Why you are a man. Who is a man? Why are you a man?
Okay.
What is your value as a man?
Okay.
I said, we interrogate it. You look into the mirror. One of my mentors, Patrick Morley, excuse me, the man in the mirror. Got through another one, the young man in the mirror for boys. And Patrick has impacted me so much because he a man who charge him with sound say, "Na me cry me why." That's the first thing.
Okay.
Because here member be a mask. Kaka motobishi enim.
And tell us why we are men.
Yeah.
Number two.
Say what ya warrior say. Na say one tia warrior say. How do I relate with persons of the opposite sex or opposite gender? May I am used to gender and I may be hesitant because now we have over 50 variants of gender. Yeah. Timothy so be a gender advocate and I'm sure. Because I have to be sure which one you are crusader of. Because it be a non-binary.
Asempa FM.
Until be a non-binary, I can't crusade and advocate for a non-binary. I mean, forgive me, but I won't do that. Forgive my French, but that it's not going to happen. Yeah. Male and female created he, them. That's it. I'm done. Any other is an aberration.
Yeah.
No. Only man antia etiseng. You remember we bring wo mudie no so ahwete. A free abofra keto yo ba. Eba office abayo a woni ne wo ho. Eko wo fidue mu. Ubusiani. Eko wo ho kafo wo yire. Eko wo housemaid. How are you relating with people who are opposite? Because they're crucial. Oh, say, minya a debi na ebe me birthday. And I'm save na mpesa me project be. Me save for 1 year. And I mean 20 young ladies call out on a date for a 3-course meal. Make us a baby. Some of them are not married women. Now, me motiving is I want to hear their views of men. What do you think of men? Margining from men on it is saying. Obi, these are young girls, uni girls, young professionals, carefully selected 20 single ladies. You know, call restaurant or and we enjoyed ourselves. And we had frank conversations. When we no, but sorry. Or channel say, Elder, you have changed my perspectives about men. Not just a girl, no. Proud to sound idea ye no. Na ninsusu ni na dwene fa mema on enye papa. But just the single act of mine. Enya de kase bia. It's even kakra because I wanted to make an impact in the lives of these ladies. The following year, I went out to 20 single guys to give them feedback. And that was the launch of mobilizing males because you will say a man who quite a dream. Now see a dim man come on because a choir say man come on radio ni TV so do no a it shows who is powerful, who is sleeping around, and who is doing what. Yeah, serious conversations about masculinity. Even our health as men. Prostate. Who is talking about it? Obian can want some. It's young papa no be baby no na prostate how. Meanwhile, nobody is crusading saying fanto health insurance. So cervical is there, breast cancer is there. Look at the noise we make. Not noise, sorry. But the groundswell of mobilization.
Asempa FM.
International Women's Day. Mother's Day. To the extent say even Mother's Day cry kasaba. Father's Day cry kasaba mothers. Mothers are great, wonderful. Maybe mommy free massing me all those while. And she's a wonderful mother-in-law. I call her my mother. She's my mother. But you see, no matter what it is, you have to mean build a society just on one leg.
Just on one leg.
We need both. It is a train. Train here, 2 tracks. And I say, you need discipleship and you need development. If you have discipleship without development, you will come to a halt. If you have development without discipleship, we'll have crisis. You know, that's something as I say in episode. Me share my officer, me bobo bon ataso, me nunu, me yedien, me madani me ho Casanova. We don't share by bia no ya wakono. I mean, if you have that image of women, it's not good.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
It means I'm a strong crusader and advocate for workplace harassment policies. A big part. And we need it everywhere.
Yeah.
Sentia nipa bebre sro ni say, no, but one that's number 2.
In the new year, number 1 year, understand why you are a man. Number 2,
how you are engaging with
relationship and engagement with the opposite sex. Number
3, your priorities. What are your priorities? See, I know the whole world see a call reset. Now this reset, no. I say you call ground zero.
FM.
Now reset no am I who say. No man ye di before COVID ever ye announced no. Sa no man na e mani pant na senche. Na no man ye jaho ye dwane ho no. Sa no na ye correct. So we now have to reset and reprioritize relationships. My daughter's school back home quiet. They almost have put a lot on relational care for teachers. And I know their proprietor is listening. I mean, Joel is a great guy and he's listening. He told me, say, Obiti, into my bonity. Obisam se met makachia. Joel, makachi no. Makachi say I'm a product of grace. You know, and as I say, you call reset. And you no priority. A dear pan in here. We all tech. O-level economics, your friend will be scale of preference. As a so nipa bia wo hihye won ne ye, won ne oma no. E didi sun. Are you prioritizing your health? Wapomudin. Now, obi are prioritizing the health biya no esum ne bono. Otia say your health and your death is in your kitchen. Wuguo ne wonkwa a wode tiase no. Ewo wojade.
In other words,
watch what you eat. Prioritize what you eat. Prioritize what you drink. Enya di bia ne yenom. And then meti gentleman of Banrano. I mean, he was fantastic. Richmond. Yeah. The last year, so I was eternally blessed by his presentation last year and then this year and so. Now, Obi, yes, a bemanum bon kakra. A bon thing.
Ekosiisen
alcohol.
On Asempa FM.
Alcohol is empty calorific. It adds no calories to your life. It rather complicates your life. Now, you see, if you drink, don't drive. This is metal with wheels under. You see, when the catcher will be say, you can drink and manage your life. It's just not impractical. I mean, it's impractical. Because if I cannot drink and handle steering well, then I cannot drink and handle my life well. If road safety for you, now you the breathalyzer check your breath. Now can say one normal side to her, so you can't drive. Then you can't drink and be at the steering of your life. Your son come to four, be or team or come to four. No, papa be a friend mpokum. The bus and phone fan chame. Now those days near didn't who for your bobo no bar. No, a big jina park and infinity. Yeah, bobo no. Now there is a stalemate to be to me movie. Papa penny no nyamni pa, but to me jina no di nkwasem, no di jokes or yeah dear. Meanwhile, he is completely in a different realm. But he's no sober. Obi fair no. What has happened? Yati stories of men who are under the stupor, drunk. Worry samina. Na one numusio after the inquire by Woronensa. Yes, son, yet it is our stories nibi. So everybody must begin to prioritize. You also prioritize baby awoko. Yeah. And Crawford only 190. Baby, I make catch and Crawford say, look, I can be in the same church with you, but you're not my friend. Yeah. It's not a crime. Because see, there's a difference between I'm friendly with you and you are my friend. We are madamful. And I'm no way nyonko. Minu we nim yesre. And not just way nyonko. Esa say nyonko ohwe no otumi sachira nyonko sunsun. And in the subane na there. David can send me one new more. Psalm 119 verse 63. Mo can trust or mon kind. Or say, I'm a friend to all who fear you, to all who obey your commandments. Or say, me now for you, I wanna was so ready. No, we didn't share some. Indeed, you can be friendly with somebody without necessarily be your friend. We have to reprioritize. Reprioritize your family. Ebusia. Oboha, osi oyeja. But Mimbusa say the whole week. A dear pana we ya echrese we yeja. Show me one thing that you did. Woma betting can say ye weja. It is there that it shows that you are indeed a father. And you cannot reprioritize unless you have a mission statement. You have clearly defined goals and you have set objectives. Enti obibia opese obos abrei me dwen se was ade me ensan. Enti me say, I have a whole template, my famba, but I'm a template. My list, I think I sent you my mission statement. Yeah. Yes. And the principles are a government life. You can later go to that and I'll explain one or two things there. Because only pe bien only mission statement no or live by accident. Because Asempa more mission statement. Multimedia more mission statement. Adentina more mission statement. Because ohono ena mo benchmark. Into a whole amount of assessment. Now we checking with KPRs. Anamwa.
Yeah.
Into say your key performance indicators. That's your KPIs, and it is there. You just measure them. What are you measuring with? Your clearly defined mission statement, which is the end in mind, and the vision of the station, plus the core values or principles of government. Into only be what you say no. Me say, I'll give mine as an example. Me a Bema, so I set clearly defined goals as a male, and I don't joke with masculinity. It's a priority for me because I'm a male and I should not apologize for being a male.
Asempa FM.
And then am I demobilizing males by so that our focus really is to build bold boys, groom godly gentlemen, and mend broken men. Because there are a lot of men who are broken, but they think they don't need help. But help is there. You don't have to stay broken. A lot of men, they are having fear. I had fears. Samikacho said, I got hurt. And I was to do surgery. And it was frightening. To hit your jaw to the ground was severe. The first prognosis, yes, the why I beshe my jaw. And I told my wife, prognosis no, and she said, "Ato Jai Emma so." My wife is such a woman of faith. He said, "Emma so," and then a maxillofacial specialist looked at it and says, "Oh, you don't need a fanciful surgery. I'm going to give you a procedure that is easier." And then I made it here. I made it say,
Wow.
But I was struck with fear. And when a bear man, you are afraid of something, don't be afraid to tell your spouse, I'm afraid of this. Because a lot of men have fears they can't verbalize. Miss Rosa Ochina, I cannot feed my family. Miss Rosa Ochina, I'm sure I'm a Juma Bebomi. Miss Rosa, oh, Medofo, and Oya Odofo, Onya Otamfo.
Only in Komo.
Tell your wife. What are your fears?
Some messages are Abba, now the Yemra mission statement, and the 7 guidance principles. We say Daniel Abaka say hi Obi. Please tell Elder Amos Kevin and that I'm watching him live from Columbus in Ohio.
Oh yeah, my pastor friend.
Teacher way back. I'm so proud of him. That's Daniel Abeka. We say Apirugu Chakapama. I say hi Obi. I'm keenly monitoring your show. Quality message. Thank you. This one says, good evening Obi. I am Phobia Nyamija, and I'm listening to you live from Germany, Hamburg. Also, in fact, 2021, you are super. Yesterday was super, and today is fantastically good. Also, then, my church elder, Amos, Obi, big greetings to President Mahama and Honorable Elvis Afriankra. Francis Opuni Frimpong says, very interesting education for us fathers and mothers. God bless. God bless you too for listening. We say, very deep. Meremaba Pastor Amos Kevin. Hey. Samuel Tetenate. And anyway.
Oh, Sammy.
Yes. Dan Swabiam says, Obi, please, what's the man's name? My name is Great Solomon. In fact, I wish he could be a friend. The name is Amos Kevin Anan. Edwin Kujo says, I'm enjoying this conversation. Thank you. Emmanuel Ajay says, Obi, happy New Year. In fact, the man is very intelligent. I like him from the AJ in Germany. P. Leverage says, why don't we have such men often give the masses wisdom? Fortunately, he is here today. Nana Kwame says, wise man, keep on speaking the truth. And Emmanuel Redu says, thank you very much, Mr. Annan, for your good education. God richly bless you. Obi, please try and bring these kind of personalities to your show to come and teach us, if possible, once in every week. Okay? Obi, well done for bringing such inspirational speakers to encourage us at the start of the new year. I wish we could download this for our children to listen. Wafa Atta is in London coming through with this one. We say, according to John Locke, a psychologist in human behavior, he stated that a child is born with his mind empty or blank slate, known as tabula rasa. Behavior is acquired through sensations and behaviors from the environment, mostly our homes. It means parents have a bigger role to play in shaping our behavior than any other person. Mr. Amos Kevin Anand, you are just too much. Dr. Baba Zamo, Master Planner Junior, Onoa Kentampo, and Odiwe Abrainti. You can also keep your messages coming through. Na Yebeshe Akayamamo, loads and loads of them. This one says, "Hi Obi, please tell Elder Amos I still remember his sermon titled Today's Youth and Music." Kwejo Osei Ewo PIWC in Dansoman. Farouk in Tema says, "Wow, just wow. May God bless you and us all." Amin. Farouk is in Tema. Obi, good afternoon. Talking about parents, or say, kindly wish my mom, Mrs. Patricia Bediakon, a happy birthday for me, from her husband, Superintendent Kofi Bediakon, retired, and the entire family. We wish her all the best in life. Nana Amponsa Bediakon and on the way Abre. The messages are a lot. We say, Obi, what a good start for the year 2021. I'm so happy and motivated. Eric Dankwa, Ewo Dobro, and on the way Abre. Let me see the other ones we have here. Well, today's show is just something else. Great to hear Elder Amos Kelvin and happy birthday to Nana Efia Obubuashi. Please, I want to say a special greetings to Mr. Daniel Akwa, Director of Safety, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, and Mrs. Efia Enchiwa Bonsu Agusu of the ICGC Christ Temple. Finally, to Amos Asari and Mrs. Gifty Asari, all of the ICGC Christ Temple. Nana Ekwamwa Boaten is in Ablekuma Central and Ono Ediwe Abre. Maminfa Enchem say as we speak, the Functional Executive Committee of the NDC Asia, the Functional Executive Committee of the party, to decide on Omo choice of a speaker and Omo parliamentary leadership. And I can tell you on authority, sir, the party has settled on Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagben as their choice for Speaker of the 8th Parliament. And I can also authoritatively tell you, sir, the status quo as far as Omu leadership is concerned will remain until after the determination of the election petitioner party, are filed at the Supreme Court. And when information I gather from our sources within the NDC, say party now settle on Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagben as their choice for Speaker of Parliament, and the Omu leadership Sisiano, Inti Haruna Idrisu, James Savedi, Muntaka Mubarak, Ibrahim Ahmed, and the last, your friend is saying, Deputy Chief Whip, Comfort Doyo Gansa. Good. Into that status quo will remain until say election petition and then the party will take a decision going forward. Abele Inungwa says Obi Elder is just too fantastic. Elder enti ma yemrana fe yemfa key principles no enwie.
Yeah, key principles.
But Kwesi Reynolds and Agono Dobin says, you've really started the year on a good note for us, your listeners. Thank you, Obi, and thanks to Elder Amos. And Elder Amos as we say, Obi, I'm always excited to hear the wise counsel of Elder Amos Kevin Annan. He's indeed a man full of wisdom. He has said it all. We pray for grace to become better leaders of our homes. Hashtag Ekosiisen, Alex Martinson, S.N. Koforidua, and on the way I'm praying. Okay. Wait, sir. Interesting discussion. I'm loving it. My regards to Elder. He was our counselor at my time at Pentecost University. Where I'm a sales manager, Michael Nemo.
Michael.
Sales manager. And anyway, wait, sir. Onia. Okay, the Amasaman SWAT team is listening. I hear you. Sir Obama and the rest of the team, Monso Ase. But let's finish off with the guiding principles are Elder Person AS7 into the soldier's dedication to duty, the farmer's patience for produce, the ant prowl planning, the athlete's sacrifice for gold, the eagle's anticipation for result, the spectators' pure passion, and the dog's loyal service. Elder, you will bear 10 minutes.
Yes. So the first one.
The soldier's dedication to duty.
Also, a straff for say 1 year Juma.
Yes.
When you need a Juma now or year. And yes, you turn the canteen or you. But then your friend enlistment.
Enlistment.
Ya enlisting. Inti near or enlisting no. Or say obeso neni. It means my principle back on the dedication of a soldier
to whatever you do.
To whatever you do. Now, on Afro no, Akosomo Kwan so. Bones a soldier for base bill or see difficult training, easy battle.
Wow. Difficult training, easy battle.
Until I was saying an idea who share sir as it turn. Now me, this is one of the things that guides me.
That guides you. Wow. Number 2, the farmer's patience for produce.
You will realize here, BBI or shows. I did back where boy me COVID me a course be on emotional health online.
Yeah.
Now met that Dr. Yao Pebi. I'm gonna introduce me to that.
Okay.
Healthy emotions. Now, Emma Metias says slowness is not wrong. Silence is not scary. Solitude is a treasure. Na sa no ma me ensa we mu bebre especially here Pentecostals no ye pedede.
Yeah.
Now through the course I have learned to know that sometimes you have to be silent.
You have to be silent.
And in silence you can deeply reflect. Utumi drink kwachi, utumi esusu normal ho, you know, and normal bebre. And I told the beer mriketu no, we must pause. Be still and know that we're ready no count.
Patience.
And I okoyeni no otu form no de no by any shower. On san kututu. Steve Covey ekasa about the Aesop's fable. Oka about the goose that laid the golden egg.
Yeah.
Or this or shakwan say afi obenya more because we hu back home, you know, afi occupy goose no oyidi o nyina. It's gone.
It's gone.
The lack of patience. Maybe I make about patience, I make up a bomb. I say, Rade, Mame Boaseto, Mame to Boasie, Namihianis is here. And when you pray for patience, you better test it with impatience.
Yeah, with impatience.
And if we afford, they know how to be patient for produce.
That's true. The ants prior planning.
Prior planning, just say, yes, who this
the train.
Now, Monsieur Debi say Abrabo ye bono mienu baako wo krata so ena de e wo krata so no ye they are to abonte nti your friend no blueprint eno na make say obi anya ne mission statement because wo mission statement wo nya resolution me nya resolution in the last 30 years of my life. Why? Because I have a mission statement. A mission statement, no, I have goals.
Yeah.
And within the goals, I look at my roles, and every role behind and the goal. So me will be role as a man, role as a father, role as a husband, role as a churchman, role as a counselor and life coach, role as a person who is providing public service. Into all these roles, and I said goals. Into baby, I don't go because it's not part of my
plan.
My plan. Into the ant, no, or si munko abuati etia ho munko suano. Onim say ye wo sutobre ene ye wo wiabre nti obono mu bonde se ne no bae no ne ye wo so de sie no odisie ena ne ye wo so odi twa nanum no superlele no so odi twa nanum.
The ant proud planning. Number 4 here, the athlete's sacrifice for gold.
Athlete sacrifice for gold. Metia ba be the pele story. They say all Tamale secondary school. Osora hamachi. Okosisa footballs nina or Buffy one corner, no Buffy one side, so dribbles. Today he's called Maestro.
Yeah.
And when you look around the world, and Crawford are diligent sports persons. Omo Obia Dano, sorry.
Yeah.
Until you say the heights attained by men were not achieved by mere flight, but they, whilst men were asleep, were burning the midnight candle. Until anaju de swom me call man is Finland, and I'm a Chinese physicist. Oh, yeah, China nuclear physicist. No, he shared with us in a meeting, a global conference. No, see, for more than 40 years, he has slept not more than 4 hours.
Wow.
And his contention said, we are penny now that more than 4 hours. We are lazy person. Of course, I have issues with that, but no, you know, Krano. And in this life, ube pra, but you must be. And athletes, they do very well in that area.
To sacrifice for gold.
Yeah.
The Eagles' anticipation for results.
I mean, Okori is my favorite bird.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I'm seeing for Okori on undi they say, undi adieu. They catch their prey live. Now eagle, no, they don't fly, they glide. Okay. Now, and from a bonia, a map okulache unto min kosro, na bobola bed to baby no, and one Okori to odipejanum.
Ekosiisen On
An eagle no debi okra be a friend paranomic view or kosro no form. Exactly. And I've learned say way you must always approach it with a broad view. In my office, there are people who come to me who are not Christians. Because I look at the common humanity in them. Of course, if you want us to have faith conversation, we can have it. But other than that, I look at the humanity. In the eagle, no, but I have a story of an eagle that was trapped by a master trapper. And to get an eagle is not a joke. But this guy was able to trap a bald eagle, white bald eagle. It's a long story. I can't go into it.
The Eagles' anticipation for it. One book, the Eagles' story that I have read was by Albert and Comfort Okra. I think.
Oh yeah. My friends.
The Lord Madiba
and the Eagle.
Solid
book. Yes,
yeah.
I've read that as well.
Number 6 here, The Spectator's Pure Passion.
You see, Yesano, me na me Asante Kotoko fan pa, but I'm the year church and into football chidi. And I want to say it. I mean, once football became betting and all that, I stayed away from it. I've lost complete interest in football because it's just about who are betting or just one a bit winning. So a lot of scheming, a lot of underhand dealings. But I remember those days. Said Dumas, any Kotoko Bebo Kumas, Tama Sports Stadium. My cousins, Brannan, and a few others, Yakoko sunline, 4:30 a.m. Tama Sports Stadium. Just to buy tickets. That's a pure passion, not induced, not coerced, not manipulated. Yako, because we just want to see Opokunti. We want to see Opokwefri, Joka, not Yako. I'm not warriors, Batema, the same thing. And when I go to the stadium, it's a pure passion, unadulterated. Phobia nani pesa. Fabu, me papa no hasma hazakes. Inti da kotokoni hazakes bebodo. Na so trying. Me chiba ono ye hearts. Inti da has the kotoko bebodo. Na sawa fi. In my house, my father practiced democracy. My father was a Catholic. My mom was a Methodist. I became Pentecost. My brothers followed me to Pentecost. My sisters all went in Assemblies of God.
Oh, okay.
Into a practice democracy in faith in our home.
Okay.
My father one share chinchin, and it has also, like I told you, a lot of things my father did which were hurting, but my mom said something to me. So I had to stomach no money be. But my papa say, look, yan shall be say yes, yes. But my guiding nipa no at the 10 or at the but chinchini. And some people say, 1 year we won't did you fear. One sorry, I won't defeat. 1 year say, oh yes, sir. Look, Obano need do baby. Some soon our oceans on you know, they will reject it because you don't create psychological ownership of what they're doing.
Wow. The dog's loyal service.
My daughter's not trying to talk mom. I haven't. I've resisted because I don't have time to keep the dog. I have friends on my try some dogs and I don't take it. But if I train from Frankfurt to Amsterdam, and I met a blind lady led by a dog. Dog no din anymore didn't call restroom. No okra latch na a son mono na I can't do na one. Now dog no kutu anymore. Lady ni flashy idea na dog no peje mu. And the dog walked the lady back to her seat. Me tiwon mu na me sun obi. Me say Ghana ha nkrofo say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And here's a dog that has been trained to lead a blind lady to the restroom and take her back to her seat. Then I saw that dogs were powerful. 3 years ago, I studied all the animals in the Bible. Oftentimes, the picture many preachers preach about dogs is that they go back to their vomit.
Yeah.
But there's more to the dog than that. The dog is also known as the most loyal animal on earth. You ask the police people and the soldiers who train dogs. I know some of mine here has dogs.
Yeah.
Because me can one time be my friend or not, come on, you know. Oh, posa, say, hey, papa, in the crowd in Yagro. You see, and when you are an owner, now upie, now befia, you look at the excitement of the dogs. But when an intruder comes close by, see how
they react.
Dogs are loyal. And I learned their loyalty. And that is where I draw my inspiration to be loyal from. And there are a lot of people in there, they are destroying friends. Either in the name of politics, in the name of money. So there's so much backstabbing in this country. That look, a Debbie Beba, Obi Nyanyonko. I started with a Chinese proverb, and I want to close with that. And I want to read the full thing. I'll say, if righteousness enters the heart, there will be beauty in character. If there is beauty in character, there will be harmony in the home. If there is harmony in the home, there will be order in the nation. And if there is order in the nation, there will be peace in the world. So really the peace the world needs is in the heart of the people. Yeah. Our heart is not at peace. So you can't give peace. Because peace is not the absence of turbulence. It's the serenity you have even in the midst of turbulence.
Wow.
How serene is your heart? Wow. And as I leave, me, I'm not a perfect human being. I'm a bundle of strengths and weaknesses. That's what makes you human. But one of the things I've learned, they say, draw towards your strength and you'll be celebrated. But when you shift to your weakness, you'll be a bad story. So every human being should know their strengths and weaknesses. It's the fourth thing I was going to add, top four. No? Know your strengths and know your weaknesses. Because sometimes your strength can be a liability, not an asset. Because you're so strong, you're too for because you're strong. You know, it's not only a weakness that is liability. Your strength can also be a liability. Until you must know your strengths and know your weaknesses. Shift more towards your strength, and everybody will see you as a success story. But the moment you gravitate towards your weakness, you'll be a byword, a reproach, a terrible story to be told, and a negative reference point to be made of you. Intimate damwase for this opportunity to speak to my TF4, because under no circumstance would I take anything for granted. This is massively impactful. And so I pray to God that what I will share with your people, I will say, I never use my platform to bash, to attack, to insult, or to do anything. I use those language, just to show you how people communicate when their emotions are in charge. Medamase. Na Meda already been a friend Austin Gamias.
Austin Game, yeah.
One of the things I learned when he brought Mediation International to Ghana was to take a course with them. It's called PULSE. PULSE.
Yeah.
People using language skills effectively. And my exposition to that course changed the way I speak, changed the way I talk. And because communication is powerful.
Very important.
Enti medawase obi. Meda Dominica say. And Wabranti Jackson.
Intiamo.
Hey, the famous guy. Body Power Jackson. Okay. Nice, lovely.
Asempa. And the elder Amos Kevin and a healthy homes advocate. And or a convener for a lot of things. Into
your next conclave, you know what?
Yeah.
Our next conclave, every year for 2 nights.
Okay.
But last year, September, I call Volta Serene. Couples, they want it for 3 nights. In April, you call again. April 29th to the 2nd. And we'll return on the 2nd of May.
Of May.
Yeah.
Okay.
First May holiday, so the 2nd, then we set off.
Creative
Couples Conclave. We're on Facebook. Yeah, open as a private group now, but we have a WhatsApp. And thankfully, you know what? Under COVID, the Lord gave us a lot of favor. You be a branch for Dubai. You be a branch in the UK, and you be a branch in the US. And then we have 2 big platforms for Africa.
That's
one is full, the other is just growing with about 40 or so couples. And we insist that if you're on the platform, both you and your husband should be there. You and your wife must be there, because your impaired situation, no banti bi. Obana obekana dani atem didie na ekon. Our for they all hear the same thing. And the oldest couple on our page, they are 31 years.
31 years.
In marriage. The youngest, they are just about 2 months.
Wow. That's nice.
And we're all learning together and growing together.
And if Obi interested,
what you need to do is to send me a WhatsApp. I mean, it's a nightmare.
No, but you can as well direct them to your Facebook page.
Okay, so you just go to Facebook. Just go to Facebook. Go Facebook. It's Amos Kevin Annan.
Yes.
It is AMOS Kevin Annan. A bit throw with L, but me an L in him.
Yes.
It's KEVIN-ANNAN. It's a compound name, Kevin Annan. Until me, my wife, and I have 2 daughters. You can't hear Kevin Annan on earth. All my siblings are Annan.
Wait, I am listening to your program. Your guest is good, and once a while he must appear. However, I have this question and want the opinion of your guest, and it's as follows. Does the media shape society or mirrors society?
All right.
Goldman Ewuku Doji.
Well, let me just say this. I was just having a conversation with one of your guys. Media, no? And Crawford, the media entertains, educates, and informs. But it's more than that. The media also mirrors society.
Asempa FM.
Okay. But there's a 5th thing, which is setting the agenda.
Yeah.
And that's profoundly impactful. Because media no bet me deciding on what becomes trending.
Yeah. That's true.
And what doesn't trend.
That's true.
So anybody enter here discerning listeners and viewers. So that will be to me distinguish the because now won't be. It's a mixed bag. Because media wants to reach a wide variety of audience. So you can't fault any media house. But you as a listener, I also would choose what you listen.
What do you listen to?
Until me mentor back a friend Walt Muller, or a lot of youth culture analysis and studies, a lot of work on music and media. He does. Now I'll say the power of the media is not in its proliferation, but in its ability to shape your reality.
To shape realities. Wow.
Intina a do baby obi to make us on police station on obi bekasa. It's a reality. Because the reality now when you say oko police wa yentie no. But that is not, I mean, oftentimes it's not the case, but when I dream. Ora, media, yes, they inform, they entertain, they also educate. But you must also remember they also mirror society. No matter what in society, no one can answer me. But more than anything, they also set the agenda. And for me, that's the most profound aspect of the media's influence. Shape opinions. Until the end, papa no. Because I last posted on my Facebook, whoever controls communication content in the media influences conversations at home.
Absolutely.
Inti near all kasa say and they didn't come on say media content no only Dominic ni with me and I'm decided said this time starting right. You see, so you are bringing this fellow, what's his name? Richmond, and today I'm here, and tomorrow my friend is coming, and I can make a lot of noise about him. I mean, and I know he's excited. Me born pies a bit make a tree na mama.
And me busa zo bit make a tree. Obi, me a Pentecost.
No, bit make a tree. Oh, you're good. Oh, you're good with the tree. Me born pies over flow chain.
Well, please copy me Amos announced number. We stayed with him in Tema, and it's been a while from the Good News Club days.
Oh yeah, Good News Club. Yeah, I used to teach.
I
used to teach Good News Club. Yeah. I started doing volunteer preaching in schools in Tema.
Okay.
And I was volunteer for Youth for Christ.
Okay.
My parents, Dex Preparatory, and all the schools. We just go ahead and carry the young people, and many of them today are doctors, lawyers, pharmacists, engineers, and what have you. And Michelle, I'm humbled by how God used us those days in our ignorance, and yet God used us. I consider myself a product of grace.
Product of grace.
Yes, because grace makes you do what you are not qualified to do.
True. That's true. And on that note, near better elder. And so fortunately, we would have another big man join us, Mr. Paul Mante. Paul, MD of EDC Investments Limited, a member of the EcoBank Group. And share financial planning for 2021 and beyond. Well, this year, Niome was away and back here, how I bet to see Kasem. Here too much.
Make time to listen to Paul. Paul, Nyankopo, apart from the training, Oduma want so to communicate clearly. Emma to me who say you can save.
You can save.
No matter how small it is. Trickles. And I can vouch for Paul.
Okay.
And what he stands for in the field of finance and investment. Because he's not just a talker, he's a practitioner. I like to work with practitioners because no evidence of the work. Me papa be a worker baby, Reverend Mike Arthur. May he so rest in peace. I say, walk the talk and then talk the walk.
Talk the walk.
A lot of people walk the
walk without
walking the talk. And it's important we have that critical balance. As you walk the talk, talk the walk. Because the one dance here, no be soon no so anantibi.
And that's one of the major considerations in selecting our speakers for this year. And to share speakers line up. Make time and listen to Paul Mante. Paul here, MD of EDC Investments Limited, a member of the EcoBank Group. He will speak to us on financial planning for 2021 and beyond. At the same time, on the same network, on the same show, Ekosiisen On Asempa 94.7 FM, Medin Edio Say Bonsu, Inti Elder Amos, Kevin Anana Moten and Kano. Professor Ransford Jampo is next on Ekosiisen. And then the Edin Komo, and the wire write-up be on the President's State of the Nation address. And he would speak with Professor Jampo on that. Nafe, Yajon also na some of the very interesting stuff he wrote about the president's speech, and you would want to make a later listen to us after the short break. Bansani ebeko break na bano. Mame mfa ntwema mo say yaboafo no eso ye nani papa. Omo eboa yen ma yede Ekosiisen dwumedie ebremo de biara. And afi ye hyase no ye ne won na e hyase. Bethel Makers Education Limited eka ho. Omo say wo professional home teacher obebe fie abekye wo mana de e wo fie. Professional home teacher for your child. Bethel Makers Education Limited in Incomo. They teach from KG, primary, JHS, SHS, and remedial students. Now, we are a home tuition program. Now, they are everywhere in Accra and Kumasi. From it was 0244 664 310. 0244 664 310. Now, on a Bethel Makers Education Limited in Incomo, so we build the future in the way of professional home teachers on bebe fiabe chow mana de kama na bibi etimi akoye. Having in such site spray and coil. Sentontom ne moa na ɛha wo fie a de wo hia ɛno no. And wonim de ma we ye ni kan se ejaw eduhwam sronko nti ma wo dem eyehwam. Ekum ntontom team no na ejaw eduhwam sronko ɛwɔ wo dem. Heaven dear eba kope into one coil and one insecticide spray no nyebia ebeboa papa menka enada. Now Heaven brand nso ede one naphthalene balls aba camphor unyebi egu wardrobe mu washrooms or kitchen sinks urinals na aboa amamoa apamo evna ma honso de bia ayehwam kama into heaven ye camphor ede amam and napa foods nso represent quality foods of superior taste and napa. Now, omunuya no dos we napa mackerel in tomato sauce in various sizes, and napa mackerel packed with very thick and rich tomato sauce, and it can be used to prepare stews and jollof. Unya bia beboa, and napa sardines nenso unya bia, and also in oil, and it can be used to prepare salads. Very delicious with kenke as well. Now, and napa mackerel and sardine are high in omega-3 fatty acids, good for a healthy heart. Yawa and napa non-dairy creamer, and over the tea, soakings, oat, ice cream, ekoye. And yawa and napa chocolate drink, it leaves you wanting for more. And napa baked beans and so ewo. And yawa and napa unique soy sauce, over the fried rice and other sauces are and also koye. And napa ede and napa tuna aba. Mo stew,
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Salad, kenke and hot pepper. Unye napa tuna na. Ese weni ensa o catch. And napa spaghetti so ewo ho. And napa product na ede. And into your kase se oye and napa no so cool they are. Bell Aqua Active and so. And your promotion ye go so. In fact, January 2021, you can a na promotion and so eba na wiye. The year Kenya and it said, so koto a pack of Bell Aqua Activa, SM12 by the 4 count, and only 16 bottles na Ekofi, but would try the obetriaka for 12, unya we baby. And Bell Aqua Active and Yensubia keke. Bell Aqua Active is fortified with folic acid, niacin, vitamin B6, and pantothenic acid, all from the vitamin B group, and the PB. Na onso nom bi na honam enyina gina ho so kama and the Bell Aqua Active was stay true to originality into unya bia ebeboa papa na washa nenso ede amayen phones na wo part on so Franco Trading Enterprise near come for ede amount phones papa nyina fie ene ho. It will be genuine Samsung, Nokia, iPhones, Franco television sets. There were digital and satellite with ultra panels and other accessories and so open laptops, tablets, printers. Nina obenya biato. Our Franco Trading Enterprise. Your head office no ada braka opposite Drugs Cinema. And as obit my friend numbers is 0246 422 338 0246 422 338. Franco Trading Enterprise. Tell. Phone papa fee ene eho. Na uye aban dwuma yeni government worker. And as uye professional nurse, uye midwife, uye private salaried worker and uye dwuma ewo ankra kra dwuma a yitua wo kabo some. Na if you want to own a smart Android TV, opese wunya wa air condition ewo fie. TCL mount that fantastic opportunity to buy any product now and pay later within a flexible 12-month period with no additional charges across Ghana. In the TNA, once we are buying juma yeni, we are nurse, we are midwife, we are bosomi juma, both public and private. Bosomi juma na we are. TCL, so we pay one smart Android TV ni bi akofa. Ope air conditioner, ope fridge. Ni yoma keka hu na kwa na kofa. Yama 12 months no we tuya nkakra. Additional charges be any so. Utria for 12 months. Unyane baby. I just a TCL the Creative Life. Fre 0554 766 387 0554 766 387. Now on the TCL in Incomo. Yentie we yaba. Professor Jampo is ready. Yeneno Edin Komo. And we are going into the
skincare you deserve. Dream. and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream. Day by day men, strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream.
Asempa FM station bakupe Asempa uwo fie Asempa uwe jumemu Asempa baby ya uwo biara Asempa FM Asempa FM 94.7 in Wasamari Ekosiisen Asempa Asempa FM 94.7
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Yadin Sempa Kuanenam Entimonda Hara. Don't touch that dial. Asempa Asempa
94.7.
Ekosiisen On Asempa. Asempa FM.
Obi. One land. Obi. Why you sit? All right, let's go.
Obi, say bonso. Philip, say bonso. Obi, eh. This is the man doing the magic. Obi, my radio, yeah, papa.
Obi. More on call.
Yano call dada Ekosiisen so high Asempa 94.7 FM. Many say bonsu. Make us say some 31 minutes after 5, 6:30 p.m. na jumedi eba ewiye. Mamin come for Ecobank 30 for 30 loyalty promotion no amount. Unim say Ecobank is 30 years. And to mark this anniversary, we are rewarding 30 loyal customers for 30 days. From the 30th of December and the 28th January 2021 year. And the way Ecobank as part of your 30 years anniversary celebrations, no, I just say rewarded your customers back 30. Now we're for 30 days in the every day. In the 30 days, no one customer would win something fantastic. Ain't it? If you want to be a winner, just tune in each day to Drive Time on Joy FM and correctly answer questions on the Ecobank mobile, GHQR, and the history of Ecobank to be one of the lucky winners of 3,000 Ghana cedis each and every day for the 30 days. Into 30th December, the Yeshas here, and 5th January, Egusua till 28th January. Every day will be winning 3,000 Ghana cedis. It's amazing. In the Ecobank at 30 is celebrating 30 years of financial innovation and banking excellence. Download the Ecobank mobile from the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. And remember to stay safe. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Obapa products in the Wuntobia, Mestrel, Nyabi Goofy, and your Africa Queen Mackerel, your Oba Papa Sardine, and your Obapa Tomato Paste. Nina Wunyabia, a boa papa Emma ifie eye energy because unya Africa Queen Mackerel na say oh yeah jollof, oh yeah nkwine stew. Would be ya a kuyi papa pen or bapa sardine and so more pemo salad and also winya bia a bow and your bapa tomato paste and also your original tomato paste, pure red and very, very nutritious. Obapa now have in stock easy to open, no need for knives or 10 cutters. In the tens no ochin ya ne bi unhia se kind 10 cutter bia. And it's all for our products, the Africa Queen Mackerel, Obapa Sardine, and Obapa Tomato Paste. So, okay, no may do it to our offer 0302 668357 0302 668357 Obapa Tomato Paste, or say Wara Ubecheke. And now, Agbeve Herbal Sentence so. The Mona soap and the Mona cream and abejaso. There's a OPBB for the effective cleansing of your body from body odor. If you want your skin to look natural and fresh, and unwinsu ebefu kama on sahu on Asempa utsinwini bibia befu kama unhia Mona soap now the jare now the Mona cream and so astra so kama yawo agbeve fever and also to fight the onset and the outset of malaria and also boa and yawo agbeve tonic and agbeve balm tonic no yenuanom ma mo suffer from menstrual clotted blood flow, Flemish menses and also black menses. Unya bi no mo a me kire agbeve tonic na boa and tonic na so kutia koko and the man and mema koko hawa onumbia etu ase ye wa agbeve balm and also bodily pains ohuna me to 2 boils me kire pompo severe waist pains so see ya we ya ankasa and when your dislocation being some of your joint and also no o de agbeve balm no etwi so a etu ase kama na bibia etumi akoye agbeve herbal hospital say eye waya resa fie eneha so up so ofre won wa 0246 595256 0246 595256 na one won etumi edi enkomo. Ansa na yebekɔ ne yakɔhyɛ ase edi nkɔmɔ afa State of the Nation's address no and both the minority and majority members in the 7th Parliament no were present when the president was speaking and ɔmo nyinaa nso enya kwan akasa ede afa ɛho nti yɛbɛkɔ ne yɛne wɔn akɔ akɔdi ho nkɔmɔ. But before that no, some few statements a yɛnsa aka mede ɛno ebetwam na afei yɛahwɛ etumi atoa so. Before I bring you the statement, yɛnsa aka statement baako from the Ghana Water Company statement ɛwɔ ha ɛna afei the NDC in Hohoi constituency ɛnso ɛde statement aba. But first maame nkɔ ahoman Honorable ABA Fusaini spokesperson for the minority in the current 7th Parliament. Honorable ABA Fusaini, good evening and thanks for joining us.
Good evening and good evening to your listeners and to your good self.
It's been a while. I hope you're doing well.
My brother, by the grace of the Almighty, it's only the Almighty. If it had been left to hopelessly uninspired regime, my brother would be in trouble.
Congratulations on your win as well. Your people voted for you to represent them in Parliament again, right?
The Sanaro constituency is an impregnable area for any other political party. I can tell you without any item of doubt that the grace of Allah.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
Till thy kingdom come, you said? Till thy kingdom come?
As far as is foreseeable, let me put it that way. Because of the great work, and it's not just because it is by any divine intervention, but because of the great positive work the NDC has done in the constituency ever since it was created. If you want, and I want to count, we can spend the whole time on the situation of electricity before the NDC came, water, schools, roads, bridges, infrastructure, anything you can talk about. And the 4 years of massive work that my good self and His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's government did. That is why the people will remain forever eternally grateful to the NDC for the great work we have done in the Sanaru Council. As I said, look, President Akufo-Addo came there, they distributed goods for 3 good days. Money, rice, oil, street lights, cocoa, magic cubes. They distributed anything and everything under the sun. And yet they still lost woefully. So it tells you that the Sanaru constituency, they can do whatever they like. I said it some time ago that with all due respect, even if Nana Akufo-Addo himself comes to stand at the constituency, he'll be beaten like a drum.
So this is your 3rd term in Parliament, right?
Yeah, this is my 3rd term, yes.
Oh, okay. So you spent your 1st term with the NDC in power, your 2nd term with the NPP in power.
Yes.
And was there any difference between the two?
I have never seen a brazen attempt to corrupt the people like this under this election. And like I told you, they distributed volumes of money, oil, rice, anything you can think of. The president himself came to do campaign in the area. The vice president came. They've deployed the regional minister, the metropolitan chief executive for Tamale, Sanaru municipal chief executive. Anything they threw, everything there. Still, they could not find any good go through. And that tells you that is why I always refer to the Sanaru people as the Burkina people of the Sanaru concept. Nobody can corrupt them. So all the corrupt tendencies they try to infuse in the area never work. Never work and will never work.
Oh, okay.
Because we told them when they bring the peace, you collect it. But make sure that you vote proper. So you don't show and even the way to his house. So in our people, they already know that integrity levels are beyond reproach.
So by what margin did you win the constituency?
I'm telling you, closer to 9,000 votes.
Oh, okay.
So you can see that it was not in a near fight.
And you won both the presidential and the parliamentary?
The presidential was even by a wider margin. Wider margin.
Meaning John Mahama is popular in your constituency than yourself?
My brother, in a parliamentary election, you need just 1 vote to win a life.
Asempa FM.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So if I can work for my presidential candidate to get a greater vote than myself, is that not the ideal thing you should work for? Because I need just 1 vote. And I got, like I told you, it's more than 8,000 getting to 9,000 votes. So I didn't need all those excess votes. But President Mahama needed every single vote that I can get for you. So even in any opposition area, a huge credit.
Your constituency is in the northern region, I suppose.
Yeah, sure.
In the northern region.
Yes.
I mean, I've heard election watchers say that the NPP seem to have done well in the northern enclave. By that I mean the 5 northern regions, and especially in the Savannah, the northern and the northeast region. You share that opinion, I think.
It is not true. But
Really?
For you to reach that conclusion, now go back and look at what number of seats did the MPP have in the 5 northern regions before the election. In the northern region, for instance, they had only 9 seats, didn't it? Go and see where did they increase the number of seats in the northern region? They didn't increase their number of seats. They are still where they were. If you go to Savannah, in terms of the preponderance of the number of seats, the NDC has more seats in the Savannah area than the NPP. It is only in the northeast. It's in the northeast that they have 4 seats versus 2 seats for the NDC. If you go to Upper East, and I want to commend the Upper East people, they did a yeoman's job. The MPP was totally whitewashed. They were trounced. They were walloped in the Upper East region. Out of 15 seats, the MPP have only 1 seat in the Upper West region, in the Upper East region. Single 1 seat. The NDC swept all the seats in the Upper East, except the Binduru constituency. And there it was even a close margin. Okay? If you go to the Upper West region, the NDC claimed more seats from the MPP than was in the
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
So if you put all the regions, the 5 regions at a whole, the MPP lost mostly.
Yeah, but to even begin to imagine that the NPP holds a region in the northern part of the country is surprising, because we grew up knowing that those areas are strongholds of the NDC.
If you just create a region consisting of 6 constituencies, 6 constituencies of which we were holding 4, I mean, what kind of achievement is that? It's not achievement. That is why they kept the region, so that they can have something to tell about the story of an area they hold. That's where all their things were. And so they simply just kept that area and attempted to hold it and project it as if it's an area in the north they hold. Out of all the regions I've mentioned, it is the only area. And the total number of seats in that region is only 6. Only 6 constituencies. So what kind of victory is that?
Yeah, but generally, the NPP winning some constituencies they've never won before in the northern part of the country, doesn't that say something? You take Karaga constituency, you take Myong, you take all of those constituencies.
Yes, they won them all right. But I'm just saying why. We have won New Education.
That was your seat. That was a seat.
I'm saying that it is not whether it was our seat or not. This is in the stronghold, the biggest stronghold of the NPP in the entire country, in Ashanti region. They have indicated that in our Operation 47 over 47, we're not going to pick even 1 seat. Go and listen to their chairman. What is he called?
Wuntumi.
Yes, go and listen to him. He said even 1 seat will not take. We have increased the number of seats. Indeed, across the length and breadth of the country, the NDC increased the seats. Look, from a 63 seat majority, the MPP is struggling to steal until they steal seats before they can even get 137.
No, but that's not a fair comment coming from the spokesperson of the minority.
That is.
I mean, stealing is a strong allegation.
They are stealing seats. Look, let me ask you, my brother. In Tetima, has there been a coalition?
Is that the basis for your stealing claim?
Before the God that you said.
No, is that the basis for your stealing claim?
I am just asking you. I just asked a simple question. In Techima staff consultancy, has it been collated?
There is a gazette that I know of.
Master, you have not answered my question.
No, but you don't expect me to answer your question the way you want it to.
In the Techima consultancy, has the election been collated? The result been collated?
The EC says so. They have collated the result.
Where did they collate the result? They cannot even show evidence of even the result they collated. So no collating was done. You don't collate the results. How do you declare the result? It's stealing, fraud. It's clear. And issues of fraud in this election. From the time Madam Jimenta went and declared 51.5% When you even do the calculation, you find out that it's a fraudulent calculation. Fraud.
No, but those are matters you are in court on, so yes, you should be minded by that.
In this matter, that is why we are before the court. So it's clear.
Okay.
So let anybody come and doubt. On the contrary, today the MP, having been stripped of all their seat majority, are struggling in Parliament. It tells you that they have lost the election. Clear and simple.
How is that? How is that? I mean, the fact that they lost seats in Parliament means they lost the presidential election. Is that your understanding?
In the first case, no government in this country has won the election and lost Parliament. That's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, in areas where even the NDC didn't want to win the Parliament election, President Mahama won. Many constituencies across the length and breadth of the country.
Yeah, and there are many constituencies.
That even the 141 that we say on, when you bring it to President Mahama's level, we are talking about 180 plus, 170 plus. Okay.
There are many other constituencies where NPP MPs lost, but another won. A classic example is the Central Region.
Yeah, I'm just indicating to you. Go and look at the margins in those areas. There are not many. You cannot count those. On the contrary, President Mahama's numbers where he won and his parliamentary candidate are far more than Nana Akufo-Addo, where Nana Akufo-Addo won and his parliamentary candidate.
Are you by your early analysis on the NPP's inroad in the northern part of the country, discounting the impact and the influence of Dr. Bawumia in those areas?
I'm just indicating to you that this were seats they held before. On the contrary, we even took this from them.
No, but they never held Mion, they never held Karaga, yes. They never held Tolong, and all of those seats. And people have said that the Bawumia factor did the trick for them.
MPP has held Tolong before. So this was not the first time they won Tolong.
Okay.
So let me correct that.
Okay.
And we should go for this. This is not the first time they are holding it. So some of them, it's not the first time. It's just that some of those seats used to swing between NDC and MPP. And they simply went back and won those seats back. But I'm just telling you that the clean sweep in so many of these other areas, I just indicated to you first, their main seat in Naleru, we took it back. We took back Bunkuru from them. We took back Willisi from the MPP. Okay? So there are seats the NDC took back from the MPP, even in this election. So it is not as if it's a one-way street. They took back Karaga and Young from us. We took back seats. We also took back seats from them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, so I can tell you overall in the north.
So for you, nobody can claim.
Even though in the northern region, the Gabon area, the situation seems to have been a stalemate. But in the greater part of the north, the NDC won.
Okay.
Largely.
Okay. Were you in Parliament today?
Yes.
Okay, so you sat through the State of the Nation address presented by the President?
No, I did not.
Why?
I did not. Maybe we can interrogate the reasons later, but I did not.
No, meaning you left when he was about speaking?
I was not there.
Asempa FM.
But you said you were in Parliament today.
I was in Parliament. You can be in Parliament without being in the chamber.
So where were you?
I was not in the chamber.
And the reason being you did not want to sit through the president's speech?
I think we'll discuss the reason later, but I was not in the chamber.
So have you?
That's an answer now that I was not in the chamber.
Have you listened to the speech?
I have seen listened to it, yes. Snippets of the speech.
You were impressed, right?
Very. If I say disappointed, because to say I was disappointed is an understatement, because I didn't expect anything better. It was a hopelessly uninspiring speech.
The speech by the president today
was hopelessly uninspiring.
Is it because you didn't listen him speak live?
I'm just even from what I've heard. I said after that I took my time to listen to the speech, and it was hopelessly uninspiring. It's a sad commentary on the state of affairs of the country today. Whichever angle you take it, from his reneging, a president who has said he was prepared to put his presidency online to fight Galamsey, now asking for a national conversation on it. Is that how long we have sunk?
But what's wrong with calling for a national conversation?
Alpha and Omega who brought peace and stability to Gabon. That is far from the truth.
Asempa FM.
Because long before even he became president, Gabon had witnessed peace, where Abudus and Andanis on January 2015 danced the Damba in front of the Doha Palace, and President Mama was given the title of Marunau, Chief Reconciler of Gabon. And somebody comes today and tells us that he is the one, he is the Alpha and Omega of peace. Go and find out the title they gave to him. Today, the Yana is the supreme leader of Gabon. Under his watch, the Yana is his four chiefs. They have not been able to go. One of them is a former NPP chairman sitting in NATO. Under his watch, who is encouraging this impunity in Gabon. Look, there are many things that can be said.
You are, you know Professor Jampo, right?
I do.
Okay, so he did a write-up after the president's speech, and this is what he said in his introductory comment. He said, and I quote, "The president's State of the Nation's address was concise, erudite, straightforward, and simple. He touched virtually on everything from where Ghana was at the time he was sworn in as president and what the situation in his view is now. I think generally there has been some honesty in telling us what has been done and in presenting to us the state of the nation." This is what he thinks about the president's speech.
Well, I cannot take away the democratic right of, for example, to express his opinion. I mean, that is his opinion. But who says that all of us as Ghanaians must share the opinion of Professor Jampo? I sharply disagree with him. Look, what did the president say on corruption? This is perhaps the most corrupt government in the history of our country. Look at the levels of the issues of corruption that has come under his watch. One single matter, has he investigated it? Has he actually brought it to a conclusion? Under his watch for 4 good years. So what was his delivery on the state of corruption in Ghana? Did you hear anything? What did he say? My brother, we just have an election where 8 people were murdered, 8 precious lives measured by goods, criminals, and the president of the republic addresses this issue and doesn't even touch on it. He doesn't even find it necessary that Ghanaians have been lost. Because he sees them maybe not, they are not MPP supporters. If they are not MPP supporters, they are not Ghanaian enough for him to make that the state of national affairs. And this is the president who has sworn an oath to protect all Ghanaians. And he's protecting his place for MPP members. MPP members can commit the most heinous of crimes. Nothing will happen to them. They will go scot-free. Let any person who is not an NDC person even get a still challenge water. They will languish in jail. This is the Nana Akufo-Addo's unjust Ghana that is overseeing. Is it helpful?
In that same speech, Honorable, the president calls on both sides of parliament to work together in the 8th parliament, which is yet to be sworn in. That should be a good call from a president who wants to unite our country, you know?
Master, when he was president in the 7th parliament, why didn't he make that call? He's making the call because today his call is irrelevant. Because he has seen that Ghanaians have given the NDC the parliamentary majority, which they are struggling to steal. But I'm indicating to you that he has seen that he has no way in this parliament.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM.
So he's only accepting the reality. It's not a sincere call, and we on this other side don't see that call as a sincere call. He's busy trying to steal our parliamentary seats, and on the other one hand, he's calling on us to cooperate. Who is going to strip you naked in public and go and clothe you in private, and you accept that kind of call? We categorically reject that kind of call.
In other words, you are not. In other words, you are not going to.
We will hold his feet to the fire of accountability.
In other words, you are not going to cooperate.
And you come and bulldoze this through. They have come to an end. I can tell you now that now the supreme interest of this country will be paramount. The scandals, things that he got from the one he partnered with Ahmed Nobesity when he accused the NDC of overpricing of 530 million. When the thing was $530 million, he comes and he's bringing $1.3 million himself. When he gave executive approval, the president himself was coming coming to please the country with this kind of those kind of scandalous will not have any place in this parliament.
Honorable Hussaini, in other words,
the scandalous PDS deal, the scandalous Ejapa.
Honorable Hussaini, can I ask a question?
We will get some all of them.
On Asempa FM.
In other words, you are not going to cooperate for the smooth running of government business in the House, right?
Which kind of cooperation? I say we are going to uphold the supreme interest of the country. That is cooperation. And so if the cooperation is used on making sure that this will not be a rubber stamp parliament, where you just come and pass scandalous things through and get to, you will no longer get that free passage. We are going to make sure that the critical scrutiny, we will dot every I and cross every T and make sure that the supreme national interest will be what can pass through this parliament. You will never again have a free pass and pass through some of those scandalous things that you brought in the past.
I hear the functional executive committee of your party met today, and the party has decided to present your own choice of a speaker, in this case, Alban Sumana Bagben. Have you heard that?
Of course, yes.
What do you think?
This is the best material Parliament could ever have gotten. Not only is Mr. Bagwin the longest serving member of Parliament in Ghana's history. Okay? I'm not even saying under the aegis of the Fourth Republic.
Asempa FM.
But he's the longest serving member of Parliament in Ghana's history. He's one of the most competent members of Parliament when it comes to talking about mastering the rules.
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM. And actually even extricating Parliament. There have been times when Parliament has gone into a crisis. We have had to rely on honorable bodies' accumulated knowledge and wisdom to extricate the House, and for us to do on the EVQ in the understanding of the workings of the House. So this is the longest serving, the most competent, the most dedicated, the one who can help Parliament to make further progress. He is the best suited person as a candidate for Speaker than any other person in the history of our country. And rightly so, I want to believe that all members, he has earned the respect of members across the divide. And I'm very confident that if they allow the true process to go on, Honorable Alban Sumana Bagwin will emerge as the next speaker of this parliament.
But where true process means?
That is not manipulated. The NPP, they are interested in always manipulating things.
How would voting in parliament be manipulated? How would that happen?
Because it's supposed to be there's a secret ballot principle.
Absolutely.
But in many of these other things, they always find ways to try and undercut that principle, so that principle doesn't work.
No, but the point is you both have 137 each. So if all things are equal, the NDC side should vote 137, the NPP side should vote 137. The independent candidate will decide. So where would the undercutting come from?
Yeah, so I'm just indicating to you that, number one, how do you know how the independent candidate has decided? Even notwithstanding he may have indicated his preference for one party or the other. You can't tell. Can you?
Yeah, he's made it public that he would.
There are people in the NPP who know that Mr. Bagwin is a better candidate
than the current speaker.
Why not?
Hey.
Mr. Bagwin is a better candidate. There's no doubt about that.
Than the current speaker?
There is no doubt about that, my brother. Bring anybody. You can mention anybody. I am telling you that he's a better candidate. And I just gave you the reasons. I didn't control those reasons. I gave you cogent reasons about his performance in Parliament. The fact that he's the longest serving. The fact that he has extricated Parliament in difficult times with his interventions. Okay? So he's a better person. He's a master of the rules.
Do you know that the last time both sides of the aisle presented a candidate, the NDC then in the minority lost out on the second deputy speaker position? You know that history, no?
On Asempa
FM. That is not overriding concern for us. Why? Who tells you that if you don't get a second deputy speaker, your fortune to him in any way? They will not. They will not.
So Bagben will be presented as your speaker. And then,
inshallah.
And then when it gets to the second deputy speaker choice, the NPP side would also present a candidate, and maybe you might not win that one as well.
Let the day come and let the decision be made. We live by it.
what should we expect on the day of swearing in of Parliament?
In terms of what?
In terms of, because already there is controversy as to who has majority now and where the majority would sit and where the so-called minority would also sit. There's already controversy. No?
I can only tell you that when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it. I will not say anything here, but I've just indicated to you when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
I have also heard that on your side, the leadership on your side would remain unchanged pending the petition in the Supreme Court. You've heard that as well, no?
Come again.
I've heard that the leadership on your side will not change for now until the Supreme Court petition is heard.
Oh, my brother, why do you even change a winning team? Under the leadership of Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, who today is the majority, who will soon become in the next day or two the majority leader in this country. By the grace of Allah, you don't change a winning team. And under his stewardship, we have, the NDC has made substantial progress. I just indicated to you that the FPP lost this election. Clear and square. From a 63 majority, they are struggling to steal 1 or 2 seats to be able to even make up the number. But they have to even give them seats that were not collated.
But the logic in that statement is defective.
What is defective about that?
No. So because they lost a number of seats, meaning they lost the presidential.
They have been complete.
No, so that means they lost the presidential election.
Exactly. And I just indicated to you.
But that's defective logic.
Parliamentary candidates lost and President Mahama won. Many of them. I just indicated to you. But for the vote pattern and all those things, my brother, everybody knows that. You see the evidence. So clearly, they lost this election.
Okay. Okay. So would wait and see what would happen in the Supreme Court. But would you be there
until the evidence comes out there? You see.
Would you be present for the inauguration of the president, the swearing in?
Which president?
The president-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
I don't recognize that.
How so?
I don't. I just indicated to you that what will take place in anything would be an exhibition of fraud. Because we don't agree that there was any president-elect by our calculation. We are not. We don't agree with that. And that is why we are in court.
So you would boycott the inauguration?
I am just indicating to you, let me say for now, that I'm not the leader of the NDC. The NDC will take that decision, but I will not be there.
Are you? You will not be there?
Yes.
Irrespective of the decision that the leadership takes?
I will not be there. I'm just indicating to you that I will not be there.
Honorable ABA for saying it's a pleasure talking to you.
You cannot be sacking somebody in the evening and greet good night.
You sack him in the evening and do what?
I said you cannot be sacking somebody in the evening for him to be greeting you good night.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
The people of this country have getting so Nana Akufo-Addo. He has no business being there.
You know, as a side issue, when the vice president was in your constituency, he made the point that for you, everything is down to proverbs. When the people ask of water, you give them proverbs.
Having gone there and done the campaign, he has seen his smoothness level. Because the people have told him that not until I say I'm not interested in the constituency again, they can come and throw all the money that they want to throw. They can throw everything they want to throw. Because he went there and saw the development I've done for the constituency. Unprecedented level of development in the constituency. And that is why the people have absolute confidence in me. So they can throw all the money that they want to throw. Throw all the logistics, throw all the things. Nothing will come out of it.
In other words, the people are interested in the proverbs, huh?
So, my brother, if you think that there's no gravity, you jump and let's see whether you suspend. You come down. The truth is, a lie is like pregnancy. When you tell it today, they may not know that with the passage of time, you get exposed. Just like a pregnancy, it's 1 day, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 months. You can hide it. Hide it when it is 9 months.
Ekosiise On Asempa FM.
So today, the truth is coming out. And the Burkina people of the Southern Constituency have demonstrated that you don't frighten a chief warrior with a mustache. That is his trademark. And so they are up and they know that you don't show an indigene the way to his house. Because that is a path he transgresses every day. You cannot challenge the people of Sanaru constituency with their integrity. Men and women of integrity, which are integrity above reproach.
Honorable ABF Hussaini, it's a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, my brother, and thank you for.
He's the Member of Parliament for the Sagnerugu constituency, spokesperson of the minority in Ghana's Parliament. Good evening, Obi. Honorable ABF Hussaini's vituperations. Nothing but that of a pain. Okay, he still sees nothing good in life if it's not from his perspective. The factual reality is that he is out of touch with reality. The least said is better. Ascona Ewo Ebenezer down in Dansuman. We said, please tell ABF Hussaini that when the Airbus scandal comes up, he would appreciate the effort on corruption by this government. Edwin and Onodiwe Free Takrade Abraham. The Deputy Information Minister Pius Enam Hajide said OTA na ABF Hussaini has made some point or better say or betnet no kakra ede amaye. Pius akwaba bio.
Yeah, Obi, thank you very much. I think that the Honorable Member of Parliament also deserves to listen to our response. And so I think that maybe we should allow to do this one in English so that he can also appreciate our response to some of the commentary that he passed on your network. First of all, Obi, I think that it is rather scandalous and very, very disappointing for a member of parliament re-elected to proceed in the manner in which Honorable ABF Hussaini has proceeded this evening. Even when you tried to stop him and to advise him against wild and sometimes contemptuous claims, because some of the matters relate to cases that are in courts of competent jurisdiction, he will not budge and he will not listen to you. I think that in the spirit of the comments made by His Excellency the President, that the people of Ghana have illustrated to us clearly that they want a greater level of cooperation, especially in Parliament. We choose to only advise Honorable ABF Hussaini to rather act in the national interest and to move away from extreme and excessive partisanship that drives us sometimes to even operate in the realms of illogical conclusions as he may have done this evening. On the matter of vote buying in Sagnarigu and in other constituencies, we want to state categorically that it is false. We deny it strongly. The facts show that, contrary to what ABF Hussaini has said, he is becoming less and less popular amongst the constituents of Sagnarigu. His votes continue to reduce, and in the last election, he performed woefully compared to the presidential candidate of the NDC. It tells you clearly that the conduct, the manner, the attitude, and behavior of Honorable ABF Hussaini is becoming increasingly abhorrent to the people of Sagnarigu. And they are making the statement to him that he is not a worthy and able representative of the good people of Sagnarigu. You have to understand why the presidential candidate who does not stay with the people, who does not have, as it were, the people's direct parliamentary mandate to represent them, is able to perform better than the MP from that constituency. So this should be a lesson to Honorable ABF Hussaini. And I think that some of the reasons why he is beginning to lose popularity is this penchant of his to resort to extreme partisanship and sometimes just blindly will throw out fabricated and complete falsehoods into the system. And he should be guided by that. Number two, Honorable ABF Hussaini speaks about corruption and suggests that the
Asempa FM
SONA statement, the State of the Nation address,
was silent on corruption matters.
Was silent. I think that because he did not listen, and he himself confessed that he did not listen, I think he missed it out. The president spoke
on Asempa FM
to corruption and addressed the nation on the several interventions and programs and policies and actions that have been taken to combat the canker called corruption. You don't fight corruption necessarily by shouting vituperations on radio. You fight corruption by, for instance, empowering the anti-graft agencies. And if Mr. ABA Fuseni is minded to check this country's history, even budgetary allocations to anti-graft agencies have seen monumental improvement under the watch of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He can check. In the words of the Auditor General, who is on leave today, unprecedented investments into human and capital resource to, for instance, the audit service is what he is seeing. He has not seen it before. We established the office of the special prosecutor and gave it the support that was needed. You check the allocations to IHOCO and all the anti-graft agencies. And so we have put our money where our mouth is relative to corruption. We are fighting it. We are not just by vituperations on radio.
Yeah, but he was specific with some corruption allegations and scandals. So he mentioned the Airbus, for example.
I said number 2.
Okay.
The attitude of His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo is that he wants to have any and every allegation of corruption, no matter how unfounded it seems, he wants to have it investigated. Well, in this country, the NDC Member of Parliament for Boku, I believe, made the comment that there was made an allegation of bribery against an MPP ministerial nominee. In that same allegation, a member of the NDC was cited. In fact, the deputy leader of the NDC was cited by Honorable Ayariga as the conduit for the so-called corruption. Honorable Muntaka came out publicly to deny that this is not true, it is fabrication. One would have thought that the denial from a leading member of the NDC at the level of leadership would have set the matter to rest. The party, the NPP, the majority party in government, agreed and held an open, transparent parliamentary hearing into the matter. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
The president supported that even on that most flimsy basis, that unsubstantiated, and you can see clearly that fabricated basis, even then, His Excellency allowed for an investigation into this matter. I'll give you another example. You remember the discredited allegation of corruption relative to, and they used to call it cash for seats, when the Trade Ministry decided that instead of using state resources to organize an award, they were going to go out there and fundraise from the public sector to organize an award ceremony. And so they went out there, they did not use public funds, they went and fundraised. They raised funds from the private sector to organize these awards. The NDC made claims that there was corruption and so on and so forth. His Excellency the President agreed and insisted that let there be a bipartisan, open and transparent interrogation of this matter. At the end of the day, when the NDC had to make a case, they were nowhere to be found. And I can go on and on and on and on. Every single matter, no matter how unfounded, no matter how unmeritorious, no matter how flimsy it is, even to ordinary lay minds, when you can see clearly that this allegation lacks substance, there is nothing to it. Even then, the attitude of this administration is that let us have it properly investigated. On every single allegation, the president allows the institutions of state that have the powers and the mandate to investigate. Sometimes it's the police, sometimes it's Siraj, and so on and so forth. If Mr. Mahama, accused by a member of the NPP that he was involved in something he found quite uncharitable. And I'm talking about, you remember the case of our regional chairman for, I believe, Bono East, who made an allegation against former President John Dramani Mahama.
You mean Abronye Bono regional chairman?
Mr. Mahama proceeded to the police CID. He had confidence in the police CID to investigate the matter and to possibly prosecute. And if Mr. Mahama can have confidence in the police CID to investigate the matter and probably prosecute a matter, how is it that when another matter is duly referred to the Ghana police, that point our brothers and sisters in the NDC at that point will no longer have any confidence in the police of the Republic, and that they would think that once it is the police or any other state institution that has investigated and found no wrongdoing, then it was a sham investigation.
But are you not also picking and choosing? Because he makes the point about the Ameri Innovation deal and what it meant to government, and the fact that Parliament had to play that oversight responsibility to unearth what was in there. He makes mention of the Ejapa deal and the controversy surrounding the special prosecutor and his resignation and all of that. Those are classic examples of what was wrong relative to the fight against corruption, no?
Yeah, but Obi, it will be most uneducated to make the claims of corruption relative to these two issues that have just been discussed. They may be contentious, they may be controversial, there may have been challenges in Parliament, people preferred opinion, and they may have advocated that opinion strongly, and at the end of the day, their opinion may have carried the day. But how is that corruption? That an arrangement was sent to Parliament, and parliamentarians in the process of their legitimate duty of interrogating the arrangement may have found some challenges and pointed that out. And that the administration then listened and decided that they were not going to pursue the matter any further. How is that corruption? I'm at a loss. I'm scandalized at the.
No, but if the agreement left the table of the executive, in the case of the Ameri Innovation deal, it came with an executive, support. So the executive gave assent to that before it went to Parliament. I mean, that cannot be said to be a result of the parliamentary wing doing their legitimate job as playing oversight over the executive. I mean, the executive could have corrected it before it got to Parliament.
Obi, assuming without admitting that there may have been some very serious challenges with an arrangement in Parliament, I'm saying that. How do you say that because there were challenges with an arrangement that was brought before Parliament and members of Parliament in the conduct of their legitimate job to criticize and to interrogate arrangements that are brought before Parliament found out that, well, we are not comfortable with one or two, and get the administration to, as it were, maybe back down on a move? How does that translate into corruption? What definition of corruption will suffice for something like that? How is that corruption?
Okay.
And so I'm saying that members of Parliament will have to make credible submissions on air. They have to exhibit some amount of candor and truthfulness when they engage the people of Ghana. The elections are over. The people of Ghana have reposed a mandate, a huge mandate, by a decisive electoral victory on His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I think that what responsible, serious-minded, and nation-loving politicians should do at this point is to seek to close ranks, to work together, and to collaborate. But we are listening to members of the NDC, a spokesperson of the NDC, who is saying to us that he will not take the call from His Excellency the President. And in fact, the call from the people of Ghana that we should see a higher level of cooperation between the two political parties in Parliament. He just told us, Honorable ABA Fuseni just told us that they are treating that call with contempt and that they are not going to cooperate. But let me inform Honorable ABA Fuseni and other members of parliament, and I doubt if there are any more members of parliament on the ticket of the NDC who would think like him. But let me make the appeal and advise to Honorable A.B. Efuseni that he has a duty to the Constitution. He has a duty to his constituents and the people of Ghana to work in the interest of this country and not to be guided by excessive and extreme partisan politics that is destructive and not productive to the cause of this country. And so if we need to cooperate, cooperation doesn't mean that if you find a challenge or a problem, don't talk about it. And I think that in his excessive political element, he self-indicts. He indicts himself and created the impression that when the 7th Parliament was in full session, they were derelict in their duty. And that the president didn't make a call for collaboration at that time. And so he created the impression that within the 7th Parliament, they were not up to the task and they didn't do their job. I believe that in the 7th Parliament, they collaborated, but at the same time, when they had to be critical, they were critical. But to say that you are not going to take the advice, you are going to treat it with contempt, and that there will not be any cooperation, I think that the voters in Sagnarugu and the people of Ghana must begin to take note of the attitude of persons such as Honorable A.B. Efuseni and the NDC generally. The politics that we are doing, we are not doing for our own sake. We are doing the politics. We are members of parliament. We are members of government for and on behalf of the people of Ghana. If the people say that you should collaborate, we must collaborate.
Pius.
And so, please, let us work at bringing everybody towards the center. We believe that the people of Ghana have reposed an overwhelming electoral victory on Nana Akufo-Addo. The analogy that my brother makes that because Mr. Mahama may have won, the NDC may have won some parliamentary seats from the NPP necessarily means that they have won the presidential. It is as though every constituency has the same number of persons. If you go to Ketu South, for instance, there are over 120,000 voters in Ketu South. There are constituencies in this country that you go to, you can get voter population sizes of about 10,000. So if the people of Ketu South vote and they produce one MP, that may, in presidential number terms, be different from a constituency where somebody may have just been declared MP by 10,000 votes. You take the Ashanti region and they argue the same argument. They have said that, we have won so and so number of regions, and so it means that Mr. Mahama has won. You take one region in the nominal terms, the figures. One region can actually liquidate, for instance, about 6 or 7 regions put together. So that is why I was surprised that such simplistic argumentation can be made that because the NPP had a certain majority in parliament and that majority has been reduced, it means that they necessarily have lost the presidential seat. It is an attack on the logic by any means of imagination. So we in the NPP, the attitude as has been communicated by our leader and the leader of the nation, the president, is that our politics must begin to change and conform to the desire of the people of Ghana.
He says the call from the president is not an honest one. But the president even never spoke about the 8 people who lost their lives because of the just ended election. It found no space in the president's speech. He makes that point.
The president spoke, Obi. Maybe again, Honorable A.B. Efuseni did not listen. The president spoke about the unfortunate violence that characterized the activities post-declaration of the elections and asked that we should work to prevent those actions in the future. It is those acts of violence, it is those
invitations to chaos and anarchy. Those are the reasons why the 8 unfortunate deaths that Honorable A.B. Fuseni may be speaking to occurred. And so the president is not dealing with the symptoms, the president is dealing with the root causes of the matter, which is that when elections are conducted, whether you like the outcome or not, there are constitutionally laid out ways and processes by which you can deal with your feelings, whether you are happy or unhappy. You cannot decide that because I am unhappy about the outcome of an election, I will take the law into my own hands, I will attack security agencies, I will destroy state property, and so on and so forth. Those are the triggers that may lead to the unfortunate loss of lives. And so when the president deals with the matters at the base, when the president deals with the substantive, causative issues, and somebody is asking us to focus on the symptoms, then the person is completely at sea as to what is happening. The person has no understanding of why what happened. And the person is just being overly political and simplistic. So it is not true that the president did not speak to the issue of the unfortunate incidents that may have resulted in the death, or that indeed resulted in the death of some Ghanaian citizens. The president spoke about it, but maybe not in so many words, or maybe not in the manner that Honorable A.B.A. Fuseni may have wanted. He may have wanted for the president to mention names and so on and so forth. But that would have been his style. But in substance, it is not correct that the president didn't speak to these matters. But this is a gentleman who, even though he is paid by the people of Ghana, even though he is elected by his constituents, the good people of Sagnarigu, to sit in parliament and listen to the state of the nation and to interrogate it intelligently and properly, decides not to listen because of extreme and excessive partisan political considerations. He decides to relegate on his constitutional duty of sitting down in parliament and doing the work of parliamentarians, and decides to do whatever. When asked what he was doing at the time that he should have been doing the people's work of sitting in parliament and listening to Sona, he calls your bluff. He decides not to answer. He tells you that, well, I'm saying that I was not there. It is as though he is in parliament on his own. It's as though he doesn't understand that he's there to represent the people of Sagnarigu, and that the people of Sagnarigu were expecting, in fact, demanded of him today to have been in parliament, to listen to the Sona and contribute meaningfully to it.
Pius Enam Hajide, it's a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy Deputy Information Minister and Moten and Kana Ekosiisen Soni, Asempa 94.7 FM. And the Antieri Jumediano Ebeba Awie. But before that, the 29 after 6 years, Yebenya 5 minutes video for calls kakra. And to fry 0302216545 and 0302216546. Na yintie wonso ene enwumrei ewe Ekosiisen so 0302216545 and 0302216546. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Me ba cho hwan ni?
Nana yawo.
Nana yawo kasa frɛ hin.
Me kasa fi Opango.
Ma yintie.
We the Islamu we first time I hear Freddie, but ABF Fuseni ya omunya botre kakra because Ghana hold on tin ye adwuma no. E pa chopa.
Mate pa me da se. Enti yenhwe mfa nipa foforo. Good evening.
Good evening, Obi.
Me ba cho hwan na menya no yi?
Nana Akomi ni Somla.
Nana Akomi awala me yintie.
MC member Pius Abasupa wa kasa papa. Now, Mr. Honorable A.B. Fuseni here, I think he's taking his partisan position on issues to the extreme. Sona Pius Kayano, he's not at Parliament on his own accord. In the name of Bimo, yeah, on thing a man for no representative mono. then a bear and so or more deserve no, a bequam also good mapa.
Yeah, that's it. Ma, funny, powerful for good evening.
Good evening.
Me pacho whiny.
Me pacho sechini.
O kasa free.
Me pacho na kasa sistema.
Me into you.
Yo, so and then
Asempa FM.
Sometimes no
Ekosiisen On Asempa
FM.
FM.
When I just need to go through more, my no, na ayi be before at the amay. Woman yabotre, boko. It's a woman representative. Woman yama woman. See a throne. I did the attention ever back on my mono, ever high in the strong air woman formable. No be Viera and was a man who do. And yes, I will be now be there. I ask the
Yes, we are dancing. I mean, Shroud. Good evening.
Good evening, Obi.
Me pacho whiny menyanui.
Obi Abiola ni mikasafia beka.
Abiola me into you.
Yo, Obi, mabo abaso na mamo afinshi hapa. Yo, Obi, sebe another sample kufuado Obi ya. Mtiano, ane Dr. Mamu Baumia. Nanko ponshira no 4 years ya di share ni sana. Na obebu akonta papa amagana. Na Obi enya me nwanwa se Ghana po so ama ni mfie 9 se onfan tuwa na di papa oyeso. Ye basre omampani Mahama se nkugo ni de wadi. Oma no supporters ntia se no munya na da na omudada friends and supporters because Obi said the MP na oni ka say and this mfanifo na kasa nim say umadi nkugu but that there be no omudada supporters because Mr. Mahama pese on time mejina bi so san bejina bi ma
Ekosiisen On Asempa
you wenya na da akwan so na me dem nim say Ghana fo asabi omunim di de omunim say na na dan kwakufu adi nkunim kan Obi woni nyankopon enya jima
Me da seminia. Good evening.
Good evening, Obi.
Me pacho whiny.
We are Safola to be Ekosi.
Oh, Safona at the same.
Na me adum Obi.
Great. Me into you.
Obi, I'm say ebi Ekosi ni de Ghana for almost radio ache na omunimu no de and the oil na nyumbe de nya de obi ha de ya asem chance ni area osifa kasafa. Na Obi ade ba ko a ndi ye kitafo mu nyina eso mu hu ni se omo mpanifo ni pefese omodi nkugu nemum se de beye na omo beta de Mahama sa ababiem esan se omo adwen ye omo se 2012 ye si ye ni bidetini asi 2024 because anakufu ade call ye a na ye gidi ye se ye wi aye ye de call court Supreme Court ka say there be ye wi am Mahama na wi ni 2016 ye ba ya Ghana for abanama ye bum no NDC for adwen ye omo se omo ye de sa na 2024 no be duru dia na se omo time aso enti de ni nyema be be omo ye nyina enye for 2020 election ya e call ye na mu 2024 enti Ghana for nyina hu omo na ye nse Ghana for nyfa pa bonta na da kwakufu do chi na mamu papa na wa sha ye no onfenko wi na ye nyina ye nya so mpaso Obi me da ase
ma yen so ye na ase good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Obi.
Me pacho whiny.
Nana Boatin calling from West Legon.
Nana Boatin me into you.
Yeah. Obi, anyoma bi ya na menchiase ebi efuseni okasa kasa na ofisa abebu na ye nyanza. Okasa sa asema ka hu ni ti hu ni nine.
Ono so ne style no me pacho. Ne style.
Obi enya se media them, but I wonder say I mean politicians some ko tran parliament so mo say am mo esgracia na ye hu nti no mo ko tran wa ko ye djuma ya kana ko tran now the interest na e kwa ye ga ni asanse taxpayers money the amount that gina body parliament mo the way economy feel say you go no because some ko tran mo ye thank you
Mame Nase. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Too bad. Good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Obi.
Me ba cho whiny.
Me patro media the Ampon Prof Choco.
Amponsa Prof for Choco me into you.
Me bo abaso ne dwumadia di bo ma Ghana nyame hira omo ho ban. Na minchia MPP abanga aka obia bedidi. Uncle Obi, Mesre NDC for the Ulusu election. We are same corner. We send ye, Bray answer ye Bapa one.
Sa almost chenche wonafi. Ombeba power. Eti nkebe e kamen ko a. Ya to abana wi omuma abotre. Enkwode din na ye mu oman no. Omo so tamo so a. No ma beto aso. So na se sia na na do amabu obu na akono yi. Na se mu mani nya so wie fe mu a. Ebe ya bebre. Timesira omo lusu a. Omo den try from the baba ho. Obi ani nyame ye adu.
Medase pa me fa final call. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Obi.
Me ba chon hoini.
Alaji Gedo.
Alaji Gedo. Net saying
my papa mo ma my Ghana.
Great. Yentio.
Na purpose of the play na jima pa wo ye. Obi, best yen NDC for. Yet to abanu ye no. Wa ma we ati nyina hu se wonu mo na mo wi na abanu. Ena ya dani abanu di ma isetele anado dan kwa kupadu. Obe he demonstration mo kwa ya jasisi ani ni amanya mo ya nyina no. Omo si ya wi omo. Na obe na me hu ayu me party NDC ti me kwa Supreme Court a. Omo ti me kwa country Supreme Court say vote no there. Apata si ogine so ni nyina aburu pepepe obi an 51 plus NT ya san ko to apapo fro. Nti obi mi pa wuti wi ase na wo yes anu eye. Sadia Basa ya Kayakadia NDC Nino Mpanyfo or Moma Ekwasu my Ghana. And now more 1 years and Kotuaba. Yami say Yami Duma Thursday way. Anna Yaba ye man penny, His Excellency another Danko Kupadu. Yaba Yama, we are seeing now say or no what we need election no. And the Abuakasiama Supreme Court 2012 year koye. Yahu de Yanina Yasum. And the Abatia the Abanusua. Ebanu ya nyina ye so mu sa 2012 na ye ntina sunjum mi waru semite na nado danko akupado obebu o my Ghana ama Ghana
Gedo Alaji Gedo my nase ye da se yentumi mfa calls no ebio Ekosiisen so ni ha ya Asempa 94.7 FM
do misika baba ufo Asempa FM mawanka Nina Bayekwa Udo Bede Makuma Kanwo Oh again I love Asempa